We are so excited to be back for another fun-filled day of crafting. We had a great time learning from yesterday's instructors and chatting with all of you.
Absolutely, Cody. We love that we can offer our inspiration-filled SBC Fest to you all for free.
Yeah, and I can't wait to learn more today and see what projects we'll be creating.
It's going to be exciting. All right, let's give you a refresher on how SBC Fest works. Each day, we will be joined by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes. If you are watching the event live, you can join the live chat with the instructors.
And to make sure that you're current in the stream, you may need to refresh your video throughout the day. And then after each day, we'll have timestamps for the instructors' classes, so you can go back and quickly find the class that you're looking for.
I love it. It makes it so easy for you. When creating your projects, upload them to social media and be sure to tag Scrapbook.com and use the hashtag SBCFest. Also, upload your photos to the gallery and use hashtag SBCFest in the category section.
Yeah, and yesterday, we told people that they could make their own t-shirts.
Not this one, but the shirts we were wearing yesterday.
Yesterday. If you happen to make a shirt, last night, take a photo of it today.
Yes.
Or if you took one yesterday, post a photo. We want to see that. At Scrapbook.com, we're all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so grateful for all of the instructors for joining us.
We are asking that you keep the comments positive. Any negative comments will be removed, and if multiple offenses occur, you will be removed from the SBC Fest.
Yes. So thank you all for keeping the comments so positive and encouraging yesterday. It means not only so much to us here at Scrapbook.com, but to the instructors as well.
Yes. Speaking of the instructors, if you are interested in any of the supplies used throughout SBC Fest today, you can find those supplies on our SBC Fest page, along with other helpful information. Yeah.
And if you missed yesterday's stream, like we mentioned earlier, or you just want to watch it again, you can find the replay at scrapbook.com/watchsbcfest.
I love that we do replay, and you can always pause. So do not fret if you're going at a slower pace. You can always pause or go back and rewatch.
Yeah.
At scrapbook.com, we offer the best selection of card making and scrapbooking supplies, so you'll find amazing products while you're browsing.
We know you all want to know how the giveaways will work, so between certain classes, we'll be popping in to chat, and we will also be announcing giveaways. All you have to do is comment in the live chat, and a lucky winner will be tagged, and the comment will be pinned. You can also find a full list of winner in the YouTube description.
The first giveaway today, let's show the first giveaway. Okay, I have the freebie up here too, so we'll talk about this in a minute.
Yes.
So let's move that aside.
So let's bring this fun stuff in.
Okay, look at this. Concord and Ninth. Oh my goodness, I am stealing these. I'm taking them all.
The winner is Laura Graff.
Okay. This is awesome.
Yeah, so these are their brand new colors that they just released, and they come in these enamel dots, the paper packs, the ink pads, and the mini ink cubes. Oh my gosh, there's so much paper up here, you guys. Yeah. Look at all of this. And you get a lot of each color, which is nice. Okay, look at all this paper, brand new colors, and the ink pads, like Cody said, to match. Yeah, so they all coordinate.
Okay, this is a ton of stuff. Plus, you're gonna give that too?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, watermelon, love it.
That's kind of like fitting for, the theme throughout SBC Fest.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we have the new Hero Arts products. This is Ralph's collection with Hero Arts, and we're so excited because Ralph will be teaching in just a few minutes. So here are his new products that he just released. So there are some dies, some stamps.
Oh, I love that the dies come with it.
Yeah, and so all of these great sentiments.
All for one person.
All of this, and this is a stamp and die. All of this to one lucky winner.
Very, 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 very cool. Okay, so how do they win, Cody?
Let us know in the live chat. Are you crafting along with us today, or are you just watching and crafting later?
Yeah, so put your answers in the live chat, and let's talk for a minute about the free die we have right now.
So I'll take this while you pull that stuff in.
Yes. Okay. I got a case of the giggles. Okay.
I mean, how can you not? It's a fun, exciting day of crafting.
I want all that stuff. It's so exciting. Okay, so this is the freebie die. As you can see here, it's layered. You can layer it. You can do it single. But what's really cool about it is that it has the scalloped edges for the backer of the floral, and then another piece that layers on top of it. So pretty. This is free right now, so make sure you grab it and add it. So if you didn't grab it yesterday, add it to your cart today, and remember to use the coupon code SBCFest4 at checkout to save.
All right. Well, I think it might be time to pick our first winner.
Yep.
So we'll do that. And
is it Laura?
Yeah, Laura Graff. Okay, thanks.
No. Okay, someone's really lucky in winning all of that. So let's put that winner in right now.
Totally. And wait, if we get really quiet, can you hear that?
What is it?
If you listen closely, we have our first instructor. It's ASMR artist, Ralph Tyndall.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, yeah, an ASMR joke.
Okay, got it.
And then following Ralph's class, we will be taught by Natasha Polite, and from Natasha's house, we'll be going to Nicki Baxley.
Okay, love it. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my class here at SBC Fest. I am super excited to be joining Scrapbook.com along with all of you tuning in from home for another amazing event. This is actually my very first SBC Fest, and I'm super honored that Scrapbook.com invited me to be a part of it, and I'm even more honored to be amongst so many other incredibly amazing, talented designers. And for those of you that don't know me, hi, my name is Ralph Tyndall. I am a card making and crafting content creator. And if you don't recognize my face, you might recognize my hands from the ASMR style card making videos I've been making on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube for a little over a year now. And believe it or not, that's about the same amount of time that I've been making cards. I started card making a little over a year ago during a period of time where I was feeling really just unfulfilled and kind of burnt out at work. And honestly, I was just craving a creative outlet. Growing up, I always felt like I was a very creative kid. I played several instruments. I loved doing arts and crafts. I had a small photography business when I was in my teens. And I kind of just lost all of those creative hobbies and places to put my creative energy as an adult, and I was very focused on work. I was working, your regular full-time corporate tech job. I was actually working as a software product manager where I was building software, which is creative in its own right, but it's not the same as getting your fingers inky, right? And during the pandemic, I was working on a computer all day in front of screens, and then I would log off, and then I would be watching Netflix all night. And I found that I just needed something to do with my hands and somewhere to put my creative energy. And then that's where card making comes in. So I was actually watching an Instagram story one day of a friend that I went to college with. He was using a heat embossing gun, and I had no idea what it was. He was just heat embossing envelopes that he was sending out with his Christmas cards. And I just thought that it looked really neat. And my partner actually took notice of that. And a couple days later, he actually gifted me a heat embossing gun and a few woodblock stamps. And obviously I had no idea how to use them. So I went online trying to figure out how to use a heat embossing gun and embossing powder and all of that fun stuff. And in that process, I stumbled upon this whole world of card making that I just had no idea existed. And as I'm sure many of you can relate to, it was really just a slippery slope from there. I started collecting supplies and I started making cards. And the crazy thing is, I started making cards and I think I made 2 or 3 cards. And then one day I just decided I'm going to film myself, the process of me making this card. And so I filmed myself making a card. It was a very simple, basic card, and then I threw it up on TikTok, thinking no one would see it. I just was doing it for my own fun. And crazy enough, that video kind of blew up, and a ton of people saw it, and that kind of ignited this passion in me. I was like, wow, other people are resonating with this, and it's something that I'm able to make with my hands and fulfill my own creative side. And so I just continued to make cards and posting them online, and eventually, actually, Scrapbook.com came across some of those videos. Cody was one of the very first people from the industry that reached out to me, and has always been a huge supporter of me ever since I started posting online. So, of course, I'm always so excited to do things like this event with Scrapbook.com. But anyway, fast forward several months, I think I had been making cards online for 6 or 8 months, and I decided that I wanted to pursue it full time. So I quit my day job that was obviously draining me. And ever since then, I've just dived headfirst into this wonderful card making community. And I just love the community and all of the people involved. And I just am so fortunate every day that I get to wake up and do this for work. But anyway, that was a long backstory. So let's go ahead and jump into the card, shall we? All right, everyone, let's go ahead and jump into the card. Although I guess before we actually get into making, I do want to look very quickly just at the primary supplies that we're going to be using today. So starting out, we are using this Sunshine paper pad. This paper pad is full of just vibrant, bright, cheery colors. I thought that this is great for spring, heading into summer. And this is the A2 size paper pad. So these paper pads are really great for doing very quick and easy backgrounds because the paper is already the size of your standard A2 size card. And I will give a shout out to Scrapbook.com here. We're not using patterned paper today, but every time I am using my Scrapbook.com paper pads, I like to mention that if you buy the solid color paper pads, they also have coordinating patterned paper pads. And a lot of you may know this already, but if you don't, I think that's such a great pro tip because I am someone, I'll be honest with you, I am not great with color theory. So sometimes it takes me a lot of, I guess, trial and error, guess and checking, making sure that my colors all coordinate together. And so I love that the way that Scrapbook.com does their paper pads, you can buy a solid one that has a coordinating pattern paper. Again, we're not using the pattern paper today, but I always just like to give that little shout out because I think it's something that Scrapbook.com does very well. Moving on, we are also using this Wavy with Dots cover plate die, and this is just a fun cover plate with a lot of movement and texture, and we're actually going to use this in a couple of different ways, one as a background and then one as actually just an element on the card. So I will show you that when we get there. And then to go with our waves, we are going to go for kind of a whale theme. So we have this Wavy Hello, which is a whale stamp set. And then we also have the whales stencil. Now, I've actually had this Hello stamp set sitting in my collection for a while now. I think that it's just adorable, but I've never actually taken the opportunity to use it. And I thought with this class, what better opportunity to go ahead and just dive into this really cute set. And then lastly, we have, I believe this is called the Glossy Orange Pops of Color. If you're familiar with Pops of Color, this is probably an old hat to you. But this is basically just a colored texture paste. You can add little dots similar to enamel dots to your card, or you can mix it up with other pastes and fun things like that to change the colors. And I will show you a little bit of that later. And yeah, that's it. These are the primary supplies. If you want to make the card that I am making today, actually we're making a couple of cards, but I also wanted to show you quickly just a few of, I guess, the optional supplies. So if you use everything that I just showed you, you will get a beautiful card, but if you want to make the cards exactly as I'm making them today, a few other things we'll be using is this white hero paste from Hero Arts. This is a white texture paste, so it's really great for running through stencils and adding texture to your card. You can also mix in different colors to change the color of the paste. Super, super versatile. And then I'm also using this icicle glitter from Hero Arts. This is a very shiny, kind of translucent, clear glitter. Of course, you can use any glitter you want. I also know some people are not a big fan of glitter because it gets everywhere, which I get. So feel free to nix the glitter as well. And then I'm also using this Nested Circles die set from Scrapbook.com. So this is just a variety of different size circles. I'm actually only using one of these, so really any circle die you have on hand will do you just fine. All right, so now that we have taken a look at all of our supplies, let's go ahead and create our card base. I'm not sure why, but I always enjoy making my card base as the very first step to my cards. I know a lot of people like to either make the card bases last, or maybe you have a whole stockpile of card bases on hand, you just grab them when you need them. I don't know why, but I think it's just like the ritual of making the card base is kind of like the starting off point for every project for me. And so I like to do it first, but again, you can do this later if you want. And we're just doing a regular A2 size card. So I have here just an 8.5 by 11 size sheet of white cardstock. And I believe this is 110 pounds. So any heavyweight white cardstock you have is great. And then I'm gonna cut this in half at 5.5. And today I am using the Tim Holtz Tonic Studio Rotary Trimmer. This is actually a new to me trimmer and I am loving it. It cuts beautifully. And I believe that's it. So we have our thing cut in half thing. Look at me, cardstock cut in half. And then next up, we just need to score it to complete the card base. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab my score pal here, or score buddy, excuse me, and we're gonna score this guy at 4¼ inches. Beautiful. Now we'll just go ahead and crease that with our bone folder, make sure it's nice and tight, and we are good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and set that to the side for now. So for the first card today, I am going for kind of a patchwork style card, so lots of layers and textures and colors. And for one of those layers, I do want to use our stencil and incorporate a couple of our pastes. So I'm actually going to do that as the very first step so that we can set that to the side and allow it to dry. So of course I'm going to use my stencil and make our little whales orange, and I think that this blue would be really beautiful underneath the orange, so I'm going to grab a piece of the blue from our Sunshine card pad, or paper pad. I can't talk, y'all. And then, let's see, I'm actually going to grab a piece of notebook paper just to keep my work surface clean. Since I'm filming live here, I don't want to stop and clean it. And that is a little bit of a pro tip. I don't know if it's a pro tip or not, but I'll call it one. I like to keep a little spiral notebook of notebook paper at all times, because sometimes you don't have the time or you don't want to clean your work surface. And I find that using notebook paper as kind of a scrap placemat, if you will, is a very cost-effective way to minimize your cleaning. Of course, do it sparingly, you know, we want to save the environment and all those things, but if you need to do something quick and dirty, grab a piece of notebook paper. Don't waste your cardstock on this. And since I am trimming this panel down, I'm not going to use this whole sheet of blue. I'm going to go ahead and tape down the top and the bottom. I don't mind those areas being covered since I am going to trim this panel down. And then I'm going to lay our little whale stencil right on top. If I can get it open, that is. All right, beautiful. And then I'm going to go ahead and tape this guy down as well. And for tape, I am just using the Scrapbook.com mint tape. This is a super great low-tack tape. You can also use any tape you have available, or if you're working on a magnetic surface, you can hold these down with magnets. And then next up, I want to go ahead and prepare my paste. So I am actually combining the hero paste and the pops of color. This is one of my very favorite techniques to use with the pops of color. Is actually using it almost like a food dye, if you will. Of course, this is not food. Don't eat your paste. But if you want to conserve your color here, you can add a few drops of this to a regular white texture paste, such as this hero paste, and you can actually dye that hero paste. Of course, it is not going to be quite as vibrant as this, which is fine. I'm actually looking for a duller, more muted orange, so this will actually be kind of the perfect marriage, in my opinion. But if you don't have a texture paste or a hero paste on hand, you can really use any type of paste. For instance, Scrapbook.com has a really great alternative called Cloud Whip. You could use that and add your pops of colors to it, or you could honestly just apply your pops of color directly to the stencil. Of course, your whales are going to be a little bit more vibrant, but that's fine. All right, so I am going to do my kind of mixing on top of a acrylic block. You could also do it in a small tub. I have mixed paste like this in like little yogurt, like those little yogurt tubs. Obviously you want to clean out your yogurt tub before you start mixing your paste in there, but you know, you catch my drift. All right, so I'm taking about that much hero paste and then just a little squirt of my pops of color. And from there, I'm just going to use a palette knife. If you don't have a palette knife, you could use like a, I don't know, a plastic knife or anything in your house that you could use to mix that you don't mind getting dirty. And I will say paste like this dries pretty quickly. So if you have a towel nearby, when you're done, you might just want to give your palette knife and your whatever you're using to mix here, like my acrylic block, just a quick wipe down. I will say I am no perfect person at mixing paste. I just kind of go back and forth. Have any of you seen those videos on TikTok and Instagram where they just like mix different colors. They're so satisfying to watch. Y'all, if you haven't seen them, you probably think I'm a crazy person. But those people know how to mix their colors. I just do the best I can here. Okay, but now, I don't know if you can see that, but we have a very pale, beautiful orange, in my opinion. And I'm gonna go ahead and scrape some of that up with my palette knife and then just run it through the stencil. I want to get a coat as even as I can, but it doesn't have to be perfect. This is probably one of my very favorite things to do in card making. I love using stencils, whether I'm ink blending through them or adding paste. I think they're just so fun and easy to add extra detail to your cards. Okay, so our paste is added. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add a little bit of glitter to my whales. And I think I'm going to, you could add the glitter right now over the stencil if you wanted to, but what I'm going to do is remove the stencil first and then add my glitter. And again, I am trimming this panel down, so I don't mind that some of these whales on the outer edge are incomplete. That's totally fine. And so I'm going to grab my Hero Arts Icicle Glitter and just quickly kind of brush that over or sprinkle it over, excuse me, while our paste is still wet. Okay, once your glitter has been poured, go ahead and just carefully peel up your paper here. And then also carefully dump off your glitter. If you can, try to dump it away from the paste because we want to recycle that glitter, right? Try not to make a huge mess. Hopefully you're succeeding as well. Okay, there we go. Now we have some very sparkly orange whales. Now, are these realistic? Will you see these in the wild? No, but they are gorgeous, aren't they? I think so. Okay, let's go ahead and set this guy to the side. I'm gonna set it off camera and just let it dry for a little bit. And then I'm also gonna carefully try to get this glitter back into my canister here. This is another great reason to use notebook paper. You can carefully pick it up and kind of just funnel it back into your container here. Now, of course, you're probably gonna have some fallout, but that's the nature of glitter, right? Perfect. And then if you are crafting along, maybe just go ahead and wipe down your supplies that have the paste on it. And while you're doing that, I will just kind of shamelessly plug myself for a second. You'll see that I am a big fan of Hero Arts products, and I'm actually super excited to not announce, because it's been announced already, but I guess just let you guys know I am doing a collab line with Hero Arts. So it's a co-branded line of stamps, dies, stencils, all the fun stuff, and it is available at Hero Arts right now. It came out last month. Super excited, super proud of it. Hero Arts has been such a huge supporter of mine ever since I started creating. And I'm just so excited about this line that we've produced together. And if you're interested, go check it out. No pressure, but I hope that you will like what you see. Okay, enough of my shameless plug. Now, while our little whale friends are over there drying, I want to go ahead and get started on the next piece of our card. And for that, we are using this Wavy with Dots cover die plate. And then we're also bringing back the Sunshine paper pad. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to cut one color for each of the 5 sections of this cover plate. And so for that, I think I'm just going to do these bottom 5 colors. So the blue, kind of that seafoam green, lime green, yellow, and orange. So let me go ahead and take our plate out. That way I know how much of each color I need. Okay, so starting with the blue, I'm just going to need this very tiny little piece here, so we won't need much paper at all for that. And then moving on, we have our seafoam green. We won't need very much for that either. And then we have our green. I don't know, is this green or yellow? I feel like I've always, I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm one of those people that think something is green when it's yellow and vice versa. This one's definitely yellow. So go ahead and grab some yellow. And then lastly, we will grab a small piece of orange. Perfect. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to run these through one by one through our die cutting machine. For my die cutting machine today, I am using my Sizzix Big Shot. Of course, you can use whatever machine works best for you. And basically what I'm doing, I actually might run it through face up just so it's easier to see where I'm placing the cards, or the card stock, if you will. All right, so there is our very first piece. And now I will say, since this paper is A2 size already, which is the same width as our cover plate, you do want to be careful about placing your paper, because on these longer edges here, there's not a ton of wiggle room, because the cut is the same width as the paper, if you're following me there. So you want to make sure that that is lined up pretty much perfect. There is our next piece. And we're going to be using this plate a few times in today's class, so you will get well acquainted with it. There we go. Like I said, you got to be a little careful about lining these guys up. But the good news is, that means you're minimizing waste. There's our next piece. By the way, while we're here cutting, let me know in the comments, have any of you seen whales before? I've always wanted to go whale watching. It's kind of like a bucket list item of mine. Hasn't happened yet, but one of these days. All right. And look, we actually got a little bonus yellow for the top. Granted, we're going for orange, but maybe I'll set that to the side and save it. Also, I can't believe I haven't asked already, but where is everyone tuning in from today? Those of you that don't know, I am based in Austin, Texas, the Lone Star State. All right, and with that, I believe we have all of our cutouts done. And isn't this just gorgeous already? I am actually going to trim this whole panel down, so honestly, I probably didn't need to cut out all of these, but I did want to at least show you what this looks like as a complete set. And so what I'm going to do from here, these are all pretty lightweight cardstock, so I am going to cut just an A2 size of my 110 pound cardstock here so that I can glue all of these guys on the full panel. So let me go ahead and bring my trimmer back. I'm going to trim this guy down to 4 1/4. Perfect. And then I can't take credit for this trick, but I learned a long time ago, I think I picked this up from Kathy Zilski. If you put your card panel in the corner of your Score Buddy or Score Pal, or you could even use your Misty, or really anything with a right edge, it makes it really easy to line up panels on top of it, because you can just line up your top layer with that right angle there in the corner. So that's why I am putting this on top of my Score Pal, and then I'm just going to go in with some tape runner and start layering these guys on. Beautiful. Gosh, working with these just makes me want to take a vacation to the beach. Something about these waves really has me itching for a vacation right about now. This is my favorite noise in the world, the noise of tape runner. I don't know what it is about tape runner, but it's just my favorite thing to use. Fun fact. Of course, you could also use liquid glue for this. I get a lot of questions about when I choose to use tape runner and when I choose to use liquid glue. And it's a little bit more of an art than a science for me. But what I like to say is I like to use tape runner whenever the application is doesn't require a ton of accuracy, because obviously tape runner is, depending on the tape runner you have, like this I believe is 1/4 inch wide. So if you need something super accurate and you have lots of tiny little crevices, you're not really going to want to use tape runner. For that, you'll use liquid glue. But if you just want something quick and efficient and you don't require a lot of accuracy, I'll use tape runner. If you're trying to glue something that is a little bit more intricate, I would probably opt for liquid glue. And then if you are adhering anything that's textured, I would also opt for liquid glue, because if you're trying to glue something onto for instance, like an embossed pattern and you're trying to use tape runner, that's not going to stick very well. So liquid glue is generally a little bit stronger in my experience. But if you just need to do something quick and easy that's relatively flat, I always grab for my tape runner. Okay. So now we have this panel done, and I'm actually not going to trim this down quite yet. I'm going to go ahead and sit this guy over to the side with our whales that are drying. And next, I want to actually create our whale, the stamped whale. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in my Misty. You could also use any stamp tool you want, whether that's a different stamp platform or just a regular acrylic block. By the way, I am using the waffle flower grip mat here to hold my cardstock in place. If you do have a Misty, or if you have the Altenew stamp wheel, it's kind of a similar idea, but these grip mats inside of the stamp tool have been an absolute game changer for me. I don't think I've used my magnet in probably 6 months or so, because this grip mat is almost the exact perfect size to fit inside of my Misty. And so when I put my card down, it doesn't really wiggle around because this grip mat is holding it directly in place, and I don't have a magnet that's covering up portions of my card, right? So I love it. It also minimizes using a lot of your tape, because these grip mats are super great for stenciling as well. For instance, you can put your stencil down on top of your cardstock, and any parts of the stencil that are overflow, like coming off the edges of the cardstock, are going to stick to this grip mat. And that way, you don't have to use your tape. Now, I know you're probably asking, why did you use tape earlier with your stencil then, Ralph? And that is because I was using that paste, and I don't like getting paste on my grip mat. Just because the paste can be a little difficult to clean off of these grip mats. But if you're just ink blending with stencils, I always use the grip mat. All right, I'm getting off my soapbox about these grip mats. And next, I'm gonna go ahead and grab our stamp set. And I just want to stamp this large whale. Now, when I look at this stamp set, the first thing that I think about is, okay, very cute. I guess that's the first thing I think about. Second of all, this is going to require some coloring. And if you've followed me for any time, you know that I sometimes get a little nervous about coloring. By the way, what you're just seeing me do there is I am just rubbing this stamp. This is the very first time I've used this particular stamp set. And sometimes photopolymer stamps will have just a little bit of residue on them from the manufacturing process. And so if you're using your photopolymer stamp for the very first time, I always recommend just rubbing it a little bit with your hand to get that residue off. And that'll give you a better impression. And then for my ink today, I am using this Memento Tuxedo Black dye ink. I would recommend using a dye ink for this since we are using alcohol markers for coloring. That'll help keep your stamped image from running. Now, what I was saying about coloring, I have a love-hate relationship with coloring with alcohol markers. I think that the result is beautiful, but it's one of the things that I would say I struggle with more than most other techniques. I do think I'm getting better. I'll give myself some credit, but it's a challenge. And I say that not to down myself, but I say that because if you are struggling with alcohol marker coloring, you're not alone. There's a lot of great classes out there, but I guess just don't be hard on yourself. And if you are great at alcohol marker coloring, I envy you. All right, so I've stamped my whale, and then to clean off my stamps, I just use, this is a really dirty at this point, old chamois. You can buy stamped chamois, I believe, like Waffle Flower and Gina K. I'm not sure Scrapbook.com if you carry those in your shop. I'm sure you carry the Lawn Fawn one, maybe Scrapbook.com, you can clarify in the chat. But I actually got this just from, I think, Target. It's just like a regular old car chamois that I cut down. And then if you don't have a chamois, you can use paper towels or just rinse your stamps in the sink with some soap and water. That works too. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and color this guy, but allow me to heed you this warning. When you are coloring with alcohol markers and you are using this Waffle Flower grip mat, do not forget to take your card off of the grip mat before you start coloring. Do you know why I say that? It is because of this large orange stain here. Now, some of you may not mind stains, which is great, but just know, if you're coloring on your cardstock on top of your grip mat, your alcohol ink may bleed through and it will stain your grip mat. So, I recommend removing it first. And then for the whale, we are doing some very simple coloring. I am just going in with a few neutral grays. So the colors I am using on the whale today are N0, N2, and N4. I don't even know if you can see those. There you go. And I like to color dark to light generally. So I'm gonna start with doing some of the dark N4 on the bottom and then work my way up to the top to the N0. Now, like I said, I am no pro at coloring, so I will do my best to show you what I'm doing, but feel free to make it your own. And then a lot of times what I will do is I will go in and just kind of add the colors where I think I want them. And then I won't worry too much about blending until I come back at the end and I'll start really blending the colors together. And then I will say this stamp set doesn't have coordinating dies, so I will be fussy cutting that, but that's one thing I love about this image in particular. It's not too complicated to fussy cut. So we shouldn't have too much trouble. I'm going to go back in and add a little more darkness here at the bottom with my N4, and then using my N2, I'm going to stroke upwards, and basically what I'm doing is trying to pull some of that shadow upwards. And then I'll kind of do the same thing with my N0 to the N2 that I just made. Does that make sense? Again, I don't claim to be a pro at alcohol markers. Okay, I do think I'm pretty satisfied with that. Just a very basic gray whale with a little shadow underneath. So let me go ahead and put my markers away, and then we will get to fussy cutting. Now, I was not a big fan of fussy cutting. I guess I'm still not a big fan of fussy cutting, but I've learned to enjoy the process more ever since getting these spring assist scissors. These are from Fiskars. I believe Scrapbook.com I saw recently have their own version as well. I find these are great for fussy cutting for a couple of reasons. One, it does have this spring in the middle, so it springs back open automatically. I find that that's easier on my hands myself. I am only in my 20s, but I do already have carpal tunnel. Way too much time spent on the computer, I guess, and then crafting. But then also they are so small that I feel like it's much easier to kind of maneuver your way in and out of the little tiny intricacies or intricate parts of your stamps. For instance, inside here with the tail, you could never really get in there with something this large, in my opinion. So if you're struggling with fussy cutting, I would recommend getting a pair of these, or try out I believe Scrapbook.com has a new, I think I saw they have a new version of their own. But give them a try. And I think the trick to fussy cutting, in my opinion, by the way, I'm assuming everyone here knows what I mean when I say fussy cutting, but if you happen to be new here and are unfamiliar with the term, we crafters like to refer to what I'm doing right now as fussy cutting. Basically, anytime you are cutting out a stamped image by hand with scissors, that's fussy cutting. And the reason we call it fussy cutting is most of us would prefer to use a die, which is much easier, quicker, and more accurate. But I like to say that fussy cutting builds character, personally. But anyway, like I was saying, the trick is to not try to make it perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. So we should just go in with that expectation set. And also, it does make the card look a bit more handmade, which is always a nice touch in some way, right? Okay. So there is my little whale. I might clean him up a tiny bit, but overall I am pretty happy with how he looks. Okay, so moving on, the very next thing I want to do is begin to create the background or kind of base layer on which all of these other elements we've created will sit. So keep in mind, we have created our sparkly whales. These are still drying a bit. We have created this kind of colorful, wavy element. We have stamped and colored our very cute whale. And what we're going to do is trim all those elements down, except for the whale, of course, and kind of patchwork those onto our card. But before we do that, since we are starting with just a blank white card base, I actually still want a white background for the card, but I want to add a little more texture and interest. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to grab another sheet of my heavyweight cardstock, and then I'm going to run it through our die cutting machine with our wavy dots die plate. So let me go ahead and bring my big shot back in frame here. And in this case, instead of cutting it out and instead of cutting this die out in a bunch of different colors, I am just simply cutting it out in white. And that is because I'm almost using it as a embossing folder. A similar idea, right? We're just doing it for the texture. Can y'all hear my monitors rocking back and forth in the background? I have my monitors attached to this desk, and sometimes when I'm die cutting, you can hear them rocking back and forth. Okay. Here are our completed cut card front. Of course, these are all in pieces, so we're going to have to glue those down on the front, which is not a problem. Just going to bring my score buddy back. And this time I'm going to glue these straight on the front, all in the same color. So for that, I am going to bring my tape runner back. So I think that this is a really fun way to show how differently dies can be used. And actually in the next card that I do, I'm going to show you where we're not even going to use this entire cover plate die. And I feel like that is part of, I feel like I even have a love-hate relationship with cover dies, because when you look at them and when you buy them a lot of times, it's hard to see past the one thing that they can do, which is to create this one design for the front of your card. And let's face it, y'all, cover dies aren't cheap. So I really wanted to show you guys a few different ways you can use the same cover die. Also, adding this extra layer of cardstock to your card is going to add a little more heft and weight to your card, which I like to think always makes your card feel a little more luxurious. If there is such a thing, right? Okay, so now we have this very beautiful textured background for our card. And now I'm going to make one more thing before we actually start to put our card together. And that, of course, is the sentiment. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the scrap that we just used to cut out our cover plate. And then I'm looking for my stamp set. If you're anything like me, your supplies just get kind of lost on your crafting area. It's part of the crafter math. And I am going to use I'd Cross an Ocean for you. I think that that's cute. And then again, of course, you could use a stamp block. Since I have my MISTI handy, I'm just going to go ahead and use it. And it doesn't super matter where you place this because we're just going to cut it out using our scissors. And remember, this is a new stamp, so I am going to rub off some of that residue from the manufacturing process. And then I'm going to stamp my sentiment in black. If you wanted to get fancy, you could do a different color, or you could heat emboss it. I'm a big fan of just black sentiments on white paper. I know some might consider that boring, but I think it's just a classy look. Classy and classic, if you will. All right. And then I try my best to put my stamps away as I use them. Not always the best at that. Sometimes I find stamps stuck all over things in the weirdest places. Now, another tip on scissors. I was just singing the praises of the Spring Assist scissors. They are one of my favorites, but I will say if I am cutting out anything that I need to be very straight, and it's any longer than like this, I always like to use a longer pair of scissors because these are always going to give you a straighter cut for anything that's longer. Now, I know that sounds pretty obvious, but worth mentioning. So I'm just going to cut this guy into a little rectangle here and just eyeball it the best I can. Hopefully it'll be straight. Who knows? Okay, I think we could straighten this little edge up just a tiny bit. The problem is when you start wanting to straighten things up and then you accidentally start trimming away more and more and more until there's like no more paper left around the sentiment. Does anybody relate to that? Okay, so there's our little sentiment. I'm just going to set him off to the side. And then let's start putting this card together, shall we? Let me go ahead and bring back in all of our elements. So we have our whale, we have our sparkly whales. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and trim this wavy colored block down. And I'm going to do that by just trimming it down to a slim rectangle. I think I want to do about 2 inches wide or so. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off a little excess on this side. And then that should give us 2 inches about here. And then I think unfortunately we're going to lose some of the blue down here because we don't want it to be that big. So I'm going to trim this down to maybe like 3.5, 3 3/4. Let's try 4 1/4 first. Let's see. And this is where things get to be totally more art than science. So if you can, I don't know if you can start to picture kind of what we're doing here, but I'm cutting this panel down and then we'll have our whale in here and our sentiment. And then I'm going to cut this panel down and it's just going to be kind of like a collage or patchwork of different colors and textures. So you can really get, you know, finicky on exactly how you want it to look. Whoop. My problem is I don't want to lose too much of my blue here. So I might leave it at that. I feel like that will do. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, of course, you have these scraps. You could make more of these cards and, you know, trim these down and add them as other patches, if you will. But next, I want to go ahead and cut this guy down now. And for this guy, I do want this panel to be a little bit larger. I think what I'm going to do is start by just trimming off these whales that are incomplete that I know I don't really want showing. Now I am getting glitter all over my trimmer. But that's okay. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And if you had some nested rectangle dies, you could also use them for this process. I think what I'm going to settle on is this being about 2 3/4 inches wide for those of you crafting along at home. And then tall, I think I'm going to do about 4 inches. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. I am going to just quickly try and clean up some of this glitter mess I made. If you're crafting along at home, feel free to do the same. Okay, so now we officially have all of our completed elements, and it is time to get these guys glued down. So what I like to do is just kind of take my elements that I've already created and just start to lay them out to get an idea of where you want things. I generally don't rush into glue until I know exactly the placement I want. And I'm thinking something like this will get the job done. I think I want this blue showing a little bit under the sentiment there. Okay, I'm into that. So first, I'm gonna glue our glittery guy down. And for that, I am going to use some liquid glue just because I want to make sure this guy is glued down nice and flat. And secured, right? And for liquid glue, I am using the Scrapbook.com Artist Craft Glue. I've just kind of moved it into this smaller bottle just because I find that I have a little more control with the smaller bottles. And then using my tweezers, I'm just going to carefully place this guy down right where we had him. And just give him a nice firm press, making sure he is secured in place. Perfect. And then to keep adding some texture and layers, I'm actually going to pop this next piece up on some foam tape. And I will admit I tend to be pretty heavy-handed with my foam tape. I try to limit my use of foam tape, meaning I don't use it in every card, but when I do use it, I'm pretty heavy-handed, I must say. But I just like things to be secure, you know? And for this, I'm just using 1/2 inch wide foam tape. And I believe it's just an 1/8 inch tall. So it's just barely adding a little bit of lift here. And then just eyeball again where you had that. I believe we were about right here. Perfect. And then I'm going to add some foam tape to the whale as well, because again, I'm going for a very kind of chunky patchwork look. So I want there to be lots of texture, lots of contrast, and just look kind of like, you know, an old patched up denim jacket kind of feel, if that makes sense. Now for this side of the whale, I do have to be a little careful because since this this right-hand side is up on top of this foam tape already, just adding one piece of foam tape on this side is not going to make it flush with this bottom layer. So I'm actually going to stack a couple of pieces of foam tape. I hope that that makes sense. And that way, the whale will sit nice and flat across both of the surfaces, even though they are different heights. Actually, before I do that, let me eyeball again where I want my sentiment. That looks pretty centered, I believe. Okay, yes, I think I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and call it. And then for my sentiment, I am actually not going to use foam tape. I might use a little foam tape on the left-hand side here, but I want this to be flat with this layer. And then I guess I will add just a little foam tape so that it lays flat on the left-hand side. So y'all, I think that you can add so much interest to your cards by just kind of varying up all the different layers and dimension. Like, this card is really pretty simple at its core. Like, I mean, granted, we just did all those steps, so I know you're thinking that wasn't that simple, which it's not. But like, it looks simple. I mean, it's really what, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. But because we've added all of the different layers and depth with the foam tape and the layering, it adds a lot of extra interest, I think. Okay, so this is, in my opinion, a beautiful card already. I love how the glitter shines on those little orange whales in the background, and I love all the various textures. I mean, look at all those different layers. But I think that we can add just one more thing to take it up a notch, and that is our beautiful glossy orange pops of color. So if you are familiar with these, or if you've ever used liquid pearls before, this is going to be an old hat for you. But essentially what we're going to do, and I'm going to demonstrate on this little small piece here first, is we're going to create little tiny orange pearls almost on this card. And that's just going to add a little extra interest and a little more texture just to take the card up another notch. So the way that you do that, and this is going to be a little difficult because I'm doing it, holding it in air trying to do this. But the way you're going to do this is basically hold your pops of color up as straight as you can, perpendicular to your paper, and then just squeeze a tiny little dot out and then pull it up. Now, you see that little dot, that little texture of dot, that little texture of dot. I don't know if that's correct English, but while this is drying, you'll want to make sure to keep your paper flat, but this is going to dry, and it's going to dry in that dome raised texture, and then it'll just be this really nice extra texture on your card. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 3 dots in this corner and then 3 dots in this corner. I'm going to have them kind of slope, kind of curve up this way and out that way. And I'm going to do 3 different size dots. So I'm going to do large, medium, and small dot, large, medium, and small dot. Hopefully that makes sense. And I guess I'll actually zoom in a little bit for this. Okay, my dots ended up being spaced out a little uneven, which is fine. Again, it just kind of adds to the handmade nature of the card, right? You can see that these dots are a little closer together than these, but I still think that it adds a little extra pop, a little extra interest. And when these dry, it'll just be kind of fun for the recipient to see and, feel and explore all the different textures of this card. So anyway, this is card number 1. I'd cross an ocean for you. We're using lots of textures and colors and layers. The next card that we're going to make is a little bit more simple, but we're using a lot of the same supplies. So let's go ahead and jump into the next card. All right, so jumping into card number 2, as I mentioned, this one is going to be a bit simpler. We're not getting messy with pastes or glitter or any of that fun stuff, but this is still going to be a very cute card, and we're going to do a bit more stamping and coloring. Starting out though, I'm going to go ahead and create my card base. So I'm just taking the other half of the cardstock that I cut at the very beginning of this video, and I'm going to go ahead and score this guy at 4 1/4. So in case you don't have that cardstock still handy, this is just half of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. So if you take your 8.5 by 11, cut it directly in half at the 5.5 mark, and then take that half, we're going to score it at 4.25, and that gives us our standard A2 size card, which is of course 4.25 by 5.5 inches. And then I'm just going to quickly burnish the crease with my bone folder, and we are good to go. We have our card base. Now I am going to work on the background of the card first, which is very simple. I am bringing back in the Wavy Dots die, our very best friend of the day. And I'm actually only going to cut out 2 of these wavy pieces. So I'm going to cut out these bottom 2, and essentially what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to mimic the ocean. Of course, it is a little bit abstract, but I'm going to cut 2 pieces out here of the bluish green colors and have them on the bottom third of our card to look like the ocean. Are you following? I hope so. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this remaining piece of blue from what we cut earlier, and then this remaining piece. Hopefully this will fit. Yeah, that looks like it'll fit. Okay, so these are perfect. And then let's go ahead and cut both of those out. So for the very bottom piece, I think I want to do that in blue. If I can line it up quite right. My plates here are a little bit warped. I could use some tape. Actually, I think I am going to use some tape just to make my life a little bit easier here. I'm going to add just a tiny bit of mint tape here on my die to help hold the paper in place. And now we should be good to go. All right, and all we wanted from that was this little guy. I probably could have trimmed my paper down a little bit, but that's okay. I will keep those larger scraps for future use. And then with the green, I want to get this second wave piece. And I'm just going to go ahead and use the mint tape again because that was helpful last time. All right, we have our waves. Although, how do these go together? There we go. Okay. Sometimes it's a bit like a puzzle, huh? I'm going to go ahead and glue these on to the bottom of our card using that score buddy trick again. And by glue, of course, I mean tape. You could glue too. Ta-da. And then a little pro tip here, if I am ever gluing a card front or any pieces onto the front of my card and you're using the score buddy trick, I highly recommend you put the folded edge on the edge of your score buddy and line it up against that folded edge. The reason I say that is because of exactly what you can see here. You can see that my card base is just a little bit longer than this piece that I glued down. And that's not really a problem for me here because I can always take my trimmer and just trim this little sliver of the side off, and then we won't have any excess. However, if I were to line this piece of paper up on the other side that opens, then my gap would be on this side, right? Which is the folded side. And you can't necessarily cut off a sliver of your fold because then you don't have a card anymore. Hopefully that makes sense. So I would always suggest lining up your elements or your front panel, whatever it is, up against that folded side of your card. All right, that should be enough tape. actually, you know what? I probably should have went easy on the tape because I think I'm planning to set a little sun back there. But that's okay. Maybe we can just trim the sun down later. All right. So again, you can see I have the tiniest little sliver of white poking out. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly grab my trimmer and trim that off. My poor trimmer still has some glitter on it. That's okay. It's seen worse, I promise. Beautiful, just like that. Okay, and then like I said, I do want to add a little sun kind of setting down below the horizon here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my nested circles die set that I talked about at the beginning of our class today. And I think this second smallest or second largest, I'm not sure how you want to call it, circle will be the perfect size for a sun setting over the horizon, just like that. And so I'm going to go ahead and grab our sunshine paper pad again, and I think I'm going to use the leftover of this kind of orangish yellowish color. And this is going to be a bit more paper than I need, so I can set the rest aside for scraps. But I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. By the way, how does everyone store their scrap paper? I have honestly, I don't have a great solution, but I have a solution that is evolving. I used to keep all of my scraps in a single drawer of one of those very tall, you know, like 10 drawer craft carts. But as my scrap collection grew, I've now graduated to using 3 of those drawers, and I have all of my colored papers in one drawer, all of my white scraps in another drawer, and then all of my patterned paper scraps in a third drawer. But I feel like I'm getting to the point where I need to like organize by individual color. Or I don't know, maybe that is admitting I have a problem. I'm not sure. Okay, so I want to put my sun here setting over the horizon, but I already glued my waves down, so I don't know that is really going to be a possibility, but I'm going to go ahead and try to just trim off some of the bottom and then see if I can slide it in. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm going to trim just a little more off, but pro tip from watching me, maybe don't glue your waves down until you're also ready to put your sun down first. But there we go. I'm going to go with that. Let's go ahead and tape him up. Once again, just slide him in very carefully. And we now have a sun. Perfect. Okay, so this is the backdrop for our card. Like I said, it's very simple, but I love just like the color blocking and the simplicity of it. I think that it's very fun and vibrant while still being very approachable and simple. And the only thing I want to add is, of course, we're going to add a sentiment. I'll probably have the sentiment come down as a banner here. And then I want to grab our whale stamp set again. And if you look at this set, let me actually put it... That doesn't help. And if you look at this set, it's really fun because yes, you have the whales, but then you also have these balloons here and these little wraparound strands. And what this is for is it's actually a layered stamp set. So you can wrap this line around your stamped whale and then put the balloons at the top, and then it looks like the whale is floating with the balloons. And that is exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to grab some of my white cardstock and bring my MISTI back in. And then to do this layering, it does take a little bit of precision, but I promise it's not too difficult. I'm going to start by stamping our whale. And for that, I am using the same ink I used before, which is the Memento Tuxedo Black. This is a great ink for coloring with alcohol markers. I had a lot of trouble when I first started using alcohol markers with my ink running. for my stamped images. And after a while, I realized I was just using the wrong ink. This has been a game changer. Also, a lot of people will, regardless of the ink, they will use like their regular, what is it? Their regular pigment ink and then put clear embossing powder over it and heat emboss it. That is another tip I hear a lot of people use for coloring with alcohol markers, because if you heat emboss it, there's no way the ink is going to run. I have done that and I've had success with it. I have heard that it can damage the brush tip of your alcohol markers, so I stopped doing that. Now, I have not done it enough such that it did damage the brush tips of my markers, so I can't really confirm if that has been true in my experience, but I have heard that warning, and I've chosen to just use this, and it's worked perfectly for me. All right, so next we're gonna add, and I actually might use a hand stamp for this. Sometimes these little tiny stamps are a little fiddly for me, and it's hard to get them to lay flat without putting them on a block. So I'm gonna do my best to hand stamp this little wraparound twine or string or rope, whatever we wanna call it. Let's see if I can line it up just right. I think that's right on there. Perfect, I'll take it. And then last but not least, after I put this back, I'm gonna grab the larger set of balloons, since we're using the larger whale. And I'm gonna stamp that just here where the string meets the top of the whale. Ink it up. And close her down. And then I guess while we have the Misty out already, we might as well go ahead and stamp our sentiment. And since there are balloons involved, I think I'm gonna go for this whale congrats card, or whale congrats sentiment, I should say. So I'm gonna just stamp that somewhere near the bottom. I'm probably gonna turn that into a banner. So I'm just leaving myself enough room on either side so that I can trim it to look however I would like. All right, perfect. And I mean, this is a pretty cute card as it is. I mean, obviously these aren't lined up because it's not meant to be a card, but if you just want to do something as simple as having a little whale with the balloons and a simple sentiment under it, that would be quite cute as well. All right, so next we are back to coloring. So I'm actually going to color this whale the exact same way I did the first one. So the same colors will be N0, N2, and N4. And then for the balloons, I'm going to do 3 different colored balloons. I'm going to do a red balloon, a blue balloon, and a green balloon. And I will show you the markers I'm using for those as soon as we get there. But for now, let's color the whale. Remember, I'm going to start with N4, my darkest gray on the bottom, and work my way up through N2, and then using N0 as the lightest color. And then I also add a little bit of darkness here where the tail kind of folds. The whole idea is you kind of want to mimic real life shadows. So think about an object where you would see shadows on its body in the real world. Look at me talking like I'm some expert colorer. Let's see, I think I want to do a little bit of the white, not white, but the light up top and come back in here with the N2. And then I'm going to reinforce the shadow down here, coming back in with the N4. And then like we did on the first whale, I'm going to take my N2 and just try and pull that shadow up with my N2. A little bit over the lip there. And then do the same thing, pull that N2 up with my N0. And then I kind of like to just wash over everything with the N0 again to really get it to blend. Okay, there we go. Whoop. Okay, there we go. So again, not perfect, but I think that it gets the job done. And then next, let's go ahead and hit the balloons. And for that, like I said, we're going to do blue, green, and red. So I'll do the red balloon first. I am using R24. I am using R24 and R2. No, I am using R24 and R29. And I'm going to have the light coming from this way because I'm going to have the whale kind of situated over here. So of course the sun is to the left of the whale, so the sun and the light will be shining this way. So the shadow on my balloons are going to be on the back side. So I'm going to go in with my darker color and start to create that shadow side. Just a little bit of dark red. And then one thing I like to do to give kind of the illusion of a highlight or a reflection of light is to kind of create your own kind of like box of highlight. Do you see how I left that box there empty? And so now it looks kind of like the light is bouncing off that left edge there on the balloon. Can you see that? It's one of those little tricks that'll make you look like a better colorer than you are. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the blue. I'm actually using these blue-green colors, BG11 and BG13. So same kind of thing. I'm going to add my dark color on the right side. I'm also going to add a little bit of shadow here behind where the red balloon is, because again, that's where the shadow would be in real life. And then again, I'm going to create my own little fake highlight off to the left. And then just start blending that dark edge into the lighter areas. I will say it seems like my BG11 is starting to dry up a little bit. So this one may not be as nice as the last one, but that's okay. And then for the very last one, we are going to do green. I'm actually using the yellow-green colors of YG17 and YG13. And once again, the same thing. We're going to add these little shadows back here where the blue and the red balloons are in front of the green one. Make those edges darker. And then this left side will be lighter, and we'll add our little reflection guy over there. Granted, that one was pretty small. And then try our best to blend the two together. All right, there we go. So not perfect, but I think that considering none of us here are experts, well, some of you might be. I'm not an expert, but I think that's pretty good. And then we'll just get to fussy cutting. So I'm gonna go ahead and start fussy cutting our whale guy out. This one obviously requires a little bit more precision than the last one since we also have to cut around these balloons. But again, it's not too terribly difficult. I've fussy cut a lot worse. And one thing I like to do when I'm fussy cutting is to just cut off the big chunks as you go. Because I find, especially if you're working with heavyweight cardstock, if you just have the big chunks still hanging on, it can really get in the way of you and your scissors. And then also, like if you need to skip these little intricate sections at first because you do have these big chunks, that's fine. Go ahead and work out the bigger parts first, and then you can always come back and fine-tune the details. Also, I am not one who fussy cuts right up against the stamped image. I leave a little bit of a white border. I kind of just like that look better, and it's easier, and that is what it looks like when you die cut stamps anyway. So why not just keep that same look, right? So again, you'll see I'm just like cutting off those big chunks as I go, because otherwise they will get in your way. In my experience. How do all of you feel about fussy cutting? Is it something you hate, or is it something you've learned to embrace? I definitely embrace it much more than I once did. I used to be such a princess. If the stamps didn't come with a coordinating die, I just didn't use them. But those days are over. Put on my big boy pants. I will say it's a little more difficult to get in here with this tail now with the balloons up top. But with a little precision, we can do it. Okay, overall, I am fairly happy with that. And I'm gonna go ahead and place our whale kind of where he will be on the card. And then let me get rid of these scraps. And let's cut out our little banner here. So I'm gonna cut straight across the bottom, as straight as I can. If you have a paper trimmer, that might be a great thing to pull out right now if you want to make sure your edges are super straight. And then let's see, I think I want to have this guy just coming across the bottom, and I do want to make it a true banner by adding the little points at the end. So to do that, I'm just going to eyeball this. Let's see, I think that's pretty well centered. So go ahead and come in here with your scissors right in the middle of this short edge and cut just a small little bit straight in, and then go to the point on either edge and cut just so that you meet that point you just cut in the middle. So there's one side, there's two sides, and now we have a little banner. It does look a little cattywampus. Let's see, maybe if I take a little bit more off this way. Okay, I think that looks a bit more even. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're not using fancy dies here. We are just making a handmade card. So we have our little bottom sentiment, we have our whale. I think I want to pop both of these up on foam tape, so let me grab that. So I am going to do the sentiment first. And I believe I cut this sentiment strip just the right width. I did, I can't believe it. So that this foam tape, which is 1/2 inch, fits almost perfectly. And I'll line that up with the edge, just kind of eyeballing here. Perfect. And then I'm going to add just a few squares of foam tape onto the back of my whale here. I'm using a mixture here of 1/2 inch foam tape and 1/4 inch foam tape. I like to have both options on hand, because depending on your project, you never know which one is going to be your best friend. Okay. Guess I'm gonna have him just floating barely in front of the sun a tiny bit. And then, even though this is a simple card, I think we can add one more detail just to top it off, and that is these really cute heart. I guess they're supposed to be bubbles. I'm not sure. I think it would be cute just to have some hearts coming out up here. Now, is that anatomically correct? I don't know, but I think it's cute, so it doesn't matter. And so I'm going to grab some red ink. You can use any favorite red ink of yours. I'm going to use the Hero Hues Cherry from Hero Arts. And then let me not forget to rub off the residue. And then I'm just going to very carefully stamp those hearts on. Ta-da! All right, and there you have it, folks. That is card number 2, a much simpler but still very fun and whimsical design. I love making scene cards like this, especially scenes that you may not actually see in real life. It's fun to kind of make those make-believe things come to life. So I love this stamp set, and I think it pairs so nicely with this background die, and I hope that this gave you another idea of how you can use those cover plate dies to do something that maybe you hadn't thought of, or maybe they weren't intended to create, but really stretch your use of those. And let's go ahead and take a look at the first card we made so we can see these side by side. You can see both of these cards are really fun and vibrant. I love that paper pad from Scrapbook.com. And even though we used pretty much the exact same supplies for both of these cards, we get 2 very different designs and outcomes. Let me know which one is your favorite. Would you be more likely to make the card on the left, or kind of patchwork? I almost like to think of this as like a quilted looking card. It's probably not right. Or our more simple but whimsical scene over here on the right. Let me know. I'm curious. All right, and that is a wrap on my session here at SBC Fest today. I hope that you enjoyed yourself and had a good time. I know I did. And most importantly, I hope that you continue to enjoy this weekend. There are so many talented and amazing designers who are taking time to teach very wonderful classes, and I hope that you just have some time to yourself to soak it all in and maybe even get your fingers a little inky. If you enjoyed my class, I would love for you to follow along on my journey with me. You can find me here on YouTube at Ralph Tyndall Designs. I'm also on Instagram, TikTok. You can find me. Just search my name. I would love to have you. And if you would like to check out my new product line and collab with Hero Arts, you can check that out on heroarts.com as well. And last but not least, thank you to Scrapbook.com for putting on this amazing free event. It's such a wonderful resource and service that you provide to our crafty little corner of the internet here. And I know that I'm not just speaking for myself when I say that it is much appreciated. Everyone show some love for Scrapbook.com down in that chat. All right, that's enough of my face for now. I will let you continue on with your weekend and get crafty. Bye, y'all.
Hi, crafty friends, and thank you for joining me for today's class. I'm super excited to be a part of SBC Fest this year. If you have any questions during the session, be sure to ask them in the chat because I'm there. You can chat with me during my class. I have been card making for about 5 years now. I have a background in engineering, and with the job that I had and after having my daughter, I needed an outlet. So card making became that outlet for me, and I have been sticking with it since. I occasionally veer into other crafts, but card making is home for me. So here we are. All right, guys, so enough about me. Let's get into this card making.
All right, so if you did not do the homework, you will need to cut out 2 arches using the Hero Arts Infinity dies that are arches. I used the 3rd and 4th largest arches. They are about 3 1/4 wide, the smallest one, and then about 3 3/4 wide for the largest one at the bottom. So I went ahead and did that, and that is a part of the homework if you have not done that already.
Let me get myself together.
So grabbing my white gel pen, I am going to go ahead and get started. We are going to find the butterfly page in this book, and we are going to be using that as our background. Where are the butterflies? Here we are. So just to add a little bit more character to this page, I am going to add some white lines and dots. That's just to bring the butterflies to life. In a sense, I usually do this to my pattern cardstock just to make it a little different. But yeah, so we are doing this first so that it dries. And I just pretty much go all over trying to highlight the body and different parts of the wings. Be sure that you watch where you're placing your hand because you do not want any smearing. But this just adds a little bit more character to your pattern paper. I will say you do not have to be too particular with this because this is actually going to be covered up for the most part. This is what our arches will be sitting on. So you don't have to be perfect with your highlighting and adding dots. I'm just going all around the page. And of course, I am slightly obsessed with butterflies. So that is why I chose this pattern paper. But you can choose a different print from the A2 paper pad if you would like. I do have a slight obsession with butterflies because when I see them, I want them. No matter if I already have something similar, I always say, ooh, I want that. Butterflies just draw my attention. I can't be the only person like that. Do you guys have any obsessions or types of crafting things that you're like, ooh, I need that, but you probably already have something very similar to it? Like, I know for a fact I have at least 4 to 5 different butterfly stamps, whether it be a single butterfly stamp or a stamp set that has like you build your own butterflies. But nonetheless, I know I have a bunch that are similar just because I love them so much. Anyone else like that?
Or is it just me? I mean, I collect more than just butterfly stamps. I feel like as crafters, we all do. I don't know. I feel like I'm busting at the seams in my craft room some days, but I still buy what I like.
All right, so we are pretty much done with this. You can add more or less, but like I said, my arch is going to sit around the center of this page, so in the middle. So I don't have to go above and beyond on these center ones, but anything that peeks out, I kind of want to make sure that you see the white lines. Because we're doing this first, so my ink will be dry and I can add things on top without worrying about all the smearing. Also, since this is an A2 size paper pad, I am able to just use this as my card front and not have to cut anything down. If you do have to cut something down, just keep that in mind when you are working on this card. So that is it for that page. Next, I am just going to grab my ergonomic scissors. I'm using the Scrapbook.com ones and my rub-ons. So we are just going to cut up one of the pages of this rub-on set. And I'm making it so you still have stuff left over. You don't need all of it. But we are first going to cut a sub-sentiment off from the second page. So I'm going to be using the You're Amazing. And when you're cutting these off, just be aware of the backing. I like to cut mine because it helps me when it's time to put these onto the page that I don't rub on something I don't want to be there. So I'm just placing them in my little tray, and we are just going to cut out the larger florals, some of the stems. I leave the butterflies and the hearts and like these little abstract strokes. I leave those for later, but I'm just going to go ahead and cut the florals and then place them here in the tray. And it really doesn't take much time. I absolutely love working with rub-ons. They are more versatile than you think. You can do more than just rub them onto paper. I rub them onto vellum or acetate when I would like to use them as die cuts. So if I have rub-ons that kind of go with whatever I'm doing and I don't necessarily have die cuts to match, I just put them onto vellum or acetate and I cut around them. I do like using acetate more than vellum just because you get the clear outer ring when you cut, but the drawback to that is that acetate has a much worse glare, especially when you're taking photos. So just be aware. Also, acetate can make it a bit harder to hide your adhesive when you are using these. Usually if I use them with acetate, I pop them up or, you know, like layer them onto one another, and you have to be very strategic with where you are placing things. All right, so I'm like all over this paper when I cut. There's no rhyme or reason. I do just want to make sure I have a bunch of the florals, especially the ones with stems like this, because they are easier to layer. I will show you my process, but generally I put the pieces with stems down first, and then I'm going to layer these little flowers that don't have any leaves or stems attached to them next. All right, and we are going to need this big flower as well. I'm trying to keep my, I guess you can say, my scraps large and as intact as possible so I don't lose them. But if you are worried about misplacing them, when you take these out of the packaging, try not to rip the bag. Or I like to just put mine in little like poly folders, or even the storage folders you keep your dies in. I just like to put them in something flat that keeps them all together so the backing doesn't come off, and then I store them like that. All right, so I think we have a good amount of what we need. I am going to grab this flower. And then I'm also going to cut into this sentiment, and I am going to use the hello as our main sentiment for the card. Even without the hello, you still can use the you're so wonderful separately, and without the pieces that are here around it, around this little floral wreath. But I don't think I asked, have you ever used rub-ons? And if you have, what's your favorite way to use them? Also, if you haven't used rub-ons, is this class your first time? Or are you just watching and not playing along? All right, so again, I have these larger pieces. I'm just going to set these to the side so I don't get myself confused. I'll cut that down too. Okay, so grabbing the white arch, we are going to start using our rub-ons. Don't forget to get the popsicle stick out of the packaging. We are going to just take the backing off. I just lifted that out the tray and the backing came off, and we are just going to start placement. be gentle. Don't be too rough with how you rub these on, because you don't want them to break or the top layer to move and then your rub on is not all there. But there is a fix for that, and I'll show you that later, because crafting isn't always perfect. But just be gentle with how you pick them up. I am using my fingernail. That is just my process, but you can use tweezers if that helps you grab these. And I'm just going to put that in a separate bin because they can stick together. Taking another flower that is kind of tall, I like to add these first. Another thing I like about these rub-ons is that the color is so vibrant and saturated. So when I overlay one rub-on over the other, I don't see the rub-on that I've rubbed on the bottom. I don't see that. This just covers it right up. And I'm trying to spread out the color, but I also want there to be some height. So just press and place wherever you deem fit. If you don't like most of the flowers on that first page of this rub-on set, take some and cut them from the second piece. You'll just have more scrap pieces that you will need to keep up with. Also, don't be afraid to do overhang here. I'm just making sure I rub them using the flat side, and then I'm placing them on the page. And whatever I've rubbed on that is overhanging, I'm just going to fold it towards the back. No big deal. And I like to make sure my corners are covered in some way. So we have that. And now I'm going to go in and add more blue. And maybe a stem here. And if you do, like I'm doing right now, and you add more than one piece at one time, please make sure that these two are not overlapping and that you're not adding one rub-on onto the top of this carrier sheet, because yeah, it's going to ruin whatever you thought you were doing. So that's why I just put them with some distance between the two. And that is something to keep in mind. Now I'm just going to go in more and add these flowers. You can cut these beforehand before you add them on, so that way it's a little easier to use them again. And see, that one didn't do the best transfer, but that is okay, because we can fix it. All right, do I want this here? No. So again, it can be tedious just trying to figure out where you want everything to go, but it's also a little therapeutic because this is pretty much the card. Once I get this all together, I will be done. All right. I have this piece. Let's put that up here. And this is too big. So if you wanted to pull this back out, I could use the little flowers from the wreath, and I think I am. Just because it's in a wreath doesn't mean you can't reposition it on here. because again, I just want to fill up this space. And I'm not going to do all the greenery. So I'm just going to use my finger here so that I can lift up and not use the part that I don't want. But what I could do is place this here where it looks like it's coming off this blue flower. Well, all right. So we have this. I'm just gonna see how it looks folded over in the back. Just do that all around. And now I'm going to go back in with pieces from this. So I want these pieces, the abstract, almost like brush strokes. I'm going to add those to add in more color. As well as some of these little diamond, little sparkles. Just be careful picking it up. Okay, I think I want some of these yellow ones, which I accidentally cut already or ripped when I was cutting earlier. Let's see. All right, so this is how we are looking. We can go back and add more, but let's get the top done. And I'm going to use this because it covers more surface area. See, this is what I'm talking about, where they can stick to the carrier sheet. So, but yeah, so I'm going to use this because I want to cover as much surface area as possible. And I am going to go ahead and cut this a bit. I think I want it like this. So I'm going to cut a little higher on the flower than I actually need. And since this is a large piece, just be careful to keep it in place when you are pressing this down onto your page. Because you don't want any wrinkling and you want to make sure it all transfers. I never asked, but where is everyone from? And is this your first SBC Fest? Or how many have you attended? I have attended at least 2, if I'm not mistaken. I always go back afterwards and find the videos and rewatch them because there are so many techniques that you learn, or just like, oh, I would have never thought to do that. So I like just, even if I'm not going to make the exact card, I love watching people's techniques and how they create things. So even if you don't make this card, maybe you'll have some takeaway from my class that helps you with some future crafting. So I just lift that up and I'm going to make sure that folds over. And see, we have a lot of space taken up with this, so we don't have to do too much because we want to leave room for our hello and you're amazing. But I think I want to add some greenery there. So I'm just press that down for now. And I want a little blue here. So if not that one with the greenery, and maybe I have one without. So I'll go back to this and cut that. Place it right. Let me just rub these down. All right. Uh-oh. So yeah, you can accidentally scratch them, so just be careful. But again, I have a small fix for that, so no worries. You can always cover it up with something else. All right, so now I'm going to go back to all of my leftovers. So I have these, and I'm just going to grab a butterfly. I think I'll just cut from this. I'm going to grab one butterfly. I'm also going to use these little abstract dot thingies. And you can put those on top. So see, if I wanted to cover this up, I'm just going to do that. I'm going to press this on top, over. And then I'm going to add my butterfly here. And I also want this little heart here. Actually, we're going to save the heart, but let's burnish these. So there you have one technique for covering up mistakes. Just layer something over it. And all of my antenna did not transfer. Just be careful with this when you have to place it back down. And my wing is a little broken, but hey, it's made with love. All right, so now I'm just going to grab my hello here. And I accidentally cut into that flower, so let me make sure I don't have that piece on here. So we add hello. Add it into the empty space. I should have moved that to the left a little, but it is what it is. Hello. Again, this is one of, see, you don't want to do that. So it's okay. Maybe I can figure out how to cover that up. It's hit or miss sometimes with these transfers. They can be a little finicky. So I'm going to do hello. Try to lay down whatever I can here. And I have the You're Amazing, but I also have extra flowers. So I could just cover it up. That one's kind of big. Let's see. What can I do? So you're seeing me troubleshoot. I think these are all too big and they're the wrong color. Okay, maybe I can take some greenery. Maybe this little flower that I didn't want to use earlier. Yep, place that down. So learn from me, be a little more careful. And I'm going to grab the You're Amazing. And I'm going to offset that from here and put it under or over the flower, but under the hello. And you would never know I had a big oopsie. So there we have that. I'm going to clean up a bit. Just going to place these inside my little tray over here. I love these trays, guys. If you don't have these or you're waiting for them to come back in stock, get the notification because these help me so much. I'm not a clean space crafter. I am a messy crafter. So they help me a lot to keep things in order. I don't want to waste these, so I'm just going to add them here. Okay, before I put that over there. And I did have this heart still, so I'm just going to add this down here. Do I want it? I don't know. I'm going to add it here. All right, so that is pretty much it. Now we are going to grab our arch and our foam, craft foam, or pop dots, whatever these are called. I'm using the Scrapbook.com ones, and I'm just going to carefully turn this over and pop it up. And I thought I had enough already, but I do not. So let me grab a few more. And but yeah, just pop those up. Remove the backing. Try to center this. I think that's good. All right, now I'm just going to take this panel and my artiste glue and glue this down. And this is the Scrapbook.com exclusive glue. You can add glue to your foam too if you choose, but I just chose not to. Try to center it here on this mat and see if that helps me. And there we have that. It is down and in place. All right, guys. So my final tip is that if you'd like to, you can go over places that may have scratches and just go back in with your white gel pen and add a little highlight here and there and just make it look purposeful. I do this after I've already added my pop dots to this because I don't want to smear anything. So once I complete the card, I'm just gonna let it sit. All right, I think I'm all done. What do you guys think?
All right, guys, so that is the card. I hope this class has inspired you to grab those rub-on transfers that you have been putting to the side because you don't know how to use them and create a card. Or if you don't have any rub-on transfers in your stash, I hope I have inspired you to head to Scrapbook.com and grab a few. Happy crafting!
Hi SBC Fest! I'm so excited to be here. I am Nicki Baxley. You can find me at Nicki Hearts Cards on all social media, and I am here today to share a masculine card with you. So I love creating masculine cards. I get inspiration from my teenage boys and my husband, and I just really love the theory and just that they've helped me so much coming up with ways to create masculine cards that are acceptable to teenagers. So we are going to create our own sentiment. We're going to heat emboss. We're going to use some die cutting and some pretty simple color schemes to help you feel proficient at making a masculine card. I hope that you enjoy these ideas. I will be live chatting with you, so make sure you ask me questions. feel free to put ideas. Just let's chat while we do this. It's going to be amazing, and I hope that you enjoy it. So let's get right into it. Okay, let's get started with what we're going to use. I'm using a navy cardstock from Gina K called In the Navy. You could use any type of navy or color that you want. I'm also going to be using this brushed silver from Altenew. So this is a silver paper that's more matte than shiny, which I find is very good for masculine cards. The first die set that we're going to use is from Scrapbook.com. It's an A2 size die, and it's called Thick and Thin Stripes, and it cuts out these perfect stripes. You can do this without a die with your paper cutter if you want. We're also going to use a stencil, and if you don't have this specific line chevron, just grab something that looks somewhat masculine. You will need some type of alphabet dies if you're going to create your own sentiments. So we're going to use these basic bold alphabet from Scrapbook.com. I'm going to use this stamp set to create the small part of our sentiment. It says, "It's your birthday," and the name of this stamp set is Happy Birthday from Scrapbook.com. Now, if you've already done my homework video, you have your card bases ready, but let me tell you what to cut if you don't. So we need 2 navy panels. The first one is an A2 size card, which is 4.25 by 5.5. The smaller one is 4 by 5.25, and then I've already pre-cut the stripes from the die that I just showed you. So we've got these 2 panels. We're going to put everything aside except the smaller panel, which is 4 by 5.25. Next, we're going to need to grab our chevron stencil, and I'm going to get this out of the package and just get it ready, because the first thing we're going to do is create our background, and this is going to be stenciling and heat embossing. So whenever you're going to heat emboss, especially a dark piece of paper, you've got to add powder. So we're going to use this powder tool, and we're going to completely cover the whole front, and it's going to look crazy, but I promise this will come off. We can easily wipe this powder off once we have finished the heat embossing. The reason that you put this powder on is because it decreases static. So those little pieces of embossing powder don't stick to places that they're not supposed to. So you want to be generous with this. And like I said, I will show you how to get it off so that your paper looks navy again. Okay, when I'm using a stencil, I like to use a sticky mat. So you will see me grab a mat that is nice and powdered, and I'm going to grab the Altenew stamp wheel. This has a sticky mat on the interior part, and I start to use it as a complete set, and then I realize I'm just going to take the sticky mat out because the stencil for this project is a 6x8, which is a little bit big for the stamp wheel. So what's nice about this mat is I can see through it, and I can put it on top of my Scrapbook.com mat and still see the grid lines so that I can line everything up a little bit easier. Okay, so we will get this stuck down. Now you do want, when you put it down, you don't want to leave a lot of fingerprints. So I start to touch it with my hands, and then I realize that's leaving fingerprints in that powder, and you don't want your oils causing it to stick, causing all the stuff to stick. So I actually use the bottom of the powder thing to just kind of make sure it's stuck to that. The other thing you could do is go ahead and put your stencil over top and then press down on both. What I like about this grid mat is that I can see how to line these chevrons up. I'm a little bit type A, and I want my chevrons to be exact because we're going to put this card together. So I don't want them to be kind of wonky and off to the side. I want them to be lined up directly the way they should be. So you can kind of see the navy through this paper. I hope you can tell, but I am lining everything up so that it is even. Next, we're going to need to press down all the edges of the stencil. You see how those are sticking to that grid mat? If you don't have a sticky mat, you could use tape to tape down your stencil and your paper. That is perfectly fine. I just happen to have a sticky mat and really love using them. I'm going to use this large sponge dauber, and I'm going to use Versamark ink, but instead of going directly to the ink pad to start off, since I'm covering a large area, I'm going to use my re-inker to get this nice and covered. And this was just, to me, a little bit easier than constantly re-dipping, is to add a decent layer before I start the stenciling.
So in case you don't know what a re-inker is, this is what refills your ink pad, and it's the Versamark ink that I have here at the top of the screen. I'm just using little drops of it to get on this spongy applicator that we're going to use on our stencil. Now, I've put a lot on, so I'm actually going to dab it off onto the stamp pad just to make sure that I'm not overdoing it. And then I'm going to just go along the stencil and kind of turn and dab and make sure that we get everything covered. You can kind of tell that you've got everything covered because the color of each one changes a little bit. Since you're rubbing it over that powder, where you've put your ink is a little bit darker than the other lines, but that's a little hard to see on camera. And you can always just start to remove your stencil and make sure all of your lines are there. But I'm just using the re-inker over and over again on this stencil. Now let's talk masculine card theories here. So I love using some type of geometric pattern that is versatile. These lines and this chevron are very, I don't know if I'd say abstract, but they're geometric and they're just kind of could work on so many different cards. So I like to use some type of pattern like that. You could use circles, you could use triangles, squares, something like that is a great way to just create a cool background. And what I love is that I can just take colored cardstock and make whatever background I want with a stencil. So this is gonna look like it is some type of professional paper, but really it's just me and some ink and some heat embossing powder. So I think you're gonna really love how sophisticated this turns out. Let's keep inking and continue talking. So tell me in the chat, have you made a masculine card before? If you have, or if you haven't, why? I would love to know why. And also, are there certain colors that you tend to lean towards for masculine cards? For today's card, we are going to stick with what I would call a monochromatic scheme, which basically means one color. We're going to do different shades of navy, and we're going to add silver, which is to me, I'm not going to count that as a color, but silver accents to it. And you'll see in this video that I'm doing some twisting type motions. I'm trying to be careful not to shake the camera. So if I was doing this off camera, I would just rub this sponge all over it. But if I do that, it's going to shake the camera. So here's what our reveal is like. You see our pattern starting to show up. And as you peel slowly, if there's a spot you missed, you can always take that stencil and put it back down. But we did a pretty good job. We're going to put our stencil off to the side. If you're using a stencil, you probably would like to put it in some type of water or something to clean it off. And so sometimes I keep a little bowl that I keep everything on. Now, we've got a pattern here that we don't want to mess up. Be gentle getting it off the paper. I'm putting it over just a regular piece of copy paper, and then I'm going to add the clear embossing powder on top. This comes in multiple sizes, but this is a great clear embossing. And we're just going to sprinkle it over the top and tap all of the excess off. So I'm holding in between the lines with my tweezers here and just being careful that I'm not messing these up. I start to heat and then I realize there's a couple little specks of embossing in the wrong place. So I'm going to use a little paintbrush, knock those off, and then get back to heating this up. Now I do front and back slowly. You don't want to warp your paper too much. If you do, it's okay. We'll figure it out. But I'm going to slowly heat this up, and then look how this clear embossing powder just turns to a beautiful shiny navy. So it's just darker than the cardstock, but it makes such a beautiful pattern. So we'll heat emboss the whole thing. Make sure that we've got everything nice and shiny. When you're heat embossing, when it turns shiny, it's about ready, but you want to make sure the lines are somewhat solid. That's okay. It happens when we drop things. Now I can hold it on the part that's already heat embossed, so no big deal. But we're going to heat the rest of this up, and then I just kind of look at the paper, make sure I've gotten all of my lines and that there's not any dull spaces, and go back and hit those with the heat again. So especially along your edges, did you see how that just got a little bit brighter? Just make sure you've got it, but don't overheat. If it's good, leave it alone so that you don't scorch your paper, okay? Once it's done, of course, it's still got that powder on it. So I'm going to use a microfiber towel. You can use, some people use like the Swiffer dusters, anything that just removes extra powder. And so I just go over the whole thing. You're not hurting the paper at all, and just wipe off the powder. And it really leaves it looking just like it was, and so nice. You don't have any heat embossing that wasn't where it was supposed to be, and you can get all of that powder off. And look how good it looks. It looks perfect, so don't worry about that powder. Now we're going to get out our alphabet dies, and I'm going to reveal what our sentiment is going to be. So it starts with a B, R, and the next one is an O. It's bro. So I counted in the car with my teenagers the other day. They had some friends in there, and I thought, I'm going to try to count this whole car ride how many times they say bro. And I got 5 minutes in and already had 30 bros. So this is something that apparently they say all the time. If you have a teenager, you know they do. And so using a sentiment that is relevant to them is a very good way to make a masculine card. So we are going to use the sentiment, bro, it's your birthday. So tell me in the chat some sentiments that you think would be appropriate for what your boys say or men in your life say. Other ones that I've really liked are, hey dude, or dude, it's your birthday, or dude, what's up, things like that. But bro is the most commonly, I think, the most common word in my household lately. So I wanted to make sure that I made a card with this. And I don't know if I said it before, but this is mint tape, which is from Scrapbook.com, and it is good to help hold dies on when they're going through a die cutting. You can also just throw the dies on the piece of paper. I'm just trying to conserve that paper so we've got it for the rest of this card. Now I'm using a little tool with kind of a pokey end that fits through the holes in the dies. So if you haven't used dies before, they usually have holes that can help you to remove the paper from the die, because this die cutting machine puts a lot of pressure on it to cut. And so sometimes it's hard to get your letters out. So I cut out bro out of navy paper one time, and I'm doing it out of silver. So we'll have 2 layers of letters. Next, remember I said I was saving that extra piece of paper so that we could use it? We're going to use this Wow Polished Silver embossing powder, which really matches our silver paper, and we're going to use this stamp set, the part that says it's your birthday. This is part of that happy birthday set. So we're going to use those words, and then we're going to grab a few little embellishments that we're going to stamp from another layer. So before we get this ready, we got to powder it again because we're heat embossing. So we're going to powder this piece of paper. I'm only going to be putting a few words and 2 or 3 little stars on here. So I don't have to powder the entire thing, but I do need to get myself a good area there. And you see I held it off so that it wasn't getting on the sticky mat. Okay, so now I've got this on my sticky mat, nice and powdered, and I'm going to grab the sentiment, it's your birthday, and put it where I want it to be. I like to try to line this up so it's even and level, so it's easier to cut out later. And then we're going to grab another stamp set. This one's called Party Invitation, and I'm just going to use a couple of little stars, almost like little asterisks, that are in this set to be my embellishments, and then we'll fussy cut them out. So once I have these where I want them, then I'm going to show you how this stamp wheel works. It has this top plate that's here in my left hand that's clear that you can see through. And once you have everything lined up how you want it stamped, I'm going to place this with the notch directly at the top and just press down a little bit to pick up those stamps. You see how they come off? Now I can flip this over and add ink, and then when I flip it back, it's perfect placement. This is a great way to layer stamp things and make sure that your placement is correct. There are several different types of stamping platforms, which are what these things are called. This one is just a really nice, easy one to use, and it gives you a lot of easy flat area to stamp. So I'm going to put the notch at the top, put it back in its little holder, and then press down, and it will stamp exactly where I had everything placed. So if you want to double stamp, you can do that. I tend to add 2 layers of Versamark ink when I'm going to heat emboss. So I'm going to do this twice, and then we're going to add that polished silver Wow embossing powder. So the Wow Polished Silver is very similar in color to the Altenew metallic paper that I'm going to use, which is why I picked it. It's a great silver color. I'm going to use a coffee filter to catch the extra since I'm just using a small amount. Earlier we used a piece of paper, but you can use whatever is convenient to you. The coffee filter when I'm using a smaller amount of embossing powder seems to work better for me. I still end up spilling it. As you can see, I just spilled a little bit on the mat. But once I get that covered, let's heat it up and look at how beautiful this silver is. Now, if you did the homework video, you've already stamped these and cut them out. I just wanted to show everyone what was going on. So I've got them all heated up. I've cleaned them off. We're going to trim the It's Your Birthday into, we're just going to trim around it and make it kind of like a square. Not a perfect one, just however you want to do it. And then we went and we fussy cut, which if you are new to card making, fussy cut means to take your scissors and to cut around an object. So I'm going to use these Scrapbook.com small scissors, and I'm going to kind of move the paper and cut these out. And then we're going to end up with these little small pieces that we're going to use as embellishments. So you could use something like some jewels, whatever. This is just a way to create your own. And I'm going to set those aside, and we're going to start putting this card together. Now you'll see I put It's Your Birthday in that bottom corner. I'm using that as a placeholder to decide where my stripes are going to go. I am going to put a silver piece underneath that because I don't think that it shows up quite well enough just with its stamped info. So I'm just using it as a placeholder and lining up about where I want my stripes to go, and then we'll adhere those down to the paper. Now these stripes are made from the die cut that I showed you at the beginning. If you did the homework, you already have these stripes cut. And it gives you a variety of options. So what we're going to do is use one thick stripe and then 4 of the skinny ones. And I'm just lining them up. And you see that I put my cardstock in the corner of this stamp wheel. Remember, that's a sticky mat. So I'm just holding it square so that it's easier to see how I want to set up this card. Remember, I have 2 sets of letters. So I've got silver letters and I've got navy letters. And you probably could just do silver, but I like having a little bit of shadow showing. So I'm going to put my silver letters on the blue where you can see just a little bit of blue left over. Now this is when it comes in handy to have some type of ruler or something to help you keep your stripes straight. So I'm going to be using this T ruler on here to create perfectly level stripes. Now I end up scooting my ruler back a little bit just so it fits inside the little edges of this stamp wheel, but I am able to keep it perfectly level by having it all lined up. Now I'm using some Artiste glue, and this is a glue that you have a little bit of freedom to kind of move the stripe if you need to. So it's nice to kind of push it down and make sure it's level with this ruler. So while I continue to add stripes, I just want to check in with you, see if you're having any questions. Make sure you pop those up in the chat or in the comments for me so that I can answer. I am attaching these stripes with glue because it does give me a little bit of movement. So if I mess something up, I can kind of slide the stripe somewhere else. The reason that I picked the number of stripes that I did, which is 5 in this case, is because that's what these letters fit on. So if you have a different alphabet die, just look at how wide you need it to be based on those letters. You may need more stripes or less stripes. I do recommend keeping them odd numbers because I think that just visually looks better if you keep it to odd numbers of stripes. And you'll see that my stripes are just a little bit wider than this piece of cardstock. That's okay. I'm just going to trim those off. Remember, I cut this piece of cardstock down to 4 and 5.25, and this die cuts a regular A2 size. So it's going to be a little bit longer, but I actually like it that way. That way I can get everything lined up on one edge, and I can just trim the edge that hangs over when I'm done. So tell me in the chat other little phrases that you would think might work well on a masculine card. Today we're using bro, it's your birthday. So tell me what other ones that your kids say, your husband say, anybody that you know. I would just love to know more relatable, up-to-date sayings that are out there. I just think it's so fun to make your own sentiment. So I want to hear about that in the chat. So I'm just taking a pair of scissors and trimming off this little overhang right here. Super easy. All right, and once that little part's gone, it's time to start working on our letters. Remember, we have the navy letters and we have the silver letters. So I'm going to glue the navy letters to the back of the silver and make it like it's a little extra shadow. You don't have to do this. I just like how it looks. So you can do this with glue. You could do it with double-sided adhesive, either way. With a metallic paper, you do need to be careful with your glue. Make sure that you're not getting it on the front of the piece, or it will make that metallic shine a little bit more dull. You can wipe it off with some water, and that works fine, but it's just one of those things that can cause problems. So I realized while I'm putting the glue on the letters that I needed to outline this sentiment down here in silver to make it show up better. And so I'm going to cut this little piece of paper and get that done, and then we'll continue on the letters. So I'm just going to make like a little, I guess you'd call it a frame, and I'm just kind of doing this. You could even do it by fussy cutting, but I'm just using a trimmer because I feel like I get a little straighter edges when I'm using the trimmer. And when I'm doing something tiny like this, or that I'm making it square, I go ahead and get most of it cut, and then I'm going to go ahead and glue my sentiment to it so I can kind of see about how much edge I have, and then I'll trim the last little bit. All right, now we can put this on the card, and I can continue with my letters. Now with this little piece, this just kind of shows you that you can always cover up something on a card if you're not liking how it's going. So I didn't like how that other sentiment was showing up, so I just grabbed another one and created a little outline for it, and it solved the problem. Okay, let's get back to our letters. I'm going to zoom in really close on this R so that you can see how I'm making the shadow of the letters. And you'll see that I'm just slightly offsetting this R so that it's got a nice shadow. Now, if you want that shadow to show up more, there's a couple things you could do. You could use the navy blue and you could heat emboss the letter to create an exact match of the chevron stripes so that it's a little bit darker. I think that would look really good, and after putting this card together, I thought, ooh, I should have tried that. I just didn't want to make this video too long for you. Okay, so while we get this set up, I wanted to kind of line everything up, and then I'm going to grab my tweezers, hold on to this, and glue it in place. So just to let you know more about me, my original career was as a nurse practitioner, specifically a women's health nurse practitioner. I always think that that's kind of funny because I am used to dealing with women and their issues, but I love masculine cards. I think it's just that I learned from my kids what they wanted, and you always want to impress your children and you want them to like what you make. So I just really worked hard at coming up with masculine designs that were teenager appropriate. So let's talk a little bit about masculine design. So we've already said that I like to keep the color scheme pretty simple. I love using navy. I love using greens. I'm going to show you at the end a card that I used red and navy. I just keep it to those main colors most of the time because that's what my kids like. And I also feel like it just helps it stand out as a masculine card. So we'll go over that red card at the end, but if you have trouble with colors, masculine cards are kind of a good place to start because you can keep it very simple. You can practice a lot of your techniques. We can practice stenciling. We can practice heat embossing with this. I do also think that you can add some metallic elements, but it is nice to keep those metallic elements more matte than shiny. So here are these little star things that I cut out, and I'm going to add, I did 3, but I really liked the way that just 2 looked. And so the first one's kind of a star, and the next one looks like almost like an asterisk. So generally when I'm embellishing something, I am going to use multiples of 3. But the way that I did this one, I'm kind of using that little small sentiment as the third embellishment. See how it kind of makes a triangle between my embellishments? I love the look of kind of creating a triangle around your sentiment, and that worked well. So I just removed this other one, and I'm going to add these 2. Okay, now here is where that second piece of paper that we cut comes in. This is the A2 size, so 4.25 by 5.5 inches. And remember, I've cut the other one slightly smaller, so this is going to give us a mat for our card. I love to set up a T-ruler just to hold it even. It helps me get this even. I may have to show my head a little bit here just to get really over this to be able to put it lined up. But I usually use glue. once again, because glue can be moved around. So I'm going to glue the back of this, and then I'm going to put it down and adjust it as needed. So if you use adhesive strips, that's fine. You just need to be more careful in your placement, and glue gives me the freedom to do that. So I'm just going to line it up. I'm using my grid mat. I'm using that T-ruler and just doing the best I can. It's not ever perfect, but I can get it as close as possible by using all these lines. Okay, so I've got it all here. You can still move it a little bit with that glue if you need to. I'm just checking all my lines, make sure everything looks even. And I always do a card front, not directly on the card base, because to me, storing my cards is easier without the card base. So if you want to put a card base on this, grab your card base and stick this on. I'm still adjusting. You see, I am a little bit of a type A and want to make sure that that looks right. So I always use my ruler multiple times, and I just kind of go through and make sure that it's right. Now, like I said, if you want to put a card base on the back, do it. I like to store mine like this, and then when it's time for me to send them, I grab a card base and throw it on there. It also gives you the freedom to decide what you want on the inside of the card. You know, some of them I leave blank, some of them I come up with another sentiment that matches this, like, bro, it's your birthday. Have a great day. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to say happy birthday on the inside. It's already said that on the outside. So it gives you a little bit of freedom with that. And I always pre-cut my card bases, so it's just really easy to put them right behind an A2 card. Let's look at this up close. Look at that heat embossing and what effect it gives. I just love this card. I think it's a perfect masculine card, but I did make a red one that I want to show you. So this one I did dad as the word, and I put you rock. Okay, I used red for this card with clear heat embossing, so that's how you get the darker red chevron pattern. And then I used some navy, so I kept it to 2 colors, no metallic elements. It kind of reminds me of Superman for some reason, so I thought it would be a perfect dad you rock card. And I'm always trying to come up with cards that my kids can give to their dad that they think are cool. So there's our 2 cards. Let me pop back on screen and tell you a few last things.
Okay, so that's it for masculine cards today. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you follow me on social media. I'm Nicki Hearts Cards, Nicki. So make sure you follow me out there. I would love to see you, and I'd love to see what you create. So tag me when you create something that used one of my ideas. I would love to see that. I've enjoyed chatting with you, and I cannot wait to see all of the great projects, and hope that you're inspired today by these masculine cards. Have a great day.
All right, we are back popping in for a quick giveaway.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
We have all of these products from Sizzix. This is the Cherry Blossom Stencil and Stamp Tool that you can only get at Scrapbook.com, plus the entire collection from Stacy Park. Ooh. So Stacy Park just became a licensed designer with Sizzix, and there are 4 stencils, 4 dies, and 4 stamps. Plus, Laura is holding the Gotcha tool.
The Gotcha tool. It's Gotcha.
It's a super heavy.
Is it gonna stick
It's a magnet. Yeah, it'll
Gotcha.
stick.
Oh, look at that!
Even through the box. That's how you know it's strong.
I threw it. Let's have some fun here.
Oh, that was cool.
It's Gotcha! This is fun. This is a fun game. You can play a game with this.
You really could. It's like the game you play at the beach that like sticks to the Velcro.
Oh, yeah. What is that called?
I don't know.
Anyways, if you know, put it in the comments. This is the Gotcha tool, and it's, well, that was probably not good, but watch. That's pretty exciting. Okay, all of this for one lucky winner. So what's the question?
Let us know.
Tell us one technique that you have learned so far watching SBC Fest. I know that's gonna be hard because there is a lot of techniques that we're all learning, but what's something new that you learned from SBC Fest this year so far? We have more classes to go, but so far, what is something new that you have learned? Okay?
We'll be back in just a second to talk about Ralph, Natasha, and Nikki's class.
And you're gonna get the Gotcha. Nope, wrong way. I had the box backwards. Let's try again. Ta-da! Okay, we'll be back. Okay, another great lineup of classes. We had Ralph. What did you think?
I thought it was hilarious when he said, fussy cutting builds character.
Very true.
Because, let me tell you, when I was crafting, character was built.
Yes, same here. I had a little trouble with my whale tail, and I think I may have poked myself accidentally, and yes.
Yeah, same.
Some character was built.
That's exactly where my character was built too, was fussy cutting the tail.
Well, on that note, can I just say, on that note, can I just say that we do have a die coming out for this stamp set, for the whale stamp set. You're welcome. I have a die set coming out. It's coming out and it'll be here soon. But in the meantime, we did have to fussy cut.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
So yeah, and I really love that, in just a short amount of time, really, like Ralph has really grown.
He has blown up.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
And I love that he does that ASMR stuff, and I love his techniques and style. And so the cards that he made were so pretty, and I love the stenciling that he did with that whale stencil, and then adding some glitter on top. You can always use a little glitter.
Always.
Always.
Chris Wiley, it's just sprinkled with glitter.
Just sprinkled with glitter. We always need some shine and some glitter. Yeah. I agree.
And I really like that he, didn't use the full wave dye. He did some of the patchwork.
I know. I loved that, and I loved the white on white, which looked really cool because you could really see the detail from the die where it had the stitching dots. So cool. Well, speaking of which, let's show what we made using his techniques. What did you make, Cody?
So I made a tag, and instead of fussy cutting, I then ended up just stamping the whale on the tag, but really just, used the same stuff he did.
Cute. I love that. And it's just cut down smaller for a tag.
Yeah, and then I did
such a great idea.
Watercolor pencils to color it in.
Very, very nice.
I'm not a colorer.
Very nice, very nice. I did a similar thing. I took the white on white, and you can see that detail there. I just love how it looks with the texture with the white. And then I used some of our birthday paper, which is gorgeous here with the dots. It looks kind of like water with confetti floating in it, right? That's what I was going for with my whale, and then the whale congrats like he did. And I did use some markers, and I did some shadowing like he showed us there at the bottom, so you can see your, and then I used some glitter brush on our balloons. They're a little bit shiny. I don't know if you can see there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right there.
So much fun.
Yeah, and this might honestly be one of my favorite pattern papers.
It is. Ever. It is. The confetti from the, yeah. It's a great birthday collection. So if you get a chance, you can check out the scrapbook.com birthday paper.
Yes.
All right.
And then next up we had Natasha.
Natasha
did a great rub-ons class. I mean, she really layered up the rub-ons on top of rub-ons on top of rub-ons.
I love that she came from engineering.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? I love her story. Again, love the stories that you all share of how you got started in card making and crafting. And she came from engineering, and that really sets you up for some very straight lines for card making. So super exciting.
Yes. And I love that she completely customized her rub-ons. She was cutting them apart, because sometimes I see rub-ons and I'm like, okay, that's exactly how I have to use it.
Yeah.
But no, she gives the permission to cut them up, do what you want with them, make them your own.
And she even used the white gel pen after on there to add a little bit more interest in her rub-ons, which was a great idea.
Yeah.
Again, rub-ons. You can never go wrong. It's an oldie but a goodie. Rub-ons are from way back in the day from scrapbooking. I remember making them way back in the day, and they're back, and I love them. They're easy to use. Don't be scared. Try it out. They are so easy, and she did such a great job showing us how to use them.
Yeah, and even when she made an oopsie, she said, like, she covered it up so perfectly under her hello sentiment.
Exactly.
So just have fun with them.
Yes. Well, let's see what we created with her techniques. What did you make, Cody?
I made a birthday card, and see, I layered up the gifts on top of each other.
So cute. Yeah. Yes, you can layer rub-ons on top of each other. I love that you did that. Love that little dog.
Me too. I'm obsessed with
one
balloon
of my
animals.
favorites. Yes. Cody will sometimes make balloon animals for us at work. It's a true story. So
in my
I'm not
drawer,
surprised.
Yes,
I'm not surprised. That is so cute. And again, you use that favorite paper that you love.
Yep, and this will make more appearances.
Yes, it's a good one.
But I thought like that, our yay you sentiment matches perfectly with our other paper pads, so
it really, really does. And then I took these rub-ons from, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of it. is the vintage floral rub-on set. I can't remember the name. However, I did it on vellum. So I did these rub-ons on vellum and then did it on the arches and layered with white behind it. And then we had the butterfly paper from the Market Bloom, which was from my teaching collection.
Yeah.
So I used that in the background because she used a butterfly background, which is great. Such a great idea. Loved her class, loved learning from her. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
And then next up we have Nicki Baxley.
Yes.
I thought it was really cool that she added her re-inker to her dauber instead of like rubbing the dauber in the ink pad.
Oh, yeah.
She just put it right on there and then...
Yep, and then did the stencil with that. And then embossed the stencil. I thought that was really cool that she embossed it. And I love that she showed us masculine cards. It's always fun to see different takes on masculine cards and using a stencil. We have her cards actually here, so we can go to overhead here. And you can see we've got her dad card. Look at how pretty that is. It's just so much prettier in person. I wish you all could feel this and see it.
Yes.
But she did the bro and the dad, and it's just so well done.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
I know, I love that the camera picks up the shine.
Embossing. Yeah. Look at that with the check stencil. Love that.
Yes.
Well, shall we show our takes on it?
Yes.
Okay, so I tried to do a masculine card, but I made it more puppy. So it's black and white puppy paws with our stencil that I embossed. And then I used the Hugs die to create the sentiment here with little puppy paws on the side here. Very simple, but I loved using her technique with the embossing with the stencil. And I even used a dauber to get that embossing inside my stencil.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
I would have never done that before, so I'm so grateful she showed us that.
Yeah, and then I kind of did the same take as her, just a 3-letter word. I did hey.
So cute.
But I left it, you know, kind of plain instead of like, it's your birthday, because I don't know, maybe I'll want to just send a hey, hello, something like that. But, and I also didn't have embossing ink, so I used blue solar paste on the back.
Oh, and it has some texture. I love that. And it still gives that look of embossing because it has some shine to it.
Yeah, and so I figured it's
Clever.
you know, the same like concept.
Yeah, very
So-
clever, Cody. I love it.
So yeah, honestly, if you don't have all the supplies that the instructors are using though, use what you have. Make
Use
it
what
work.
you have. We love that about SBC Fest. We're here to learn together. So use what you have on hand. I know we all have tons of supplies.
Yes.
Yes, if you're
The
addicts
one thing
like
I was
me.
missing was embossing ink.
Ah,
but I
we
had
need to get
solar
you
paste.
some. I think I know where you can get some.
Yeah, I think I know a
Scrapbook.com.
coupon code too.
Oh, I love it. Okay, well, that was fun. Now, what do we have
Yes.
up next?
Next, we are gonna go to Meghann Andrews and Meghann Andrews' house. And then we're going to Tonya Brooks.
All right, let's head on over. I'm so excited for these instructors. Let's go.
Hello friends, I'm Meghann Andrew and I'm so excited to be here with you for SBC Fest. I hope you're ready to get this party started. Today we're going to be talking about titles, how to create them in really fun and visually interesting ways, where to put them on your layout. And I'm also going to give you little tips along the way to help you make them look fantastic on your page. So if you're one of those people who always put the title off till the end, or maybe you don't ever put a title on your layout, this class is for you. We're going to be creating a 12 by 12 inch layout. Then I'm going to talk to you about how you can use the same ideas and principles to create a really fun card sentiment. So let's go to the overhead camera and get started. I'm going to be creating this page here, and let me go in a little bit closer so you can see all of the little details of this page. This is such a fun layout, and you can find all the supplies listed on the event website. And this layout, we're going to talk about how we create this really fun title, right? But we're going to start by the general, design of our layout, but we're going to keep our title in mind as we create. Then we're going to talk about how we use ready-made products that we, already have in our stash, and products that we can create fun and interesting titles with. So like these really cool die cuts from Scrapbook.com. See those there? I really love this page, and it's happy, it's colorful, it's fun, and I hope you guys love creating it today. So let's get started. I am going to pull out a piece of grid paper. Now, One of my first top tips for getting titles in place, because sometimes it's really frustrating when we come up with a really cool title and it's not straight on our page. So when you grab a piece of grid paper, it's gonna help you right away to get your title straight on that page. Now, you could do a grid, you could do a ledger paper, you could do, this is a ledger, and I love this ledger because it's colorful, it has different colors in it. A grid has the squares on it. Any kind of paper with lines is gonna help you to get your title. So that's why I chose this paper as a background. And ledgers and grids are some of my favorite papers to use for my background because they give you some pattern. They help you to, line up things on your layout, but they offer a little bit of texture on the background without overwhelming the design. Okay, the next thing that we're gonna grab is one of my favorite pattern collections from Scrapbook.com here, and it's Sherbet. How pretty is this? I am gonna grab 4 different patterns, and we are going to create a background for our photos. And this is just going to help you draw your eye to those photos. Now, I love this paper because it has all of the colors in this paper collection. So I wanna be sure that I use that. All of these are just happy and sunny and just perfect for spring. Just perfect for spring. And when you combine this paper collection with the Chamel Main Character Energy collection that I'm going to be using today, it is like a perfect match. Okay, so I grabbed the tiny teal, this orange gingham, the colorful stripes, and this yellow and orange dot. So I have my 4 patterns from the Sherbet collection. And I also have the nested A2 arches, and I'm going to be using the largest arch for this one. I love arches. They are such a popular shape right now in die cutting, and we're going to be using them in a fun way on this page. We're going to create kind of a photo mat with those. So I have a nice clean magic mat here, and I'm going to be putting my arch, let me just back out a little bit here. I'm going to be putting my arch right on the edge of the paper so I don't waste any of that paper. And I will run it through my machine. And these patterns are going to look just so great against the backdrop of my photos. And they're really going to help to draw your eye into those photos. Go. I especially love using a pattern paper that has all of the colors in it that I'm using on my layout. I really think it's important to help kind of draw the whole design together with a single pattern that has all of the colors in it. And that striped one is definitely the one that does that. I also love combining patterns, and they're all a little bit different, right? They're, that striped pattern kind of pulls them all together, but we have a gingham, we have like this dotted line, we have a really tiny little dot as well. And all together they coordinate with each other because of that striped pattern that kind of brings them together. And they're all contrasting, different colors, different designs, and yet they all work together really beautifully. That's the beauty of getting one of these pattern paper collections. It just helps you to create easily. Okay, there's all 4 of our arches. And I'm going to put this aside. Actually, what I want to do now is grab 2 other arches. Now, these ones are going to be little accents, and what they do is they create kind of a visual triangle of arches. So we have this large area of arches here, then we have one little arch here, and one arch there. So for this one, I'm going to grab, I think it's the 5th one in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm going to double check that. Yes, it is. So if you go from the center 5 out, that is the size that I'm using here. And I am going to use, again, that colorful stripe, which I love. And we don't need too large of a piece, so I can actually put it right here because it's gonna stick off of the side. I'm just trying to figure out, because when you are doing this, you can kind of choose which stripes you want. I'm gonna go with those stripes. And I'm also going to grab some of my tape here and my tape dispenser, my mint tape, which is my favorite. And I love that tape dispenser because it makes it so handy on my desk. And I'm going to die cut this baby out. Okay, there's that one. And then I'm going to also do the same one in that blue. And this one, doesn't matter which direction you go here, I'm just gonna pop that on the top. And run that through. Okay, we got our die cut workout in. Okay, so I'm gonna put my paper scraps aside because these can always be used for little die cuts later on. I'll put those right there. And I'm gonna pull this die cut off of my machine. Always save the remnants of your tape because this stuff lasts forever. I really get so many uses out of one piece. It's awesome. Okay, I'm going to move this aside and grab my paper trimmer because I want to create a couple of solid photo mats for my photos to help them kind of stand up on that pattern paper. So I'm going to use the Sunshine cardstock, which I love these colors, and this pink is perfect. It coordinates perfectly with that stripe. So I'm gonna grab the pink and the blue, which is at the back. Now my photos are sized at 3 by 5. So I'm going to make my photo mat slightly larger. I'm grabbing my ruler here just to make sure, because I know some of you really like exact dimensions. So this is about 3 1/4 by 5 3/8. So I would say, yeah, 3 1/4, just over 3 1/4 by 5 3/8. So you can add an extra quarter, you can add an extra eighth. It's according to how much space that you want around your photos. Okay, so let me cut these. By 5 3/8. Just over 3 1/4 by 5 3/8. Now you might want to use only one 4 by 6. You might want to use a larger photo like a 5 by 7, and that's totally fine. I just use 2 3 by 5s for this layout. Okay, there are my photos. I'm going to grab my adhesive here to get that, and it's right in front of my face, to get my adhesive to get that adhered down. Okay. I love these sunny colors, just really happy. And this layout, it does have flowers, it does have, you know, butterflies and things like that, but it's not an overtly girlish layout, or, you know, you could use it for any kind of situation that makes you happy. That's what this layout is for. Okay, so we have those. We cut our sunshine paper mats. We have our photo sizes on there. Next, we're going to kind of get the basis of this layout down. So the things that we just cut, this is kind of what I call the base of the page. What we just cut is going to go down on our page. Okay, I really love this pattern and I want it to kind of be at the forefront. I want it to be at the top of the layout. Also wanted to make sure I can see all of those different lines. So this is what I'm doing with the arches. So this isn't what you would normally do with an arch, but this is just another way to use this die to create a really fun design. And I really like that. I think I need to bring this down a little bit. I think I really like that grouping. And so what I'm going to do is adhere these together. I'm going to hold them down, try to make sure that they are straight, and just put a little bit of adhesive to get them adhered together first. And then I'll be free to kind of move it around the page where I want, because we're going to talk about how we actually make a space for a title and figure out where we want that title to go. Okay, now let's see if those are together. They are together. Okay, just going to get a little bit more adhesive on here. My tape runner. I'm not doing any dimensional adhesive just yet. I'm going to wait for that, use that for my photos. Okay, so let's see here. I think now that I'm looking at this, I want to make sure that down here I have enough room for a title. Okay, because you can see here that this is taking up a lot of space, And you definitely don't want it to take up too much space to where your title is going to get kind of smushed. So kind of think about that first. Where can I fit my title? When you are creating, and I'm looking over here to see how many lines. If you look down here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.5 lines from the bottom. So my sides here and here are about 1/2 inch from either side, and I have 9 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I want to make sure that that blue piece really doesn't go any further than that. Okay, so 1/2 inch, 9 lines up. That's why I love ledgers and grids. You can kind of see where everything is just by counting those grid lines. And then I think I'm going to add this right about there. I definitely want to make sure that I leave enough room over here just in case. I want that area for journaling. And I think that that is going to work. I might actually put this yellow one behind the blue. I think I'm going to put it behind the blue. Because I really like that blue. And I actually think I might put the yellow back all the way to the back. Okay, here we go. I think that is going to work better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bring that down just a tiny bit. And I want these to be offset. So they're not straight like across. They're going to be offset. So that blue comes over about 3/4 inch. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Okay, so I have my yellow piece behind. I have my striped piece next at the top. I have my orange piece after that. And you can see here that from here, from the bottom edge of my orange piece to my striped piece, that's about 3/4 inch. And then you have another 5/8 inch before your blue part starts there. Okay, and that is how I want those to be arranged, and I'm going to go ahead and adhere those down to the page, remembering to keep that about 1/2 inch at the top and on the left side, because we have to leave room. Sometimes I think, wow, a 12 by 12 layout is so big, it's so big, and then I start creating and that that size just gets taken up really quickly. Okay, make sure this is nice and straight. You can see right here that these lines are straight, and get this stuck down here on the page. Okay, the next two pieces that we cut, I want to create a little triangle, and that triangle is going to be created by, adding repetition. So repetition means using the same shape, the same color in different parts of your designs. And I love creating things in threes. So I have this big, large area because that's all grouped together. That's counted as one. Then I have this little area down here that plays off of those colors here. That's two, and then this is three here. So we are creating a nice little visual triangle there. I'm gonna go ahead and adhere this to the top. And this is you're counting about 4 grid lines. I'm just going to move that over just a tiny bit. 4 grid lines from that right edge, like that there. And this one is about 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom. So that works perfectly. 4 and 4. And you're just gonna stick that edge right on the edge. Now my arch here came out to be about 2 1/4 inches. So that's how far it sticks out. Now, I've already started thinking about the title from the very beginning, and I highly recommend that you guys do that too, just because I think it really helps you when you're thinking about a title visually before you put it down on the page, right? So where is it going to fit so that it doesn't take away from the photos, from the journaling, from the other items that I think are important on the page? On this layout, I'm creating a diagonal design. And so I want my title to be incorporated into that diagonal. If I would have put my title down here, the flow of this layout would have been completely off because, it would have been over here, so your eye would have gone kind of ping-ponged around the page. By putting it here, you kind of start with the photos and then go down this way through the layout to view it. And so I'm following the design of the layout by where I want to put my title. So if you're creating a layout that's a grid, you're going to want to put your title on that grid somewhere. If you're creating a circular layout with a big circle in the middle, it's really cool to put the title around your circle or somewhere on the circle somewhere so that it doesn't distract from what's really important on your page. Now, I really, really love to start out my titles by using die cuts. I find that die cuts have so many really cool words. These are the main character energy die cuts, and I just really love the word joyful. As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, that would create the start of a really great title. And so I'm going to find that title. It's always tricky finding the one you want. But look at how great that title looks on that page already. Remember what I was saying about how that piece of pattern paper kind of ties everything together because it has all the colors? Well, this does the exact same thing. While I have my die cuts, I am going to pull out a few more that I can use as embellishment on this page. So I am looking for some flowers, these little bits here. This is a great little tab here to put on my photo. I'm going to grab the top of these here. And this butterfly is especially cute. We're going to get him. Now, there's a rainbow on here that has the same colors that I have on the rest of the page. That looks perfect. And because we're using arches, adding a rainbow is kind of just repeating that same design. This teal little tag is so cute. We have to use that. That's a great one to hold your date. Okay. This pink flower is going to be perfect for creating that large embellishment there. And I think that's all. Oh, there's my rainbow. So I love this rainbow with this tag on that arch because it adds like the perfect little embellishment grouping there. Okay, next we are going to grab some of my favorite dies from Scrapbook.com, and we're going to cut a few more florals. So I am going to be using the Sunny Lane florals. These have so many flowers on them and they're fantastic. And again, I'm going to be using the colors that I used before along with the orange from the cardstock pad, which I'm trying to find really quickly, the Sunshine Smooth cardstock pad. So perfect for cutting out flowers. I'm going to grab another piece of that beautiful pink. And my Platinum 6 machine. Okay, so from those florals, from the pink, I'm going to use these two small flowers here. So we're going to use mostly smaller flowers because we don't want it to be too overwhelming on the page. And you can cut multiples of these at one time so that you can save space on your platform. Just going to cut a little piece of pink here, adhere these. And then with this orange, I am going to be using these two flowers, and they are these ones here. These are kind of a medium flower. So let me cut a little strip here of that orange. So this is another thing I want to emphasize to you is that your title can also serve as embellishment, and you can also incorporate your embellishment into your title to really tie it into your layout. It's a really fun way to have like a cohesiveness to your page, to tie all the elements onto your layout together when that title has kind of embellishments playing around it. The title kind of plays with everything else on the page. So these yellow flowers are going to be those two right there. So 2, 2, and 2. And I'm going to cut all of these in one go. And I think that's all we need for this layout. We're going to be using these to create our card too. Okay. Oh, I love that the Magic Mat makes things just fall right out. It's such a great little tool, it really is. It makes it so nice to die cut when you don't have to get out a little pokey tool and do anything to get your dies out. Perfect. I'm going to put those metal dies aside to put back later and grab my shapes. Okay, let's put these on the back here. Now, before I get everything down, I want to remind you about another thing that I love using right now, which are rub-on transfers. And I have the Joyful Flowers rub-on transfers, and they are fantastic. Really, really good rub-ons. And what I want to do here is just add a little bit of greenery before I put my flowers down. So I'm going to grab my little scissors here from Scrapbook.com, and I'm going to cut out a few of these little leaves. I love that these leaves coordinate with the green in that stripe too. So you have a few areas where you'll have that color kind of repeated around the page. Again, repetition is an awesome thing. We're just going to get these in place before we get our title down to make sure that we're leaving room, we're making space for that. Okay. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to grab a little bit of greenery here. 2 of those. There's one right there. So many different elements in this pack. Like there's so many ones. I don't know how I could ever use it all. They are wonderful. Okay, let's put this little butterfly over here. Don't want him to fly away. Okay, I think that's all I needed for those. So we have greenery here and here and here, and then we have our little butterfly. Okay, so I'm gonna put this to the back to use for later. And then there's one more thing that I needed. Out of that die cut pack, there is a row of orange flowers. And I love this because you can use it as a row or you can cut them apart. And so I'm gonna cut this one apart. There we go. There's that guy up there. Okay, so let's get this put in place. Now, what I'm gonna do is kind of save a space because this is gonna be the start of my title. So always keep your title in mind when you're placing things down. This is the start of my title, is that joyful word there. And then I am going to, leave that area clear of any embellishment because I want this for the rest of my title here. So that area is going to stay clear. Okay, before I get these flowers down, I'm going to go ahead and adhere my photos down with this great foam tape from Scrapbook.com. And that's because I want to make sure that those stay in place before anything else goes in, because things can be tucked and cut and, tucked underneath. I am going to do this. These are already adhered together. Now I'm going to go down on this grid line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 to get my blue on. Okay, put these together. And this is how I like to do it when I adhere them together. Just go straight across, bam, and then those go together. Then you don't have to worry about getting one in place before the other one. They can just go together. Okie dokie. That's there. Always keep whatever foam tape you have left after if you cut a little piece off. It's always great to stick that on the edge of your desk so that you have it for later. Okie dokie. Red goes up there. I'm going to leave 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get this out of the way. And get that stuck down. Now we need to move this over. So I'm lining the blue edge up with this line here, 6 down, right about there. And the red is going to line up just over this line here. Perfect. That looks great. So when you think about your grid, your pink edge is going to go just to the left of this line here. Your blue line is going to line up roughly with this one here and 6 down on the grid. So that looks really great. This one is about 2.5 on that grid. Okay, there we go. That looks really good. Now I can get things kind of tucked in place. So this orange flower is a really nice size. I want to get that in and get its little greenery around it first. So I'm going to take my greenery, pop it down there. I'm going to use an old bone folder to help me get this down. Okay, so I'm going to get this greenery right in here. I'm placing my orange flower where I want it to be placed and getting my greenery in place before I adhere that orange flower. So move that out of the way, and then I can use this old bone folder here that I have to just burnish that down. You can use the little wooden popsicle stick as well. Just pull that up ever so lightly, and then you can tell whether you've got it all the way down or not. Okay, so this one, because it's going to go on the opposite side of the flower, it's going to go right about there. I love tucking in little bits of, rub-ons, little bits of embellishments around the page. always think about using embellishment for large and small. So you have to have variety in those sizes to really make it look fantastic. Okay, I'm going to tuck this flower underneath and go ahead and adhere that in place. So we've been thinking about our title this whole time, kind of getting it in place, knowing where we want to put it, getting everything where it goes so that we don't, so we leave room for our title. That's the key, is don't leave your title till the very end, or else you will not create a title, because you'll get all of the pretty things in place and then you'll say, oh dear, I don't have any place for a title, because often they get quite big. You know, the alphabet die cuts, the alphabet stickers that we have in our stash, you know, they're made for large layouts and they get pretty large. And if your title is kind of lengthy, like this one is going to be, then you kind of miss out on that space. There's a little tiny piece there that I didn't get, so I'm going to burnish that again. There we go. And then I'm going to put this little leaf next to it. I love that you can use on this die cuts, these rub-ons, that you can just use the greenery. You don't have to use all the flowers as well. There's like ample little green pieces in there to use, as well as the flowers and the butterflies. Just be careful when you're getting your kind of spatula up underneath that you don't pull up your rub-on. And if that ever happens, just be very careful and pull that up. Almost had that stick to my layout. Didn't want that to happen. Okay, so I've got this one in place. This one's going to go up here by the orange flower. And that is going to be our leaves all in place. So because that's in place, I'm going to go ahead and get that flower down. Okay, pop him right underneath that arch there. And the last one is just this butterfly, but I'm going to wait till the end for him to make sure that I know where I want my flower, since he's kind of off to the side. So this big butterfly is going to go on the negative space of my photo, right about there. If you have a photo that actually has something there that you don't want to cover up, feel free to put your butterfly off to the side or further up here like that. My photo just had a really nice area, so I'm just going to put a little tiny piece of adhesive on there just to get that tacked down, just like that. Okay, so we have all of that down. This piece I'm going to use later. I'm going to go ahead and adhere my rainbow down. And you can always cut that little edge off of there. And I'm going to go ahead and adhere this down too. This little tag is great to add a date. Okay, next I'm going to use my little flowers here to create just little groupings. So this orange flower can go there. You have a little triangle of flowers. This pink flower can go there. Let me get that down there. This pink one can go further to the top, and I think this one needs some glue. So let me get out my glue. So I have my Artiste craft glue here, and I've just put on that little tip so I can get these little pieces adhered on, and I've lost my little flower here. Here it is, found it. It wouldn't be a layout creation if we didn't lose a die cut somewhere, right? Okay, so that's going right up there. And just before I kind of finalize this, I want to make sure that I can see that flower a bit more. So I'm going to pull him up. There we go. He was a little bit too tucked in, so now you see that nice trio of flowers there. This guy, I think he needs to be popped up. He needs to be popped up. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my foam squares here from Scrapbook.com and put 2 of those little squares behind him. Put him right down here. Okay, so that's all in place. This guy is gonna go around my title, so I don't, because we're continuing that diagonal line down here, this one is gonna go somewhere down there. So before I, get my title in place, I don't want to put those down. Okay, these are the last little finishing touches that I want to put on at the very end. So let's cut the rest of our title. So when you create a title, I want you to think about how to make it really visually interesting, because the title kind of introduces the story of your page. And so I like to start sometimes with a die cut from the collection. So that's what I did here. But then I'm going to add to it with things that I have in my stash. So I love these Scrapbook.com sticker books. This is the Preppy sticker book, and this one has like little words. And you can use these, like this "and" here, to add the smaller words. So the word like joyful, you want that to be large because it's a larger word, right? So I'm just gonna lightly stick that down here. So I chose joyful and happy because these photos just make me feel joyful and happy, and I feel like you should just choose a title that kind of makes you, like, exudes how the layout makes you feel, right? And then I'm gonna grab memories here because it's gonna be joyful and happy memories. So the 2 words that I wanna stand out the most, I'm making them stand out with, die cuts, this big colorful die cut, and die cuts that we're gonna cut right now. So let's cut the word happy. And I'm so excited because I'm going to be using one of my favorite alphabet dies from Scrapbook.com, which is the festive alphabets. So look here. So you have the uppercase and lowercase here. They have these beautiful, beautiful little scrolly, scripty things. Whenever I choose to cut a word, I usually cut it twice and adhere it together so that you have that, just a little bit more lift on your word. So H, A, P, and Y are there. And I'm going to die cut those out 2 times, and then I'm going to take the P and do that 2 more times since we have a double P word here. This is how I like to, when I come up with a word that I want to die cut for a title or a sentiment, I like to get those dies together with mint tape so that it makes it really easy for me to do that 2 times. You're not placing dies down again, you just get them all on there in one go. And this H looks like he wants to pop right out. He does. There we go. And then I can pop that right back in to do it again. Mint tape is the best. It really helps make things a little bit faster when you're die cutting. Keeps things in place. Okay. Oh, this one didn't come out. That's okay, we can get those guys out. Here's my Y. So I'm gonna put those Y's next to each other. And one thing I like to do now that I'm done, this is a really easy way to get your letters out, is just throw your die down. It makes a fun noise too. Oh, that one didn't go. There's the middle, there we go. And I need that P again, so I'm gonna just place that one right there. My Y is done. And always make sure you put these right back on the sheet so you don't lose one of your dies. So let's cut out our 2 P's. I have like a line of mint tape here on my desk, you guys, for just such an occasion. And when I need one little piece, I have tons here. There's the P. Grab that one out. And here's another P. And this one stayed in. So I'm just gonna get him popped out. There we go. And there are all of my letters. Now it's time to just adhere them together. And the fastest way to do this is to use these wonderful tweezers from Scrapbook.com and your fine tip on your Artiste glue. And I like to put the glue on the back side of one of the letters, you know, just slightly. Do not overdo it on glue because you will definitely get some seepage. And then you can adhere. I also like to pick it up and with my fingers get it lined up really well. You can kind of slide it. This glue has a, you know, few minutes of give time, which is great, so that you can really get it lined up and in place. There's my P. And just doubling these up really helps to give you some more lift. So even if you know, for a letter like this that would be hard to add foam adhesive to, it just makes it look nicer. Okay, there's my H. I'm gonna pick that up, get that in place. Let's do the A next. And just holding that really ever so lightly, and I'm gonna zoom in really quickly so that you can see. I'm just holding that right on the edge of that A so that I can get my glue on here. Alphabet dies are so worth the investment. I use them for titles. You can use them over and over again. You can cut them from cardstock, from pattern paper, you know, metallic paper to really make them look fantastic. You can use them for card sentiments. They are just so useful. Let's do our second P here. Just so useful for all types of things. Okay. PP. Oh, those stuck to my fingers. They HAPP, and let's do our Y. I'm doing quite a long title here. When you choose your photo and you go to create your layout, I want you to think about creating a title that kind of tells a little bit of the story without giving it all away. It's kind of like the title of a book. You want your title to draw you in, but not tell you the whole story. And so this layout that I'm creating today is about seeing my friend Shamel and her family in the summers when we go to the UK. But I called it Joyful and Happy Memories. So it doesn't give the story away. It just kind of alludes to what it's about. Okay, let me grab this back. All right, let's get this title in place, you guys. I'm excited. Okay, here's Joyful. I want that to be popped up. I want my title to be within the confines of these two shapes right here because that gives it a really nice home. It almost frames it in there. So we're gonna get Joyful in place right about there, I think. And I'm going to use this dimensional adhesive. I believe this is the lower one. So it's not as high as my photos because those kind of take precedence. Perfect length there. Before I get that adhered down, I'm just gonna get that in place. Okay, and there's my and there, and I kind of just loosely place that there. I might actually lift that up a little bit and get it right about here, right on the bottom edge of my arch. Okay, now let's grab Happy. And when you're creating your title, I want you to make sure that you are not leaving too much space. We're gonna go in a little bit closer so you can see what I'm doing here. I don't want you to leave too much space around your letters, okay? Around your words, because if they have too much space in between, it's going to be harder to read. And you want your title to be easy to read for anyone who looks at your layouts or views them on Instagram, however you're sharing them. Before you start adhering your title, please get everything in place so that you know it looks right. Now, I am doing this kind of in a whimsical way, so I'm putting my one P higher than the other P and lining this P and Y up, and I think I'll bring my A up a little bit too. And the H is going to go down. So it's just whimsical and fun. Kind of try to match your title to your page. If you have a whimsical page, kind of find a fun font, playful font. If you have a serious page, you definitely, want to go for more of a plain typeface. So we're going to go ahead and get this stuck down. And then we're going to do something fun to our title. Let's get that A on there. Oh no, lost it all. Okay. Let me get this A down and then I'll get everything else back in place. This A is going to go kind of underneath and see how the and, it's kind of a word that doesn't really, you don't want it to be large, but it's playing really nicely right there with the happy. This P is going to be higher. And this P is going to be a little bit lower. Your glue has a few minutes of give, so if you notice that something is not straight, use those lines on your page and make sure that those get adjusted before that glue dries completely. And before you get anything else down, make sure your memories word gets on there too. So we're going to put memories right underneath of those P's, kind of like line that up underneath there, because the Y will come in here and then it'll just sit really nicely under that happy word. There we go. Joyful and happy memories. How cute is that? And then I'm going to pull this off of joyful. Make sure that's nice and lined up there with that pink line. Love it. Now that joyful's in place, I can put this little flower in place with 2 adhesive squares, because I'm going to tuck him kind of right underneath there. A little joyful flower in there. And I'm going to put one more right down here. This one's got a tiny center, so only one square will do there. I'm going to put that down there. Okay, that looks great. Let me get this guy stuck on. Now that my title's in place and everything else can kind of play along the side of it. So I'm going to make sure that flower goes right up next to the joyful word to get that in place. And I'm going to use my thicker foam adhesive because my photo, it's stuck to my photo and my photo is on with the nice and thick foam adhesive. So stick that down right there. And that looks great. Let's go ahead and get this little butterfly on because we wanted to wait until our flower was down. I'm going to stick him right about there. Okay. Oh, he's so cute. Can't handle it. Okay. And then I want to add this to the corner of my photo. I love adding little details like this. And I want to stamp together on here. Now, this is one of my favorite Scrapbook.com stamp sets. It's Wordfetti Best Day Ever. It has so many different words and phrases that you can use to add to your titles, to put on a little tag like this. And I'm just going to use the word together because that's what this layout is all about, us being together. So I'm going to just get that stamped on there. Fold that down. And then I'm going to pop some adhesive on both sides and adhere that to that edge of my photo, like this. How fun is that? I love those little details. Okay, 2 more things. We're going to grab the Chamel main character energy sticker sheet, and we're going to add a few little gold hearts in places. I'm going to put some hearts in the centers of these florals just to add a little bit of that metallic shine. And do I have a bigger one? No, we'll do that one right there. And we also have this really cute butterfly. Love him. He's going to go kind of right in here, right about there. And then we have the gold arrow. Now, I'm using this gold arrow to point toward my title. So this is another thing I like to do, is to kind of use things to like draw attention to that title. So not only is it in a prominent place on the layout, but I'm also adding this arrow, this gold arrow, to kind of point directly to it as well, especially to that happy word. Okay, here's one thing that I really like to do. I like to kind of customize my alphabets. And you can add like a gloss finish to them. These pops of color are really fun for adding dots. And so I'm going to add 5 dots on the straight lines of my letters. This comes out so beautifully too. I'm getting excited here because I'm nervous, so I'm going a little bit bigger than I did in my other layout. This Y is really short, so I'm going to do 4 there. But it just adds this really pretty detail to those letters and just makes them look really special. And then lastly, I'm going to use a few, now that one was soft pink in a pearl. Now I'm going to use bubblegum to add a couple of, highlights around the page. I love pops of color. They are so fun. Really easy to use as well, and they come in so many colors. And then this one is orange sherbet, just like the pattern paper that we were using earlier. Super fun. Look, I'm going to put one more right there. And one last thing is the hello there little sticker. I put that on my photo. So if you don't have a photo down, just lightly place that down and you can put that in there. But look at that title, you guys. Isn't that so fun? I just love the way that that turned out. I love that this page really draws your eye to the photos, right to that title, and it really starts to tell the story of this page. So I wanted to show you this little bonus card that I created using the same supplies and the same ideas behind your sentiment as a title. So I used this Sunray paper from the Sherbet patterned collection here. And I thought that this white area would be the perfect area to add my sentiment because it really highlights it. So think about just like your title on your layout, how to highlight that title. how to create your layout design to highlight that title, you can do the same with a card. So I use the pattern paper behind to kind of highlight the area of that title. I used the awesome Sunny Lane stamp for that thanks and the coordinating die to cut that out. And I also used the typewriter dies to cut out friend. And then the for everything came from the Joyful Flowers rub-ons. So there's for everything there. So I used those 3 items combined to create my title. So I have a contrast of color, a contrast of typeface to really make that an interesting sentiment. And then I just used some more of those die cut flowers in the same colors as the sunray to add some embellishment there. And then that rub-on butterfly there that I rubbed onto white cardstock and cut out. So a really simple and cute card. And I just took the same kind of ideas that I used for my layout title and kind of put that onto my card. Before I let you go, I just want to share my love of titles a little bit more, just to show you a few more examples of how you can take products that you have on hand to mix and match them to create titles. So I used some foam alphabet stickers here, along with a die cut to spell out wake up and stay colorful on this layout. And also see how I incorporated my embellishments into my title, so things are looking in towards the title. I have a little lizard here that's sitting on top of the stay colorful word there. That's such a fun one. This one has a central design, which really worked well with the main photo, right? And then I used foam alphabet along with clear stickers and a die cut here. So think about how you can mix and match things in your stash to create fun titles. This one has kind of like a vertical design. So think of how you can put things on a different way on your layouts to really make them stand out. And it offsets the photos on the opposite side. I used dies here and I used the negative here and backed it with that another grid paper on the background to help me out. But I really love that title. And you see how I incorporated embellishments onto the title too. And this last one is another Chamel collection, and it has the title in the center of this big shape to really make it stand out. And it holds a lot of visual weight, but I have a lot of photos and things going on this side too. Wow, guys, that was awesome. Thank you so much for joining me to create this layout. Even if you didn't create, I hope you learned something that you can take away from this class about titles, about your layout design. I really hope that you will think about combining products you have on hand, like your alphabet dies, your die cuts from a favorite collection, to create really fun, dynamic titles that make your page really interesting, that help to introduce the story. And I hope you enjoyed watching me put this page together. I really love this page. It records a special moment with my friend Chamel, and I really had fun creating it. Thanks so much, you guys, and thank you so much to my friends at Scrapbook.com for inviting me here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, and happy creating.
Hi everyone, I'm Tonya Brooks, and I'm so thrilled that you decided to join us for SBC Fest. Before we get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about me. I have been creating my entire life. As a small child, my nanny, who was my grandmother, lived right down the hill from me, and every day I would spend with her. We would do all sorts of crafts and creating and painting and coloring. You name it, she could do it. She had an amazing green thumb, and while I did not inherit that from her, I do think that that's where my creativity came from. To this day, I still love creating. I still love crafting. One of my favorite things to do is sit down and get my fingers inky, let my mind clear, and just focus on what I am creating. I love sharing my creations with others, and I love when others are inspired by what I create. I think the greatest compliment in this whole world is when someone asks, hey, can I copy you? Or post something and tag me in it and say, hey, I got this idea from Tonya Brooks. It's just a great compliment to have someone want to create something that you had an idea to do. So let's switch this camera off of me and let's get started on this project. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about what you're going to need. I'm going to try to do a really quick overview of what you're going to need for these. So in this is all the homework from the homework video I did, and that should be linked below. So we'll talk about that in a minute. So you're going to need 2 of the size 8 distress tags by Tim Holtz and 1 of the size 5 tags. You're going to, if you don't want to do tags, if you want to do a card instead with this same design, you're going to need a heavy weight paper that can handle all the water and the getting it wet and drying it. And I would highly recommend the Distress Mixed Media Heavy Stock, and just cut that down to size. In our homework video, we went over using the Cloud Whip. So you're going to need Cloud Whip. We use the Little Box Stencil. We use the Sweet Expression stamp set from Scrapbook.com. We use the Butterflies 1 shape dies from Scrapbook.com. The Hello from the Hello Hi Friend die set from Scrapbook.com. This flower sprig from the Sprig 6-piece set of shape dies from Scrapbook.com. And this flower border from Floral Borders slimline dies from Scrapbook.com. Now I'm going to tell you, if you don't have some of these, shop your stash. You might can find something that'll work to replace a couple of these products. I definitely would say if you can do that, go ahead and do it. Some other things you're going to need is Distress ink, Villainous Potion is what I'm using, Prize Ribbon, Saltwater Taffy, and Salvage Patina. You're also going to need some domed foam blending tools and the foam. And these are from Scrapbook.com. I got a finger dabber, Distress Archival ink in Black Soot and Hickory Smoke. We're going to use some Distress Glaze, and I also have a dome foam for that. We're going to use some glue, and I'm using the Artist Glue from Scrapbook.com. Some foam. I'm using the foam sheets that I've already cut down to fit my tag. You're going to need a paintbrush. You may want some mint tape for the homework video. You're going to need some stamping blocks, and I've already got some stamps from the stamp set I already talked about on these. You're going to need something to spray water. I'm using the Distress Sprayer from Tim Holtz. You're going to need scissors, and I'm using these Easy Grip, I think these are 6.5 inch from Scrapbook.com. You're going to need a tool to dry with, and I'm using the Ranger Heated tool. And then you're going to need pops of color, and this is Midnight Purple, this is Gloss Black, and this is Black Magic. And then I'm also using a Nuvo Drop in Antique Rose. Now for our homework pouch, I have my tags that I've already, and this is just stuck on with mint tape, that I've already used Cloud Whip on, and this with the stencil. I have my die cuts in here and ready to go, and I'm going to put this back in here so it doesn't get messed up till we get to it. So that is what is in my homework pouch. Okay, so let's get started with these tags. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start working on inking up these tags and getting them ready to go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some prize ribbon and I'm just going to squish it onto my glass media mat, and that's probably way more than I need. And I'm just going to add some water, and I want to kind of smush it around a little bit. And I'm just going to take the small tag and kind of just tap, 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 and tap. And get a little bit on there. I'll spray that around a little bit. Take a rag and I'm going to get some of this off the side. So I just want a light amount on there for a start. Quick dry, and this doesn't have to be all the way dry. I'm just going to do a quick dry so we can do it again. This time I'm going to just kind of try to get some of these splatter parts. I'm going to tell you, your fingers are probably going to get inky doing this. I don't mind that. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe some of this from down here. And I'm just going to add a little bit more here. Let's see if we can get just a little bit more of a concentration. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so I'm going to also do the tag that's going to go onto, and I'm just going to put a little bit on there. Not a lot. Because I kind of want to get some little dots. Okay, like that. What we'll do is go ahead and dry these. Those are drying. I'm going to go ahead and wipe this up. Okay. I'm going to set these two aside for a few minutes, and we're going to ink up this one. So what we're going to do with this one is we're going to take some of our ink, and I'm just going to put a little bit randomly onto my glass mat. And I promise you that this is going on there. Just can't see it probably that well. Spray it with some water. And I'm just going to take my other tag and I'm just going to kind of tap, tap, tap it in there. And as you can see, it didn't get a lot on there. That's okay. We'll spray it with a little water to get it to spread around. And again, you're not going to need to dry this fully. You're just going to dry it enough where you can put it down and it'll pick up some more color without blending the colors so much. And if you get some spots that you think are too wet or too dark, you can always dab it with your rag, paper towel. Okay. Spray that a little more. Again, just going to spray it to get it moving around. So this is picking up a lot of the purples and the blue, so I'm going to wipe this up. And I'm going to go in with just the saltwater taffy and the salvage patina to try and pick up a little bit more of that. Again, I'm just going to smoosh these down. some water there. Okay, that's a lot of water right there. Let's pat some of that up. Okay, now we're gonna go in. We're gonna try to pick up some of these pinks and blues. Well, salvage patina. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my foam and some salvage patina, and I'm just going to add some with that. So I need a little bit more concentrate of that pink. And I'm just going in some of the places where I feel like it needs it. And then we're going to do the same thing with the salvage patina. Then I'm going to take my water and kind of spray it to get it moving around. And we're going to dry. We're going to set it aside for a minute and we're going to work on these. So what I'm going to do with these is I'm mainly focusing on these three colors here. The saltwater taffy, the salvage patina, and the prize ribbon. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, let's see, I've got getting everything mixed up over here. Okay, so I'm going to go in first with some saltwater taffy. These probably would do a lot better if I come over here and did it on the glass part of the mat. I feel like I'm catching on it's catching on the silicone mat. So let me just kind of move this over here. I can work off the glass part of the mat. Okay, I'm going to switch to salvage patina. And you're probably going to notice that it's kind of picking up some of the blue from the prize ribbon that we put down earlier. And that's fine because we're going to spray this anyway. So let's go ahead and get the little one. Same thing. We're going to just add some prize ribbon here and there. Some salvage patina. I said prize ribbon. And I am going to go ahead and take, and because this was so juicy, I'm going to I'm going to just add a little bit, a couple spots. I feel like I could use a little bit more darkening. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of set these off to the side for a second. And now we're going to spray these. And dry. Okay, so kind of want to use a little more of the saltwater taffy. And go wipe this up. Just to kind of darken up some of it here. And a little bit down here. And then I'm going to do the same thing. Oops. I'm going to go in with some more salvage patina. Here. And maybe a little here. Okay. I'm just going to kind of slightly squeeze my bottle to get more drips. Then sprays. I'm going to let that sit for just a second. And while that's sitting, I'm going to put a little bit of this blue down. And I'm going to really water that down. I'm going to spray these, dry these real quick. A little bit. And then what I'm going to do, not completely dry, but just enough to then put my rag over it and lift some of that color. So you get those, you can see the little splotches. Now I'm going to take my paintbrush and I put water into this blue ink. And I'm just going to kind of tap my paintbrush to get some splatters. Okay, so I've got those splattered up. I'm going to move those to the side for just a second. We're going to bring this one back and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to give it some splatters of the blue. But we're also, for this one, going to come in, just put some purple down. That's the Villainous Potion. We're going to water that down the same way. And we're just going to give it some purple splatters also. Like this. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring all these back over here and just do a quick dry of them. Okay, now, I'm going to move these to the side. And we're going to start working on some of these die cuts. Okay, so the first one that I want to do is the butterflies. And for this one, we're going to ink up this background. And let's see. That's the matching butterfly for that one. So let's start with this one. So this one we are going to put some saltwater taffy on it. And then I'm going to come over here and just do, and I'm going to kind of bend it up and just tap just tiny bits of purple into it. There we go. Now for the background for that, I'm going to use salvage patina. We're just going to ink up that background. As you can see, I got a little bit of that purple off my finger onto it. It's fine. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing, but we're just going to use the blue for this one instead of the purple. And I got a little more than I wanted, so I'm just going to kind of dab that off my rag. I'll take my sprayer and just kind of spray these and get that color moving around a little bit. Okay. I'm going to just move some of this stuff out the way. And give these a quick dry. I'm going to wipe up any water that's still in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little more pink back on here. And a little bit more. I cannot hold things today for some reason. I keep dropping things. Okay, and we're going to add a little bit more of the salvage patina to this one. Like that. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to attach this butterfly to this. And I'm only putting glue in that center part, and I'm going to kind of line it up and attach it. And then I'm going to add the black pops of color to just where his body would be. And believe me, if you squeeze a little too hard, it's fine. It's going to still look perfectly fine. So I'm going to set that off to the side because I don't want to put my finger in that and smush it. I'm going to set that off to the side and we'll come back to that. So now for these butterflies, what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer these. So this one here is going to be in the background. I'm going to put this one in the middle and this one's going to be on top. I'm going to do this one in the salvage patina. And I am just going to carefully ink that up. Now, oops, it's stuck together. So this one here, I'm going to cut the little antennas and the head off of because you're not going to see it anyway. Just discard that. And this one is going to be done in the saltwater taffy. Now this bottom one is going to be a mix of both. It's a little saltwater taffy and a little salvage patina. And don't worry if your antennas get a little bent. It'll be fine. This one's going to be in the back. You're not really going to notice it that much. Okay. So now I got that on. I'm going to kind of take the blue and I'm just going to do some splatters on the butterfly. Okay. We're going to set it in there and we're going to take these and we're just going to a little spray of water to kind of move that color a little bit and a quick drying. While that is drying, I'm going to wipe this up here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do some smooshing of ink again. Okay, we're going to set these off to the side for a few minutes. I'm going to grab my blue and I'm just going to put a little of the blue, a little of the purple. You can see where I'll put that purple. But anyway, spraying it with water, and we're just going to take this die cut here and we're just going to tap it into the colors. Like so. Tap, tap, tap. Then we're going to dry. Repeat. And if it leaves a little that doesn't have color on it, if you don't like that, you can tap it again, or you can spray it to try to pick up some more. I'm going to try to pick up a little more of this pink up here. And let's use a spray bottle, maybe spray here to spread some of that out. Lift that up so it's not sitting in that water. We're going to spray it again. Dry it. I said spray it. We're drying it. So that's that one. We're going to set that to the side. We're going to wipe this up. And now we're going to do, let me make sure that's all wiped up. I'm going to do salvage patina and the saltwater taffy again. And I'm just kind of going one, then the next. And we're going to use that to ink up this die here. And I'm just going to give it a little spritz of water. And what I do for this one is because this one's very delicate, I just lay it in there, kind of tap it. And like I said, your fingers are going to get inky doing this. If you don't like that, you can put on gloves. I don't mind it. It washes off. I figure I'll be fine. Okay, you know what? I don't want to spray that. I think I'm going to dry it. Okay, so what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to flip it. So where I stuck the blue up here last time, I'm going to put that down here. So it's in the pink, so we get kind of that mix. And I'm just going to, again, tap it down. There we go. And I do want this one to be a little lighter in color. And this right here could use to be spread out a little more, so we'll add a little water up there. You move that out of the water so it'll dry faster. And you can do this as many times as you want until you get it the color you want. I'm trying to definitely get it a little bit darker than what it is, but I don't want it as dark as the background. Okay. I think that's going to be good right there. So I'll go ahead and wipe that up while this is drying. Okay. So, got that done. Now for my hello, I am going to use blue. And I'm only inking up one of these. Just gonna come over here on the glass mat and do this. And I'm just kind of dabbing it on because I don't want to bend this up. Okay. So again, I'm going to give it a little spurts of water. Spread stuff around. Move it out of the water. And dry. Okay. Now, I'm going to set that over here for just a second. Oops. I'm going to work with these. So again, this is going to be my back butterfly, the one that's on the bottom. And I'm just going to kind of work the wings up a little bit with my fingers on all of these. Like this. There we go. I'm going to just put a little glue in the center. And I'm going to put this one in the center here. Like that. Then put a little bit more glue down. Telling you, today, can't hold things and I seem to can't get words out correctly. Oh. Okay, so just kind of once you got the glue down, kind of hold it in place, and you can just kind of work these wings up so you get that dimension. Like that. So you get your nice little layered butterfly. Okay. Now for the hello, what we're going to do is we're going to just get these apart like this, and we're just going to glue. I had a rubber band for this. I have no idea where that went to hold my little stopper down, but find that later. So all you're going to do is for each one of these, just put a little glue on, and you're going to stack them. One on top of the other. Just kind of lining them up. Make sure everything's lined up good. Like that. Okay. This is a great way to add some dimension to your card without having to use foam tape, especially on things like words and stuff. Oops, dropped my glue. So I'd love to know how many of you make tags. And if you don't make tags, have you ever thought about making tags before? I love making tags. I think they're just so fun to make. You can do so many things with them. You can put them on a card front if you want. You can use them as bookmarks. I've mentioned in some of my previous videos, I have those little book binder rings, and I separate mine by like holidays and seasons, and just stick them on those rings. And I actually have them displayed in my craft room. I love looking at my tags. I feel like it's just a great little way to display some art. And I definitely think that anything you create is art and should be displayed if possible. So here we go. We're going to put the blue one on the very top. Just make sure everything's lined up. Okay. There we go. So we got those on. So the next thing we're going to do is let's start with this tag here. So what I'm going to do is in the homework, I told you to take some of the words from this small stamp set and just randomly pick whatever words you want to use and kind of stagger them onto a stamping block. So that's what I did here. And we're just going to, let me move some of these over so they're not in the way. So what I'm going to do is take some archival ink, and I'm going to tell you this does not have to be perfect. If all the words do not show up, it's fine, because it's supposed to be mixed media. It's supposed to look that way, so don't stress it. So archival ink, and I just put it down, and I'm just going to randomly stamp these on my tag. And as you can see, you don't see it very well. And that's the point. It's supposed to be part of your background. You're not supposed to like be able to read it. So don't stress it. If you want to go over it a second time, you absolutely can. I will show you what that looks like. It's not going to, you're probably not going to line it up exactly, and that's okay too, because you get kind of that, I don't know, that blurry effect, and that's fine. I'm also going to, while I have this color out, I'm going to take my sponge dabber and this archival, and I'm also just going to kind of go in and add a few more of these little squares randomly. Just wherever. I want to add a few. Okay. You can also do that with the black if you want. Let's actually try that with the black. And my sponge dabbers definitely due to be replaced. It is a mess. Ah, yeah, black shows up a little bit better. And of course, if you like the black ink better, you can definitely stamp your words also with that. Okay. So now let's do this one. Same concept. We're going to take this and we're going to and we're not stamping it on this one. We're only stamping it onto this one. And we're just going to, you know what? Let's do the black for this one, just so you can see the difference. I'll just stamp a little bit off to the side. So that's what that looks like. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this tag here. And we're going to use this on this tag. So what I want to do, actually wait, there's one more thing I want to do before we do that. We're going to use some bigger words on this tag. So I've already stuck 2 on here, just so they wouldn't get lost. I use Sparkle and Shine from the same stamp set the small words came from. This one here, Sweet Expressions. And I'm going to use the black archival. You can use any color you want. You could also use the just the distress ink if you wanted to stamp it in that. And I'm just going to do Sparkle. As you can see, you can't see it great, and again, it's fine because this is your background. I'm going to stamp this off over here real quick. And where can we put Shine? Let's do that right there. Okay. Set that. Oh, let me put these on here. I'll clean all that after I'm done. So we got those on there. Okay, so now we're going to take this and we're going to kind of place it on here like that. So what I want to do is flip it over. I'm going to move this out the way. And I'm just going to kind of get the dry glue off there. Add some glue to it. And you could have definitely run this through like sticker machine, like a Xyron or something, or used like the paper that Sizzix makes, where you place on the back of your cardstock before die cutting it, and it makes into like a sticky paper backing. You could definitely do that. I don't mind the liquid glue. So you're just going to come in, and I'm just going to kind of randomly place this to the side. I'm going to press it down and hold it for a second. And then I'm going to take my scissors, and if there's anywhere you didn't get glue, kind of lift it up, add you some glue, and then press it back down. I'm just going to flip this over, and I am going to trim off anything that's hanging over the edge. Just like that. Make sure it's nothing on my scissors. And I'm going to take this piece here, and we're going to place that. Let's see. Let's just pop this apart here. Cut. Add some glue to the back of this. I definitely want to make sure I get down here where it's going to be at the bottom. I'll just take my finger and kind of spread that out a little bit better. And we will place that down here, like this, here. And then I'm going to also use this little piece, same thing. I'm just going to put some glue on it. And let's see, let's put that, how about right here? That, forgot to mention in the beginning to also have a scrap of cardstock out of some sort for stamping on, and we're going to just place that. I'm going to place it in my MISTI, and I'm just going to line up the My Story, the My stamp, and the Story stamp from the same stamp set. And I'm just going to kind of line those up, and we're going to stamp up, and we're going to stamp those down. And use some archival ink in black. Let me use my magnet because I don't want that to pop up. Also grab, this would make it a little easier. Okay, now that we have that stamped, I'm going to take it out of my MISTI. I'm going to grab my little mini trimmer, and I'm just going to trim this down. Let's see. That is really looking crooked for some reason. Okay. Something is very off here. you ever just grabbed a piece of paper and thought, that looks pretty square to me, and then you stamp something on it and realize it is very much not square. I think that's what just happened to me. But we made it work. So I'm going to trim that down. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use, let's see, what color do we want to use? I think we'll use this dark blue and just kind of go around the edges slightly. So it's not so stark. Like that. And we're just going to figure out where we want to place things. Do I like that there? Grab a piece of this foam tape. I'm just going to cut this piece in half. That. And we are going to line that up with that, like that. And I think I like the butterfly going this way. So I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to add some glue to the back. And I'm going to, I did get black on his wing. Oops. That is okay. Now, let's place that down. And is my butterfly lifting? I think he is. Okay, 1 second. Let's fix this problem. I think my glue come loose for some reason. Okay. Can't put my finger in the center because that black is still not dry. So what I'm going to do is just kind of push the wings down for a second. And then we can lift. Oh, my whole butterfly is lifting. Let's see. Okay. Okay, we're going to set that off to let it dry for a few minutes, and then we'll come back to finish that one off. Okay, so let's get started with this one. So I'm going to have I'm going to get a new piece because this piece looks terrible and it's not sticking. I'm just going to grab a piece of mint tape, and I'm going to fold it on itself. I'm sticking on the back of here, and I'm going to place this where it's going to be on my tag, my larger tag. Let's see. I can line that up because of the cloud whip that I placed on there, like that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out where I want this on here. And this is very flexible, so you can kind of bend it, twist it if you want, so it doesn't have to go straight. So if you kind of want to twist a little bit, like that. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to flip this over. And I know these two ends are not really going to get any, need to be glued down yet. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go up the center, catching some of these flowers and the stem. And you don't have to do them all. Just whatever you want. And I think that'll be good. So I know I want to start down here. And I'm just going to kind of hold that down, and then I can kind of twist and bend. Oops, twist and bend. Okay. So I'm going to press that down. And make sure that, oh, we don't want it sticking to the one under it yet. And we're going to lift that off. Now, and you're going to do the same thing you did with the other one. You're going to flip it over, cut off anything that is not, anything that is sticking over the edge, you want to cut off. Now, take that off. Now I'm going to line this back up again. That's where it should be on the card. And I'm going to take the extra pieces and just kind of figure out where I want to put them. Okay, and we'll glue those down. Again, same concept. Kind of extra one stuck on there. Just going to stick it on to the flower, to the stem, enough that it's going to hold it on there. And what I'm going to do is kind of lift this up a little bit and tuck it under what would be where it would be coming from. And as you can see, this one here, I somehow cut a flower off of it, but I have all these extra ones. So I'm just going to put a little dab of glue here. And I have a flower with a stem on it. And I'm just going to kind of line that up. So, kind of hides that. Like that. Push those down. I'm going to come down here and do this one. And lift this up some. Line it up. Press it down. Again, you can see here, there's a little, just going to snip it off. But what I'm going to do is, oops, I've got an extra one here. And I'm just going to put it underneath of there, like that. Make sure all those are pressed down. I can remove this now. Flip it over. And if you see a little corner like this where it looks like it needs some glue, just kind of pull it down a little bit, add your glue. Because you definitely want to make sure those edges are stuck. And I'm just trimming off the extra. Now, I'm going to flip this here over, remove that mint tape, and I'm going to add the foam tape that I already cut out earlier. Fit my tag, and I'm just going to place that on there, like so. And just try to make sure I get everything lined back up. Now, as you can see, you can kind of see this here. I'm just going to take a scrap of that that I cut off, and I'm going to add glue to the back of that. Because I don't want you to be able to see that hole in the second tag. And I'm just going to kind of cover that. Let's lift this up a little bit. Tuck that under so we can get that one right. there in the center to hide that hole. Okay, and if you don't want to have to worry about doing this, just when you lay this down the first time, make sure you have one of those flowers over the hole. Okay, so now for the next step on this one, what we're going to do is we're going to take our Distress Glaze and we are just going to dip it into the bottle, and I just kind of wipe some of it off. And you can absolutely apply this with your finger if you want, it's fine. And I'm just going to kind of gently go over this, being careful not to lift anything, and if I do, I'll have to fix it. I see where I missed cutting a piece off, so let me trim that one. Okay. And this just really makes your colors pop. And if you do need to, you can go back in and add a little glue. Because I noticed that a couple of mine are lifting. Just add some glue, get those glued back down. Now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to put a little bit of this on here. I'm going to go over my butterfly. And I don't need to do all the layers, but I'm going to kind of get the top one and the bottom of this one. Like this. I'll spread these back out so we get that dimension. And I'm going to go over my hello. Now, I'm going to add some glue to the back of my hello. Got some lint on me. Let's get that off. And we're going to pop that right down here. See right there. Then I'm going to add my butterfly. And let's put this one here. I think maybe here. Let's do her up here. Like this, press it down good. Okay, I'm gonna close this for a minute, and I'm gonna kind of press my butterfly's wings down because I'm gonna do again the black pops color in the center. I'm gonna put a little bit out on my mat first, make sure it's not coming out too thick. And just kind of pull it down like that. And if you want, you can go over the antennas with like a black pen or something. Now next I'm going to use my Nuvo drops in the what is this color? Antique Rose. And I'm just going to go and put a little dot in the center of each of my flowers. Just to kind of make those pop a little bit. And I have a terrible habit of sticking my hand into this after I put it down before it dries. So I'm going to turn this around so I'm working where my hand is not going back over top of what I've already put down. And this step is absolutely optional. I'm going to lift my butterfly's wing a little bit here and place that there. Now just be very careful with this until it dries. What I'm going to do for this one, for finishing it up, is I'm also going to go over it with a little bit of the distressed glaze. Being careful around my butterfly, because though I should have done that before I put the pops of color on. Should have done the micro glaze first. So if you're doing this, you might want to do that first. If not, just be very careful. So there you have 2 tags made. I hope you enjoyed and had fun crafting along with me today. I really hope this video inspired you to create something, even if it's not these tags, something. I'll mention that I didn't use 2 of the pops of color that I had said I was going to use in the beginning of the video. I just felt like the tags didn't need it. If you want to add it to yours, go ahead. If you have any questions that didn't get answered today, please look me up on social media. You can find me on Instagram, you can find me on Facebook, and you can find me on YouTube. My YouTube is Tonya Brooks Design. My Instagram is Tonya.Brooks2. Thanks again for joining me for the SBC Fest, and make sure to check out all the other great videos.
All right, welcome back for another giveaway. Cody and I are popping in for a quick giveaway. What do we have here, Cody? This looks so good. Check it out.
Oh yeah, it's a ton of Scrapbook.com branded exclusive products, from stack and sort trays, this brand new Sunshine Bloom stamp that goes perfectly with the collection that everyone's been using today.
I see a lot of new stuff. These dies are brand new. Look at this. You get the banner set in one die set. Look how cute this is. Oh my goodness, this French little flower cart. All the pieces to create that. I love the umbrella on this. Oh my goodness.
As some would say, a parasol.
A parasol. Yes, I love your French. And then we've got our vertical stripes rounded corners die. That's A2 size. Our new mixed media paper.
Oh yeah, this is amazing. Goodness. This is my fave.
Oh, yes. And the birthday paper, the one Cody was talking about earlier, with the gorgeous patterns. So fun. This is, oh my goodness, I just got to show the birthday balloons. Look how cute that is. So many cool designs in this. Okay, we've got our Scrapbook.com ink roller pen. This is such a great pen for journaling, doodling, and then our adhesive roller, mint tape, magic mat, easy grip scissors, foam adhesive. What is this? Is this the 1 millimeter? Oh, the 1 millimeter that I used in my class. Really good.
A project grit mat, flawless finish brushes, and the Artiste glue.
Oh my gosh. Possible storage, you were saying.
Oh yeah. That was
our stack and sort.
Yes,
small
the large
and
small.
large. Wow. And you get 2 in each set here. This is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Okay, so how do they win?
Let us know if you have uploaded to the gallery before.
Yeah.
You know, and now's a great time. If you have or if you haven't, just upload today. Upload your projects. And we want to see what you're making. Be sure to tag the products so that they appear on the product pages and everyone can see what you're making.
Yeah, and you never know, you might be featured in a live stream. We love seeing the inspiration there and pulling for a live stream as well.
Yeah.
All right, well, up next is our...
We'll be talking about Meghann and Tonya Brooks' class.
Yes, we'll be right back for that. See you soon.
We are back from another set of great classes. We just learned from Meghann and Tonya.
Yes, I loved those classes.
Same.
So let's start with Meghann. Okay, Meghann is a favorite of ours. We love Meghann. She has done a lot of things with us, and we've partnered with them as well at Scrapbook and Cards Today magazine. And so her style is just absolutely beautiful. I love anything that Meghann makes. And she made a beautiful layout and a card.
Yes.
Which I love that she was able to do both. One of the things that she really focused on was titles, which I thought was great. And the arches, which I thought was really cool. She took the arches and made them into like a circular, they look like circles, but they were arches.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I actually did it as well for my card, but we'll show that in just a minute.
Yeah.
I love seeing a little picture of Shamel and her. That was so fun and so cute. We love Shamel as well, so that was cute to see them together.
So fun.
Okay, what did you think?
I love that she really explained how the visual of a layout works, she said, this is how you follow it, I thought that was really cool and just something to keep in mind going forward.
Yeah, and I love that she said, don't leave the title till the end. Incorporate the beginning so you can kind of see where everything's gonna go, which I love. That was great advice, great advice. Okay, what did you make?
So I made this tag, almost like a little scrapbook thing, it's
the picture of Cody, I love it.
It was only birthday picture I could really find, so.
It's perfect, you got a candle and everything.
Yeah, so I kind of tried to do the same thing-ish on a tag, but I still made the cluster, embellishments, and that paper. I told you, it's my fave.
It is your fave. I'm seeing little peeks of it everywhere.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so what I did is I took the arches and I put them into kind of a cluster like she did to create a background, and then had the title kind of pull you in, and then you get to see all of the elements behind it. I did use our new Market Bloom, what is this die? I think it's the fruit die that's brand new right now. I love this fruit and just kind of incorporated the parasol.
Yes.
The parasol and the fruit, the lemons, the oranges and the lime slices, and some sprigs like she did, and to create this card. But she gave some really good tips and techniques for these arches, which I love.
Oh, yeah.
And her grid background, just everything was gorgeous.
Yeah, and I love how she, when she was adhering, it was such a helpful tip. When she was adhering all of the arches in, she put the adhesive roller on them and then kind of stuck them all together. She just kept it all together.
Yes.
And I was like, well, that helps.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're
It made it easier, to keep it all together in one place so you don't lose it. I agree, absolutely. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Meghann. She does a lot of great videos as well, so make sure you check out her on YouTube. And then next was?
Tonya. So, we have Meghann's, clean layout, and now we're going to the grungy side of things, which I love.
Yes, and I loved her story about how her nanny, her grandma, used to craft with her, and that's how it fostered and got her into paper crafting. Such a great story. Again, love the stories. So thank you for sharing that with us. Yes, we went to a little grungier side. I'll grab mine over here. She did more of the smushing. So we did some smushing, we did some inking, some blending, all kinds of stuff on a tag, which was beautiful.
Yeah, I love the smushing and then the layering. I don't know if it might be a little hard to pick it up on camera, but then, there's the little touches of stenciling. And I took the tip that she gave for intricate dies, taking those intricate dies and then swiping those in your inks too, because then I was able to easily color these disco balls in with that technique.
I love it. I feel like your tag has a lot of motion, like these disco balls are kind of floating and moving, which feels really cool. So really good job on that. Yeah, I did the same. I did some smushing. I did some Cloud Whip stencil on top of my blended background and ink smushed background. And then I took some of the white sprigs that she did as well and cut them out and kind of used them as more layering texture on the background here. And then just used a simple Happy Easter, which is one of our new dies here, as my central focal sentiment for my card. And I love the way it turned out. And I even added a little bit of glitter. Let's see if you can see it. Oh, see that chunky glitter in there? Even added some chunky glitter. Coming soon to scrapbook.com. But I used a little bit and just love the way it turned out. She is such a great educator and I really learned a lot.
Same. Yeah. Both very, very great classes.
Yeah.
But we're not done.
Nope, there's more.
Yep, there's one more class left, and that is Jana Eubank.
Yes, and we love Jana and we're so excited. Her class, I cannot wait. So let's jump right into it. Shall we go?
Let's go.
Hello to all my friends. Welcome to SBC Fest. I'm so excited to be an instructor today and to be able to have the opportunity to hang out and craft with all of you. Today we're going to be creating two really fun, beautiful layouts. If you've done my homework video, you have probably discovered that die cutting is my absolute favorite technique. And so in today's projects, we'll be featuring lots of Scrapbook.com die sets and of course the beautiful Market Bloom 6x8 papers. So before we get started, I want to tell you a little bit about me. I have been scrapbooking for as long as I can remember, over 25 years. I actually grew up in a family that owned a copying and printing business. So really paper has been a part of my life since I was very young and tiny. I remember the smell of the ink off of the presses at my dad's shop. He used to do like a monthly coupon book for the town that we live in. And so we would all help collate the coupon books. We were trying to get those deadlines done. My mom ran the press with babies on the floor or over in the playpen. And so it's just been a part of my life. I remember my favorite store when I was little was going to this stationery store called Nation's Creation. And they had all the stickers and Hello Kitty sets. And so I've always just loved stickers and colors and crayons and paper. My dad used to let me go along the shelves of paper and pick out all of the colors, and I would make little books with them. And so I just have a passion for paper. I have a passion for memory keeping. That also comes from my parents. My dad loves to take pictures. In fact, my mom is a scrapbooker and they work together on scrapbooking projects. My dad will help her edit and print the photos. And then she's just a master documenter, keeping track of all the details. And so it's just something that has been a part of my family and a part of life as long as I can remember. Now, I currently work in the scrapbook industry. I teach scrapbooking classes, so I hope that we can be friends online and that you'll follow me. I'm excited to create with you today. So first, let's turn it over to my desktop and get started, right? Enough about me. And let's look at the bundle and the projects that we're going to be creating. Here's a quick overview of our two projects. I'll put them in order. We're first going to create this Roatan layout. Now, I took quite a tropical vibe from the Market Bloom paper pad, but because it had all these fun fruits, and then I incorporated the flowers with those fruits and the butterflies. But these layouts would be great for your everyday memories as well, or even summertime or things like that. So my first page is called Roatan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. That's in the Honduras when my family went to visit there. But you can change this title out to be anything you want. It could be getaway or family or whatever it is. So that don't get thrown off by this title, because everything else is nice and general and will be perfect for a beautiful 4x6 photo of your family. Now, the second one, we are going to do the title Tropical Fun. And that's because I wanted to incorporate those adorable fruit dies from the Market Bloom collection as letters in our title. So we'll be cutting those out, or I'm sorry, we'll be incorporating those. Now, if you haven't watched my homework video, we did all of the die cutting ahead of time, because that would have taken my full time just to die cut all of the elements. So if you haven't watched that, go ahead and watch that and come back to this video. But you know what? Hang out with us live while you're here, and then you can create this page later. We're going to be incorporating some banner dies as well. And so we just want to take a minute and talk about the additional supplies that you might need. But first, let's take a look at the bundle. So the bundle that you can buy, or the class essentials that are essential to my two projects today, are these 6 items. First, we have the 6x8 Market Bloom paper pad. It's beautiful with these tropical colors. We're going to be cutting these and using these as photo mats, but also layers in our project. So just a quick flip through of that with all these gorgeous colors. We'll also use the solid colors to die cut our title, so have that handy. I'm also going to be bringing in the light green color from the Floral Smooth cardstock as a shadow layer, and also to our title, and then also some white cardstock. So keep that handy. The other items, that's not a part of our bundle, but so let's finish looking at the bundle. The other items in my bundle include lots of dies. I love them. This adorable fruit-shaped die set that coordinates with the Market Bloom collection. It has watermelons and orange slices and lemons and limes, and then of course these adorable butterflies, or not butterflies, umbrellas that you can create as well. So that you used to die cut a bunch of things. We created those beautiful flowers with the sunflower die. We used the small butterfly in the layered butterfly set. And then today we're going to be using the uppercase letters from the bold basic alphabet die to do our titles. So have that handy. And then the final item in the bundle is this happy little sentiments stamp set. I love this. It has so many phrases that are perfect for both scrapbooking or card making. So I keep this on my desk and use it quite a bit. We will be using it to add some phrases to our project today. You can see a couple right here on this first layout. So with that being said, let's take a look at the additional supplies you might need for today's class. Of course, you're going to need a trimmer. I'm just going to be using this small one, I believe, from We Are Memory Keepers. I'm like, I don't think I need a larger one. I think I can get by with that. For your die cutting, if you need this magic mat. Mine is well loved. I use it with the Spellbinders Platinum 6, and it's stayed nice and straight. My other side I've kept clean for now, but there's that. We'll be using that with the uppercase dies. Of course, you need your mint tape to keep your dies in place. We'll need adhesive. I have a variety of adhesives from Scrapbook.com that we'll be using. I'm also going to be using foam tape. I love the squares, and I really love the 1/8" strips. These are perfect for adding the letters to the project. Let me just bring in some more items. For the stamping, I have some Midnight Blue Scrapbook.com ink. I'm also going to shade some of the edges with this Rainy Day ink. Sorry, mine's a little worn out, but that's the Rainy Day color. And then you'll need an acrylic block to go with those. So I'll set those up there. I have an ink blender to do my inking of my edges. You might need to grab a piercer to poke your letters out of the die once you've die cut them. We'll be creating a little banner across the top of the project right here. I use the smallest nested banner die from Scrapbook.com. Of course, you could just notch little pieces of paper for those as well. But I love this die. I use it all the time. And then for embellishing, I'm going to use a couple of orange buttons from my stash. These are the ones I have, but you can find some beautiful orange buttons on Scrapbook.com with the Simple Stories Color Vibe buttons. This orange color would be perfect. I'm using white pops of color on my second layout as an embellishment. And then I'm going to use some gems to accent this first layout. Just some plain gems. But I think I'm going to switch it up. I might use some of these clear bubbles that I got at Scrapbook.com instead for those today. So we'll see. So let's go ahead and get started on this first layout. And let me set everything out of the way. All right. Actually, not totally out of the way because we need to keep it handy, right? All right, so I'm going to set my first layout in the frame. You should have prepared a background, and if you haven't already, I'll just repeat that. So we're going to go with this Color Vibe cardstock background, and I mentioned this in the homework video just to prepare that. So I have layered 2 of the Color Vibe cardstocks together. What I love about this cardstock is it's solid on one side, like the solid upper layer, and then when you flip it over, it has a tonal dot pattern. So I have used the Peacock Color Vibe cardstock as the background, and then I've just matted that with the Pine Color Vibe cardstock. I stitched around the edge with my sewing machine using white thread. Of course, that's optional, right? If you don't have a sewing machine, you don't have to do that. I just like to do that because it adds a little bit of texture. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to use my fingernail to kind of rough up these edges now that they're stitched down. It adds a little bit of texture to the project. And if you don't want to use your fingernail, you can always tuck your bone folder in there or the edge of scissors, just something like that to just scrape along that edge and just lift that edge. So we'll just start off by doing that, and that will give you a moment to grab cardstock if you need to for your base. But hopefully you have it already prepared. Now, I am in the chat live, so if you have any questions about the projects as we're creating them, please pop a comment into the to the chat, and I'm happy to help you. Or I'm sure somebody else will pipe in as well. So here's how we're going to start off this layout. Now, also for this layout, you will need a 4x6 horizontal photo, or a 6x4, I should say, that is matted with a 1/8" edge of white cardstock. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to mat this photo with the dark navy paper from the Market Bloom paper pad. So I'm going to cut a 4.5 by 6.5 piece of that navy paper and just go ahead and mat our photo. Now this trimmer doesn't have a 4.5 line on it. So let's see. I'm sorry, 6.5 line on it. So gosh, what's 8.5? I think we can take off 1.5. You know what? I'm not going to do that math. I'm kind of laughing at myself. I should have thought ahead about that. I could just make a line with my ruler. But maybe what I'll do is I'll go ahead and add my photo to this, and then I'll just eyeball it as well. That works, right? So we're just creating a double mat for this photo, and that's going to help it to stand out against all of the beautiful pattern papers that we're going to be placing behind this photo. So we'll just eyeball that. Now I'm going to hang on to these pieces because I can use them for die cutting my letters later. So let's bring in this layout so you can see our project. I don't know if this is all going to fit on my desk here. All right, so the next thing we want to do is we're going to build these background layers using strips of all of these gorgeous patterns from the Market Bloom paper pad. So let's go through and pick out each of these papers. So we need that beautiful floral, which is the first paper. So let's go ahead and take out a piece of that. The next one we have, we'll kind of look at these. I think these kind of go in order, is that pink dot. And that is the next one in the pad. So we'll take out a piece of that and flip that over. The next one is the orange. We'll also look for the scallop and the solid red. So there's the orange. I actually love that these are kind of falling in order. I don't know if I did that on purpose. Look at there, the red is next. I'm kind of impressed with myself. And then the next one is the lemon, which has that scallop on the back. Now that was serendipitous. Love that. Okay, so for each of these pieces, we are going to cut them to 2 1/4 inch wide. I'm just measuring to make sure I'm remembering correctly. So let's go ahead and we're going to cut a vertical strip that's 2 1/4 inches wide from each of those 5 papers. So we'll kind of work backwards. Here's our first one. I'm going to keep these little pieces handy, but we'll just go ahead, 2 1/4 vertical strip so that we have a 2 1/4 by 8 inch strip. There's the solid red. Next is the oranges. 2 1/4 inch piece of that. The dots. I love this pattern. It kind of reminds me of the dot on a dot like adhesive. Isn't it cute? I love it. So we'll do a 2 1/4 of that. And then our final piece is this gorgeous floral. Like, I'm in love with this. Now we want to keep all of our papers handy because see this banner piece at top? We're going to cut those same 5 patterns with that banner piece. So in fact, we may want to do that right after we build our background. I'm just thinking out loud here about what kind of order I want to go in. Okay, now so for each of these layers, if you'd like, you can ink the edges. I'm just using a light gray ink. You're not even going to really see it on camera. So, but what I like about this, especially our second layout, is that it just kind of defines the edges. You know when you do Copic marker coloring and you kind of shadow or you add darker color towards the edge? That's kind of what I think about when I do inking of edges. And you'll see that probably the most on this orange paper. It just gives it, I like to use the gray because it just gives it a little bit of an edge. So you don't have to ink your stuff. It's really just a personal preference for me. I think it just adds a little bit. Now for each of these strips, we're going to line these up in a row and we're going to overlap them a little bit, but I want some of them to have I want it to have a variety. So I'm going to tear the top and bottom edges of some of these pieces. So we'll look at my final layout to see this. You can see that the first floral piece, I tore the edge. The next ones I didn't. That's the polka dot and the orange. I left those straight, but then the final two I ripped or tore the edges just to give it some variety. So as we put these down, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to start with our floral piece, and I'm just going to tear about 1/4 of an inch off the top and bottom. And I'm just taking it real slow so I can keep that as straight as possible. If you want, you can kind of ruffle that up with the edge of your finger just to give it some additional dimension. And then we'll go ahead and adhere this first piece to our layout, and we'll just build these strips as we go. So you can see over here, if you look at this layout, I have it about 1 inch from the left side of the page and probably about 1 1/4 or a little more than 1 inch up from the bottom. Now, what I love about the Color Vibe cardstock with this tonal dot, it almost acts like a grid that helps you to line up your pieces straight. Isn't that awesome? So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now for the pink piece, I didn't cut the edges, but I did take my fingernail and kind of rub against the edges just to ruffle it up, give it a little bit of a distressed look. So we'll just do that really quick. And then as we're adhering these strips to our layout, I'm kind of offsetting them or bouncing them up and down a little bit just to give it some interest. And really what we're doing with these is we're just building an interesting background. So again, utilize those dots. I'm overlapping the floral about 1/2 of an inch, and utilize those dots on that background paper to just keep that as straight as possible. Now, same thing with the orange one, just kind of ruffle up the edges. You can use a distressing tool. You can use the edge or the blade of the scissor. Today, I'm just using my fingernails because it's easy, and I don't want this to have a heavy distressing. I just want it to have a little bit of texture. So I'm just using my nails to just kind of scrape along the edge. And then we'll add that orange strip to our project. This one I'm going to overlap the pink one about 1 inch, and then we will bounce that down just a hair. Okay, so far we have 3 strips. We have our floral, our pink, and our orange strip. The next one is the solid red. And this one, sorry, I have so much stuff on my desk right now. This one, if you look over at our sample layout, it has a tear at the top and bottom. So again, we'll just take that nice and slow and just tear about 1/4 of an inch from the top and bottom and just ruffle those edges with our fingernail. You guys doing okay? You can tear off a little bit more if you want. I just wanted to keep my background base as tall as possible. You can see I have some space at the top here where my title is landing. So I don't want to tear off too much. Tear off about 1/4 of an inch. Now this red one is going to be tucked under the orange one, about 1/4 of an inch. So we're just going left to right and then using the dots on our paper to keep our strips straight. Okay, the final one is the scallop. And again, we're going to tear the top and bottom. This is so cute. Kind of reminds me of a pineapple or like roof tiles. So cute. So this one will also go under the red paper about 1/4 to 1/2 an inch. So let's add that to our project. And for mine, I have the scallops pointing down, if you're wondering. All right. So that completes my base for my photo. And now I'm ready to add my photo to the middle. So if we look at our sample one, we can see we've come about 1.5 inches or 1 1/4 inches from the left. We're basically just centering it left to right. My margins on the left and right edges are about equal. So depending on how you adhered your strips to your background, you may want to take that into account. So I do want to leave space at the top for my title, and then I have a little bit of space at the bottom for my journaling. So let's go about right there. Okay, and that is a good start to our layout. Now, before we start embellishing the corners and doing our title, let's actually die cut the banner pieces. So I'm going to bring in my die cutting machine, and since I have my 5 little papers right here, I am going to just die cut those really quickly. So I'm going to cut out a little piece of each of these papers, about the size. Now, if you don't have a banner die, you could use, you could just cut these into rectangles and then notch the bottom with your scissors. That's a good way, but honestly, I love that nested banner die. I use it for tags. I use it for mini albums. It's really comes in handy. And so I use it all the time. So if you don't have it, that's a good one to grab. Okay. Now, I haven't done this, but I'm going to try and die cut 2 at once. And I'm willing to bet that I can do it. All right, so let's go ahead and run those through. I will actually run it back and forth just to give that, oh, worked like a champ. Okay, so we have our little banner pieces. Should we try 3 just for the sake of time? I don't know, I'm feeling kind of brave. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna stack all 3 of these together with my little banner piece. I kind of have some static electricity happening, so I hope they don't shift on me. And then we'll run through. We'll just go back and forth just to give it some extra pressure. And did it do it? It did it. Okay, so we have our 5 little banner pieces. And we can set this aside for a moment. And we'll come back to our die cut machine when we're ready to do our title. Okay, now since we have our little banner pieces ready, let's go ahead and adhere them to the page. Now, something I want to point out is the base that I put across the top of these banners. It's just a really thin strip of that navy paper. So let's go ahead and arrange these with some glue on the back. I'm just going to add glue to each one of these, and that will help me to line them up. We'll start with the pink pattern on the right. Next is our floral. Might need to go a little horizontal. We're just going to line these right up. We have our golden one, our orange, and our red. So it looks a little different than the one. That's okay. Now across the top of those banner pieces, we're going to cut a very, very thin strip of this navy paper. Now I have these pieces, but I don't want to cause a problem. I think that's going to be hard to cut a really thin piece. So I'm going to grab a new piece of that. I'll bring in my trimmer, and I'm really just going to do a really tiny sliver. This guillotine trimmer is perfect for that. So I'm just going to push it a little bit past, and now I can cut a really thin strip to go across the top of my banners. Okay, so we'll use some of our artiste glue to put that in place. And I'll just run a bead across the top of these banner pieces. Then I'll just, because the cardstock's so thin, I can maneuver it in that curve. And then I'll trim it to fit. Now we're going to accent this banner with our small leaf die cuts that we did during our cutting homework. So let me bring those in, and we will tuck those across the top. I'll bring my sample layout next to it. So first we're going to add 2 to the right of our red banner here. I'll layer these two together. And we're just creating this little cute tropical vibe at the top of our page. So I'm going to add those to the right edge of our red banner. Then I need one tucked underneath the orange banner. And then again, I'm layering a couple on top of the floral. Now I'll come back later and add the gems at the end once we've completed all of our embellishing here. But I just wanted to die cut those banners while we had those papers handy. So we'll add those there. So, so cute. Put my pin back or put it out of the way. Okay, so our little navy strip that we cut to accent the top should be dry by now. So I'm just going to turn my project and then snip that with my scissors. And we should be good to keep moving on. Okay, you guys doing good so far? All right, now let's move on to our title and our embellishing. I think we ought to do our embellishing first, and then we can tuck our title in. So first, let's start with this upper left corner of embellishing. I want to just talk about it before we put it together. Now we have 2 daisies as the base, and then we're going to tuck in everything around it. We have the large orange slice, 2 limes, a large lemon, and a watermelon wedge. Then we'll come back with all of these florals or all of these greeneries. So let's start with our 2 daisies. That's our first thing that we're going to tuck down. Now, this is going to be something that we want to use some foam adhesive with, because that will allow us to have a little bit of lift with those flowers, which will allow us to tuck in our pieces underneath. So I'm going to be using some Scrapbook.com foam squares. And so I'm going to grab 2 of these to place on the back side of my flowers. I'm just going to place one in the center, and I'll go ahead and take the backing off. And then that will allow me to arrange them at the same time and then set them down together. So we'll place these side by side so you can see what we're going to do. So the first thing we're going to do is start with these 2 flowers. So we're going to place one right here along the top, almost diagonal to each other. And then the second one is just at the very top left corner of this photo. Now I got to tell you a little bit of funny story about this photo real quick. My husband and I call this photo of our kids the Back to the Future photo, because you remember that picture of Michael J. Fox or Marty with his siblings that would disappear as the future was changing. His brother was wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt, and so we kind of laughed that this is our Back to the Future picture of our kids, right? So silly. Okay, so we have our 2 flowers down, and then the next thing we're going to do is add the fruit around it. Let's start on the inside. It looks really complicated, but we're just going to take this piece by piece. So let's grab a large orange slice and a lime. That's all we need, okay? Large orange slice and a lime. So those are going to get tucked to the right. So let's start with our orange slice. Again, I'm going to use the foam tape, just one in the center. And that will give this a little bit of lift, a little bit of shadowing, and then that will allow me to tuck some leaves under after. So this is just going to go right along the top of that photo. We'll place that one there. And now we can add our lime underneath the top edge. Now I love the little bumpy, embossing details on the lime, so I want those on the top. And then I'm going to tuck the bottom edge underneath that orange slice. Okay, so first step were the daisies, and then we added the orange slice and the lime. Next, we're going to go to the left of the flowers. We have a lemon, a lime, and a watermelon wedge. So let's grab those 3 pieces. A lemon, a lime, and the watermelon wedge. So let's start with our lemon. It's hard to fit both of these on screen. I'll tuck this one off to the right a little bit. And we're going to do our lemon. Again, we want those embossed details towards the top, and we're just going to poke that large lemon point underneath the floral. Something like that. Then our lime is going to go underneath the top edge. Again, we want those cute little bumps or embossed details of the lime showing. So we'll tuck that in there. And then our final piece is our watermelon wedge that we created. And we're just going to tuck the point of that watermelon next to the lime. And it's going to kind of go off the top edge. So we have our two daisies, our orange and lime to the right, and then our lemon, lime, and watermelon to the left. Now we can come back with all of those beautiful greeneries and tuck them in. So for the greeneries on this side, the flower stems, we're going to need 5 solid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 outlines. So let's grab those 5 solid and 2 outlines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 outlines. And we're just going to take our Artis glue and tuck these underneath all the edges. So first, let's start at the top. We have 2 solids and 1 outline. Let's start with our 2 solids. So what I like to do is I like to add the glue to the back. I just do it like to the stem and the bottom 2 leaves. And I actually do both pieces at once because I can arrange them together just like I did with the flowers. I can use them, kind of arrange them at the same time and tuck them in. So there's our first 2. And now I'll come back with the outline flower that we see right here and tuck that one in. Now you can see why I had you die cut everything ahead of time, because there's so many beautiful layers, so many beautiful images on this. Okay, so we have our first 3 leaves done. Now let's go to the left side. We need 1 solid and 1 outline. So let's start with our outline one this time. This is going to kind of go in between the lemon and the lime. Now, if you are having trouble tucking your leaf stem in, you can always trim off that leaf stem with the with your scissors. I'm actually going to, I might just lift this paper there. So there's my outline one. And then my solid one is going to go right below it. You can see how just adding in some leaf branches really connects everything together. I love, one of my favorite design tips to people is to add something organic to every layout, whether that's a flower or fruit or critter or something like that. It not only helps your project come to life, but it breaks up all of the straight edges that you have going on. Our photos are square, our paper layers are typically square or straight edged rectangles. And so having things with curves to them really helps your page to come alive. Okay, the last 2 solid branches are going to go underneath the bottom of the daisy, at the bottom of this cluster. So we'll just add those. And I'm going to just do those one at a time. And just round out, whoa, as I drop my bottle of glue here. And just round out this lower cluster. Isn't that pretty? I love die cuts. It looks so custom, so dimensional, so pretty. Now, some people worry about putting this under a sheet protector. Don't worry about that. It's going to be okay. It does add a little bit of thickness to your album, but I think the results are well worth it. Okay, so the final thing in this upper left corner, of course we have some gems. We'll come back and do those at the end, but let's add one of our butterflies here. We have our cute butterfly. So you should have already adhered your navy and white butterflies together. They're the exact same shape. We're just bending up the wings so they have a little, you can see a little bit of that shadow effect with that white at the bottom. So we're just, again, adding adhesive to just the body, and we'll tuck this at the top of our layout. Isn't that cute? Love it. Okay, so now we have our top cluster done. It's not as scary as you think, right? Sometimes you see those and you're like, oh my gosh, that's gonna take forever. The die cutting is probably the part that takes the longest. So now we're gonna come down here and we're gonna work on our next one. So to start off, we're gonna use our white daisy again as our base, and then we're gonna build our fruit around it in a circle, and then we'll add our leaves. So I am gonna grab our daisy and our watermelon at the same time because I feel like they kind of go hand in hand as far as creating the base for this cluster. So let's add foam to the back of each one. Again, I'm just adding one so that I can tuck things underneath. I don't want to put adhesive right to the edge because then that keeps me from being able to tuck other things. And we're going to place this daisy right here at the bottom right corner of our layout. And then we're going to tuck the watermelon underneath it to the right. And we're just going to angle that a little bit. And you can see the watermelon is overlapping the edge of that golden paper. Okay, so next up, let's do the whole orange with the stem. We'll tuck that right in the top, right above the watermelon. Again, we'll add a foam square to the back. Tuck that at the top, right along the edge of our photo. Isn't that cute? All right, and then let's go to the bottom where we have a single lime. So we have our little lime here at the bottom. Again, the embossed details are on the top of the lime. So that's just gonna go right below our daisy. It's kind of gonna connect our daisy and our watermelon together. And then to the left of our cluster, we have our last two fruit pieces, which is our lemon and our small orange slice. So our lemon, let's go ahead and add that. The lemon is overlapping the photo. I like to use elements to overlap the edges, the straight edges, just to, of course, break up those straight lines, but it also connects things together. And then our orange is going to overlap the bottom edge of that lemon. Okay, so there we have the lemon and the small orange to the left, the lime below the watermelon, and then the whole orange above the watermelon, right on the edge of the photo. And now we're ready to come back with our branches. So let's start above the watermelon. We have one solid and one open branch. Let's grab those. We'll start with our solid one first. I'll bring this one up so you can see the sample one while we do this. And I didn't put my pin back in here. Hopefully I didn't clog it. There we go. And that's going to go underneath the orange here. Helps that edge of the orange to stand out. And then the outline one is going to overlap the solid one and be tucked beneath the watermelon. Super cute. Okay, next we need one solid leaf branch to come out below the lime. I'm getting tongue twisted here saying lemons and limes. So we'll add a little extension there. We might have to peel up or trim our branch. Let's see here. I'll just peel that up a little bit. And because it's an organic cluster, don't worry too much about how it looks. Because, you know, things in nature aren't perfect. Okay, so at the bottom of the daisy, we have a solid and an outline. And then to the left of our fruit, we have a solid and an outline. So let's go ahead and add those. Let's first do the bottom. So I'll grab a solid and an outline. So this is going to go below our daisy. And I'm tucking the solid leaf under the lime a little bit just to connect all of those together so everything's kind of touching and overlapping. And then the outline will be tucked under the orange slice. Like so. Okay, and then let's do our two off to the left. We'll start with the solid one on the bottom. It's kind of coming diagonally underneath the orange slice. And then our open one goes underneath the lemon and overlaps the solid branch. It's not cute. Oh, I love how that looks. So fun, so pretty, so full. Just beautiful. I love those daisies. Okay, so now we need to add our two butterflies floating up from our cluster here. So let's grab those. Our first one is kind of facing towards the photo. It's kind of flying towards the photo, and it's overlapping this edge. Again, it's breaking up that straight edge of the papers. I'll bend up the wings once the glue is dry. And we can do that at the end. And then our second butterfly is flying away, just kind of like they're flying in a little S curve. And he's going to fill the spot right here. And he's also kind of overlapping the edge of that golden paper. Again, just breaking up the lines. So there's our butterflies. We'll let those dry for a minute. While those are drying, let's go ahead and die cut out our title and we'll stamp our sentiments. So if you look at our title, I actually cut out the letters twice. I cut them from both navy pattern paper, that solid navy from the Market Bloom, and then just plain white cardstock. So let's go ahead and grab those letters, let our butterflies and fruit dry for a minute, and we're going to die cut our letters. Let's see. We're going to use our uppercase set. And I'm going to utilize, remember those little strips we cut off? I'm going to utilize those so I don't waste anything. I'm going to do the same title, row attack. Actually, maybe I'll do a different title. Let's do, how about Getaway? Since this was our vacation, or, oh, let's do vacay. I like that. We'll do a little different. So instead of Roatan for my second one, I will do vacay for vacation. So VAC, I'll need another A and then a Y. And I probably could do my white at the same time. Let me cut a strip. We'll tuck that underneath. I'm placing them at an angle in my die cut machine. Sometimes that helps you to get a cleaner cut because you're not hitting it so perpendicular when it goes through the rollers. And I'm just going to back it up because I'm doing 2 of those layers. That will just help, I think. We'll pop out our letters. So we have the navy and the white. Of the V, we need to do a second A. So I'll just take a minute to get all these going. There's our Y. We need our C. Woo, Butterfingers. That always happens when you're scrapbooking live, right? Okay, so I can put everything back but my, I got to pop out my C, my navy C. Okay, so I can put everything back but my letter A. I'll just do that real quick so I don't lose anything. And then we will die cut our second A. You guys doing good? You still working on your branches, or what title are you gonna do? What pictures are you scrapbooking? Maybe you're gonna add pictures later. That works too. So we'll do our A for our title. And then what we're going to do is we're going to adhere these 2 layers together, but we're going to offset them from one another a little bit so that they have a bit of a shadow. Now keep your solid letters or your uppercase letters handy because we'll need them for our second layout. So let's go ahead and bring in. Now for my title letters, I mentioned that we're going to adhere them together offset, and then I'm going to use that 1/8 inch foam to attach them to my layout. I love doing that because it gives it a dimensional look and it really helps those title letters to pop. So you can see that I'm just offsetting those 2 letters from one another, and then I will come back and add these to my project with the foam tape. I'm trying to keep a good eye on the time. We're about halfway through. So we do want to move over to our second layout soon, but I think we're okay actually. I think we're okay. We did a little bit of an intro, so I think we're okay. Yes, I'm talking to, I don't know why I'm telling you all this, but you know, it's like we are live, like we're hanging out, so I can tell you my thought process, right? Of trying to keep tabs on our timing. That's the struggle when you're scrapbooking live sometimes. All right, so we have our title here, vacay. I'm going to flip them all over. And where did I set my, there they are, my foam strips. Okay. Here are my foam strips, my 1/8 inch strips from Scrapbook.com. My favorite for titles. Love this. And we're just going to go along and add this to the back. So I'm going to do all my straight edges first because that's nice and fast. And then I'm going to show you how to do that letter C. The great thing about foam tape or these foam strips is that they're flexible. So if you're doing something like the letter C, it becomes, instead of cutting a million little pieces, I'm going to show you a trick. So we're going to peel off the backing first, and that will allow our strip to be a little more flexible. So I have both sticky sides exposed, but this allows me to curve the strip along the shape of the letter C. And now I'll just finish doing my last letter A with these last few little pieces. So I'll get a second strip. Okay, so let's go ahead and build our title. We're going to spell out the word vacay. Just peel off the backing. And we're just going to use the top of our photo as a guide to line these up. Now, if you are really stressed about lining up, titles, of course, this is right across the top of our photo, so it's not going to be as big of a thing. But just as another tip, you can always use the edge of a ruler to help you to have your letters straight. The dots on the back of this background are great for helping you to place your titles straight. But if you just really struggle and it really bothers you visually, you can always bounce your letters and kind of offset them from one another on purpose. And then that way, you don't even have to worry about your letters being straight. So there's just a quick tip for you. Okay, the last thing we're going to do, actually not the last thing, we still need to add our gems, but I want to add, we want to do our 2 sentiment strips that we're going to stamp. So we have Wish You Were Here and So Happy. And then of course my journaling strips will just get adhered to the bottom. I just made those on my computer. But I want to show you the stamping. So Wish You Were Here is super easy, right? Because I'm going to cut a little strip of this. Actually, I'll leave it on there. How do I want to do this? Okay, we'll do that. We'll cut a strip this way. So what I'm going to do is I need my acrylic block and my navy ink. So I have this stamp phrase that says, Wish You Were Here. Perfect for a vacation photo, right? So we'll go ahead and add that. Now, when I stamp this, I stamp it across the top of a straight edge. And I don't know if I got that on there exactly straight, but that's pretty good. Maybe we'll do a second one real quick. Awesome. Now I can just tuck that into my trimmer and cut the bottom edge. Now for the little flag, I just take my scissors and I'm just snipping a little dovetail in each end. I use that same 1/8 inch foam tape to adhere this. So we'll just we'll just snip a piece of that. I told you I love this stuff. I'm so addicted to it. It's so perfect for these skinny little pieces. And then we're going to stamp the phrase, So Happy. Now this phrase is, let me hold it up. It's part, if I remember, yes, it's part of another phrase. And so we're going to use our mint tape. So let me show you that. So happy you're you. So that would be great for, a layout about where you're focusing on your child, right? So one thing you can do is you can just try to tap those 2 words onto your ink pad. But what I like to do is I like to cover up the other 2 words like this with mint tape. Then I don't have to stress about that so much. I can tap those 2 words. Now before I stamp this onto my cardstock, I'm going to remove that mint tape so that I don't get ink onto my cardstock. And then, just like I did the last phrase, I'll stamp that across the top of a piece of cardstock. I can just quickly trim that out. And now I'm ready to add this little sentiment to my project. Now the last thing that we would do on this page would be to add the diamond accents. And I think I'm going to skip that just so we don't run out of time for our second layout. But I will point out where they go on the final page. And then we'll just keep moving along. You guys doing good? I hope you love how this page is coming together. So cute, so pretty with all of these beautiful florals and fruit images. Aren't they your favorite? I seriously love them so much. So let me just clean up my space a little. I'll put my stamp away so I don't lose it for the next layout, because I'm pretty sure we're going to use that same phrase again. And then you can see how the final details, by just adding a bit of sparkle to our final layout, just really kicks us up a notch. So I put a large and a medium sparkle up here on the banner, a single one on the pink one. And then I just sprinkled a couple by the butterflies over here on the left, and then a couple on the right. Now I also added them to the center of the flowers, which is so cute. So if we have time, we'll come back and do that at the end, but there is our finished first layout, and we're ready to move on to our second one. Okay, for our second layout, we have the white cardstock. Now I would bend up the edges like we did the first one, just like I showed you before, but we're gonna skip that just for the sake of time. The first thing we're gonna start with is arranging our photos. Now we have those 6 photos, but you can see I had you put on them a 1/16 edge, but we also want to cut some photo mats for these. So the 3 papers that I need you to pull are the scallops. I think I have one over here already, so I'll grab one of those, but I think I'm going to need another one. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab another one. So we need the scallops, the golden scallops, the solid red, and then we're going to need the floral, this one. Now for these pages, we're going to cut mats that are 2 3/4 by 3 3/4. So we'll place this in our trimmer at 3 3/4. Cut 2 3/4 twice. 2 3/4 once. 2 3/4 a second time. So there's our first mat. We'll keep the back handy because we're going to use that green for our title. And now we're going to do the same thing with the red. We're going to first do 3 3/4. And then actually we don't use the dark green, we use the navy. So, and then 2 3/4 once, 2 3/4 twice. Then our final one is this golden scallop. Again, 2 pieces that are 2 3/4 by 3 3/4. Now you can ink all the edges. I'm going to skip that just so we make sure we hit our time. But I'm going to go ahead and adhere all my photos just like I have on this other page. So my top 3, let's place them in the order first. Is my son and me and my daughter. And then at the bottom, my daughter, my husband, and my other daughter. Okay, for the top left photo, we're going to use this golden scallop. So let's go ahead and add the photo to that. I think I did my mats a little too big, so we're going to trim these. But let's go ahead and get them all on. Then we can just trim the bottom edge. So the red one for the second one, and then the floral for the last one. And then we're going to go red, floral, gold. So the first photo on the bottom is the red. Then the floral. Even though the floral is going sideways, you're only seeing a little bit of it, so that's not going to matter too much. And then the gold. Okay, now I'm going to quickly trim these just so they're symmetrical all the way around. And I will just eyeball this. course, you can take more time and be more careful than I'm being. I want to make sure we get through most of our layout here. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay, so let's first go ahead and arrange our photos on our page in the 2 rows. So we have these 3 at the top. We want to leave space for our title, and these 3 at the bottom. So something like that. And let's go ahead and start adhering. And what's great is, again, we're using the dots on the paper to help us line things up. So these bottom 3, the bottom edges will all line up. And then these 3 should all be the same unless I cut them a little different. And I think, actually, I want to line these up on the right because this wide one makes this row a little longer, and then we're going to fill that in with some florals, if that makes sense. Okay, and that already has adhesive on it. So, so cute. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is our title here. And we're going to die cut the word tropical fun. We don't need the O, the A, or the U because we're going to be using fruits. But we're going to die cut these from the light green, from the floral, and then the navy cardstock. So I have the navy paper here, and then we want some of this light green. So let me move our layouts to the side and we'll do a little die cutting real quick. We're going to do both letters at the same time. So place those there. And just as a guide, I'll bring this layout in so I can see. So we need TR, we don't need the O, but we do need the P. I might space these out just so they die cut better. But of course, when you have more time, you can utilize all of your little spaces, right? CL. And then the FU for fun, not the U, but we do need the N. And then I did use an exclamation point from the number set, but you can also use the lowercase I from the lowercase letters. So let's do that. All right, so we have our navy and our light green for our letters. And I'm going to just give that a double pass just because that's a lot of dies on there at the same time. Okay. We can move our die cut machine out of the way. And then let's get all our letters prepared. Now we're going to offset these from one another just like we did on our last layout. And I hope I didn't just lose. Did they bounce? I think I lost the dot. And I think it, we'll see. We'll make it work. So we have our F and our N. There it is. I thought I lost it. It did die cut a little funny, but that's okay. That one bounced for some reason when I went send it through again. So I think it rubbed against the side. So we have our T, and R. How's everyone doing? Just check in with you while we're doing this die cutting here. I'll just set these letters off to the side because we shouldn't need them again. T, R, then we need our P. Pop out our navy one. Our I. Our C. And our L. We already got our C right there. Our L and our L. And my exclamation point kind of die cut weird. I think it bounced or something. Do you see that? I'll just make it do since we're short on time. But we have all our letters now. I'll set these dies off to the side. I should have probably attached them with my mint tape so they didn't bounce. And then let's adhere these together. Maybe we'll just leave off the little dot for now. Okay, so let's use our glue to adhere these together. And we're offsetting them so they look like they have a shadow, just like we did on our last layout. So we're just kind of rinsing and repeating a couple of our techniques. And we'll go ahead and get these all set. Now, we didn't do the letters or the vowels because we're going to use our die cut shapes as those letters, which is going to be so cute. It just adds so much personality. And I love doing that, especially on photos or on layouts with multiple photos where you're kind of taking up a lot of the room with your photos. You can add that theme or that decoration right within your title by replacing some of the letters with a shape. So in this case, we're using the adorable fruit shape die set and giving this layout a tropical feel by adding some fruit in place of the letters or in place of the vowels. So this is going to be so cute. I love doing this. I've done this on other layouts for like the word home. You can place a house in the shape of or where the O is. Or the word heart, or a heart in the word love. So I'm sure you've done this before, but sometimes we forget to do it on things other than, basic layouts like love. So this is really fun to use our fruit dies in another way besides just as a fruit accent. We're actually using them as letters. So another fun thing to do with these fruit dies is, I don't know about you, but I love puns. So you could look up some really cute puns online for, limes and lemons and use those on cards and layouts. I think that would be so cute. Again, my little dot on my exclamation point kind of got messed up. So we will just do the top half of this and I'll add that dot later. But we'll just keep moving along with our layout. Okay, so our letters are all glued together. Bring in, again, I want to show you the final layout, and we're going to build this where it says tropical fun. I did wrap some thread around the letter L before I adhered it, and then I added a little piece of thread to the top of the lemon. But let's go ahead and build this title. So let's bring in our final page. And I'm going to transfer all these letters over into this spot. So I have the word fun that's kind of nestled down here. I may need to move my title or my bottom row of photos actually. Let's see if we can make this fit. They may need to move down just a smidge. So let's go ahead and move that down just maybe 1 or 2 rows. I'm watching the dots on the back of my page here. And that will just give us a little more room for our title. Okay, again, we're going to use these foam strips. But let's bring in our fruits. So we have our orange that's going to go there. Our watermelon wedge is going to be our letter A. Is that fun? And then our lemon will be our U down here. So first, let's place our fruit. I think that's the easiest thing to do. So we'll do our lemon first. in the word fun, and then that will make it easier to add our other letters. Okay, so I'm going to flip over these words and quickly add my 1/8" strips here. I'm telling you, you got to pick up these 1/8" strips. They are awesome for letters and small pieces. I love them. I'm addicted. Okay, so let's do this word fun first. I'm going to just adjust that a little bit. Okay, and now I can do my other one. So let's do the fruit. We'll start with the O and then, or the orange, and then we'll work our way left and right. So we'll add this here. And then I won't be as detailed on my foam on these just for now. Okay. Then once we have our title in place, we're going to fill in all the spots with our flowers and our butterflies and our leaves. So the core items here are the photos and the title for sure. Okay, now we'll flip these ones over. We can add our square to the back of our watermelon, and then we'll add our strip. I may need to grab another sheet. Let's see if I can make this go through all these letters. I'll do the straight pieces first. Oh, don't stick to my photo. I hate when that happens, when you like drop adhesive right on your photos. You're like, all right, I'm gonna go reprint that now. Okay, so I'll just cut a little piece. And then remember, on the curve of the C, we're gonna actually peel off the backing of this foam strip, and that way it will allow us to curve along with that letter C there. I have a little extra piece, and I can add that on the L, and I'll just add it to the back of the watermelon. Whoops, it's sticking to my finger here. There we go. Okay, so now we'll just keep adding our letters one by one. And I want to make sure my little shadow's going the right way. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm like, maybe I didn't have to lower that bottom row of photos. I have a little space, so I might be able to tighten that up a little. I think it's okay. So we're going to tuck that watermelon under the C a little bit. You can see a little bit of that foam, so I just wanted to fix that. And then I did wrap the L, remember, with the little bow. I'll show you that with the that's just some thread or twine from my stash. I'll skip that step right now just because I want to make sure we get to all the other little layers. Okay, so let's tighten this up a little. And now we are ready to embellish. Okay, so there's our cute title. Isn't that fun? Now I did add a little piece of thread bow to the top of the lemon as well. So thread on the L and thread on the lemon. I did pre-tie that bow. So I will just use my artiste glue to attach that real quick. And that can be drying while we do our other embellishing. Okay, now we're going to do all the clusters around our photos. And just like we did on the layout, we'll take it one by one. And I'm just going to explain it real quick. So we have our 2 daisies on the left with 3 solid branches. So let's start there. I did add the buttons to the center of the daisies, just layered on top. So let's grab our 2 daisies. I think that's a good place to start. So we'll add a square to the back of each one. And then I like to arrange these at the same time. Can't get the backing off. So we'll do this first one. This one's kind of going to connect to the title to this photo. And then we're going to do 3 branches. We have 2 at the top, 2 solid, and 1 at the bottom. Okay, so 2 at the top. We're just going to tuck that underneath. And 1 at the bottom. And then the little buttons that I did there are just pre-tied with some ribbon. And I think I'll just do my artiste glue. Hopefully that can just dry while we work on other parts of the layout. I'm hoping I don't bump them. Usually I would put those on at the end. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's work on this cluster here. You can see that I have, and basically each cluster is the same around the page. So I have a lime slice, a large one. Underneath, it's hard to see because I covered them, but the 2 leaves, and then 3 branches. So lemon slice, 2 leaves, 3 branches. So let's start with our large lemon. I'm just going to use tape adhesive since this gets tucked underneath. And this is kind of going to be our base shape that we build off of. So next I need 2 leaves. And these are just going to get tucked underneath this photo. And they're just kind of giving our layout a really organic feel. Just making it feel nice and tropical. And then at the top, we have 3 branches. One of them kind of peeks out this way. So you can just see how these branches just, oh, they just add so much life to your project. I love it. And then this final one is going to connect the lemon right here. So that's our upper corner. We have 2 butterflies, so let's go ahead and add those. One is straddling the top of the photo here. And one is on the right edge of the photo. So of course, if your photo doesn't have blank space or blank background space in it like mine, you may not want to overlap the butterflies onto your photo. We do have a couple of stamped phrases. We'll come back to those if we have time at the end, but let's move over to this lemon cluster. So again, we have another large lemon slice. So let's grab that. Let's slide this over just a tiny bit. And that will be our base shape. Then we need 2 smaller leaves, just like last time. Those are going to tuck into the top. So we have one here and one here. Then we have 2 leaf branches at the bottom. One that's going to go under the lemon slice, and then one that's going to hang down. It almost fills this space out to the right of the title. Now we have two butterflies that need to go right here. So the first one is kind of swooping towards the left, and he fills in the space right here. And this one is going to fill this top corner and just break up that line on the top right of this photo. Okay, and then we have our bottom cluster. I'm trying not to hit those buttons, but this time we're going to build off a small lemon slice. So, excuse me, let's start with a small one. Because we have less space here at the bottom, we're doing a smaller lemon slice. We're going to do the same two leaves to the right. Have some glue on that I didn't want to get off. And then we have two branches to the left. This one will go underneath the lemon slice. And then the one to the left is going to kind of cross the bottom right corner of that first photo. And just look how tropical and fun that is. We do have one more butterfly to add to the bottom right corner of that middle photo. And then we'll just let those dry for a minute and fluff up our butterfly wings. Now, just like we did the phrases before, I stamped some phrases for this one. I'm going to let you do that on your own. So we have the so happy like we did before. I should have stamped two at the same time, right? Let me grab the stamp set. So we have the so happy. We have the smile. And that one is right here. Your smile brightens my day. So you would just cover all the other letters or all the other words with your mint tape and stamp that little phrase. We have favorite and hello. The favorite is right here on You're My Favorite Thing. And then the hello is down here on hello. So let's see. Actually, I think we have time to do that. Let's go ahead and do that. My desk is getting full of so many things. Okay, so let's go ahead and do those. So we have so happy. We'll grab our midnight blue ink and our mint tape. We're going to cover our other words. Peel off our mint tape before we stamp. I almost leaned right into my ink. So we'll do that one right there. We need the word smile. So that one is right here. Your smile brightens my day. But we'll just cover the other words. Love this technique. Super easy. Okay, so smile. Peel those off. And then we'll do our other two words, which are favorite and hello. So here's our hello word. Goes faster than you think. I was worried I wouldn't have time, but I think we're okay. And then our last one is favorite, and that comes from the sentiment that says, "You're my favorite thing." So we'll cover up your peel off those pieces. All right. Make these cute little word strips. So I love that. Stamps are so awesome for that. If you don't have a collection that matches your the sentiment that you're trying to do, look at your word stamps. And Scrapbook.com has so many great word sets, like their word fetties and all their phrases, their card phrases. You can always stamp just one word, especially using that mint tape to cover up the other ones. I love that technique. It makes your products or your supplies more versatile, and you just get more mileage out of them. So that one, let's trim the bottom just a little bit. Okay, so we'll go ahead and add the 1/8 inch foam tape on the back of each of these, and then we can add these. And then our final detail, I don't know if you saw it on my on the photos, or I'll show you the final one, but we're going to use the white pops of color to add some sprinkles or dimension around our page. So let's stick these down. We have our favorite that goes right here. And of course, I'm going to put that on my husband's photo, right? He's my favorite. And then we'll do hello, but it could also be, your favorite memory or your favorite photo in the group. And then so we did favorite and hello there. And then at the top, we're going to do so happy and smile. So I'm going to do that on my photo. And then we will add the white dots with the white pops of color. Love that. So let me show you the complete layout. And you can see that there's little texture dots that we've just sprinkled around each of our clusters and just filled in little spaces with that white pops of color. So let's do that really quick. Now, one thing you want to do is you want to tap the product down to the lid, and then I always do like a little test one to just kind of get it flowing. And then we'll just come in. I'm going to use my final one as a pattern just so I don't have to think about it. And we'll just start adding some dots all the way around. It's just a nice, subtle tone-on-tone texture that you can add to your project. We'll do a couple in here. One by our orange. A few down here. Gotta try not to stick my arm in it. Isn't that cute? I love these. And if you did this in a bolder color, it might make your page look really busy, but because we're doing it tonal, we're doing white on white, you could also do this with clear, where you just add like little droplets, like it almost looks like water. And because it's tone on tone, it doesn't make your page look too busy. Now the final piece would be, I would just add my journaling right there across the top, like my final page, but I don't want to bump those wet dots. So I will set that aside, and we'll just give our final layout just one more look. So we created the one that said the tropical fun. We did this one that's called vacay. I hope you loved creating with these die sets. We did the fruit dies, the sunflower die, the butterfly die, the letter dies. that gorgeous Market Bloom collection. So many fun things in this set. And I hope you really enjoyed creating with me today. I loved being here with you. Thanks for being here for SBC Fest. If you have any questions about the project, please leave it in the comments below. And thank you for creating with me. Again, my name is Jana Eubank. Thank you to Scrapbook.com for having me, and have fun at the rest of the classes. We'll see you soon.
We are back, and we had so much fun watching Jana's class. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So many beautiful techniques for her 2 double-sided layout. It was so pretty.
Yes. So what I learned from her class really had to do with curves and basically embellishments.
Yeah.
She said that you can use embellishments like shapes or critters to break up your straight lines and bring your project to life.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start with I loved her story. I love that her family had a printing company and that she's always loved tactile stickers and paper and stuff coming off the printing press. How exciting to grow up that way. What a fun childhood to have your family business do that. And then of course you're in the right industry, right?
Yeah.
Because this is what it's all about. But I love that, and I loved her fun, colorful layouts, I agree, and that she used the fruit in her title to create the letters. That's one thing I grabbed onto. I really, really love that. That was very inspiring.
Yes, and I love the little tip that she's added, like, well, if you don't have the, the set with the exclamation mark, the die, just use the lowercase I.
Yeah, I love that. And one thing that she did that I haven't seen in a while, which I love seeing, is that she stitched the edge of her whole layout, which is fun, and then used the bone folder to kind of pull it up to add some interest and dimension there. I love that.
Yeah.
You can do that on a card, you can do that on a layout, on a mini album. It's such a great technique.
Yeah, I gotta get a sewing machine.
I know, you do. You need one, Cody. Everybody tell Cody to get a sewing machine. But yeah, I love the pattern paper. She did a cute little pattern paper banner and then put some leaves up in the banner, which I thought was so cute.
Yes.
Really beautiful layouts. We love her style and her talent. It's so pretty.
Always. Like, she has a project in the gallery where she, it says like Main Street Memories, I think is the title.
Yeah.
And she used our Sunny Lane collection.
So pretty.
It might be one of my favorite layouts.
Yeah,
like,
you need to check it out.
I love it.
Yeah, and she does great tutorials and great classes. I mean, I could listen to her all day long. She's so fun.
Honestly, all of these instructors that you've seen throughout this SBC Fest and the previous SBC Fest are just amazing instructors. If you have not checked out their YouTube channels, please go do it and subscribe. Follow them on Instagram. They're just very talented.
They are very, very talented. We are very lucky and so grateful to be able to work with them. And they are so awesome to share their talents with each of us and for free. Like, this is a free event, and we're just so grateful to be a part of it and to have them join us and want to bring that to you so that you feel empowered to make beautiful and meaningful handmade creations.
Yeah, and we love bringing, maybe some of these instructors are new to you, and we love giving them a stage and a platform to be able to share their techniques and their ideas.
I know, I love it when we discover someone new and they're just amazing and up and coming and become so talented, and their stuff is all over the place, and I love it. I love seeing it. So yeah, be sure to check back often for who we might be showing in future SBC Fests.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Totally.
All right, so let's show what we made. So we'll go over here to the overhead camera. So I took that concept that I was talking about where she used the fruit for her letter, and I did Hello Sunshine and did the parasol up here with the umbrella. And I even did some flicking of our white luster pen on the background of this ink blended background. And I love the way it looked because it feels like it's the juice from the fruit squirting everywhere, and I love how it looks. So really excited about this card based on what I learned from Jana's class.
Yes, I love it, and I love the ink blended background. So fun.
You. Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, and then I did the same thing with her like torn edge or her torn paper design, and then same with the fruit.
So
I used
cute.
the watermelon as the U, and that's something I always say. So fun. That's so fun.
You do say that a lot.
I
You
do.
You do.
So I'm like, that's perfect. And then I even used the freebie die.
Oh, you did? I love it right there. This is very colorful and fun, and then your picture is colorful. It just goes perfectly together.
Yeah.
I love that too, that the watermelon is the U and the orange is the O.
Yeah.
So cute. Beautiful, beautiful tag. You'll have to give this to your family.
I know.
For a gift or something.
Yeah, I think honestly with all of the tags that I've made from this SBC Fest, I could make like a little mini album.
Yeah, you can and you should.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be watching for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one more giveaway.
Yes.
To end SBC Fest, we are so grateful for you joining us and for being here to partake of this amazing educational experience.
Yes.
So what shall we do for our last giveaway? I think it should be a Scrapbook.com gift card.
I think so too.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes.
Let's do $150 to Scrapbook.com. And how do they win this last giveaway?
Answer in the comments and let us know. Answer in the live chat, I should say.
Yes.
Yes. Let us know what you've really learned from SBC Fest. What technique, what tip, which card you're going to be making, or which project. Let us know. We seriously want to hear anything and everything we love.
Yeah, or your biggest standout moment from
Yeah.
SBC Fest. What was an aha moment for you where you were like, oh my gosh, I got to try that?
Yeah.
I know there's a lot for me.
Yes.
Right?
There were so many just little things
Yeah.
that, and you saying it in the comments might spark somebody else's, oh yeah, I forgot that was in there too.
Speaking of which, do we still have, hold on.
Okay.
Speaking of which, this right here, friends, came from one of our last SBC Fest. We'll go to overhead camera. These are our stack and sort trays, and they came, one of our instructors had some trays, and everyone was saying, Laura, we need these stack and sort trays, type of trays, and so we made them. So we love to hear your aha moments and things that you're excited about, because you never know, a product might come out of it from Scrapbook.com.
Yes.
Okay, just had to share that. All right, so this is the sad part. I don't want to say goodbye.
Neither do I.
I know, it came too fast. It came and went, but we have had an amazing SBC Fest March 2024. I mean, the beautiful colors this year, to the instructors, to all of you, to the comments, to the kindness, to the support, to everything that Jill's ever dreamed for free education to be at Scrapbook.com.
Yeah.
We are just so grateful to be a part of it and that you were here with us.
Totally, yes. Thank you.
All right, so this is where we say goodbye.
Yes, well, let's remind people one more time.
And wait, we gotta choose a winner.
Yeah, so keep putting your comments in. We have a few more things that we should talk about.
Let's not forget the freebie.
Yes, the freebie. We want you to get your free die.
Get your free die, get your free die. Don't forget to get this free die. Okay, this is a freebie right now for SBC Fest. It's limited quantity, so make sure you grab yours, add it to your cart. It's a gorgeous die. You can do a lot of different things with it. Here it is layered. You can use it single by itself like this. A lot of different things. It's got two different centers, so you can do the circle center or the floral center.
Yeah.
It layers. You can do all white like this. It's really cute because it has the scalloped, where do I have one? The scalloped edge. Show that. It's probably trying to focus. Anyways, such a good die. Make sure you add that to your cart, and then there's coupon code.
Yes. Use the code SBCFest4 at checkout to save all weekend. If you're going through and picking up these supplies or other supplies that you saw throughout SBC Fest, make sure you use that coupon code. Oh, and something we forgot to say throughout all of SBC Fest. If you are liking this SBC Fest, be sure to give the video a like, and yesterday's video a like too.
Yes.
That really helps us out, and it helps, YouTube show the video to more crafters like you.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good reminder. Thank you, Cody.
We always, it's always fun when people put in the comments like, don't forget to give this video a like.
Yes, thank you for supporting us.
Yes.
We love that.
Yes.
And we love visiting with you every week, so you can join us every week on our live streams every Thursday. It's Mountain Standard Time, so I'm nervous to say the time, but it's in the morning.
If you've seen our Instagram lives, we struggle with this.
Yes,
we don't know,
but it's 9 a.m. Arizona time.
Okay, I don't, because isn't
Here we
time
go
about
again.
to change?
They're going to get so sick of us.
I know.
It's 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time in Arizona. See what time that is for where you live in the U.S. or out of the country. But it's 9 a.m. every Thursday. Just go to our YouTube. You can sign up to be notified. But we are live every Thursday with a new, either a new product to show you or an amazing deal, both typically together. So we love doing that, and we love being with you every week. Yes. So, okay, grab your drink, Cody. We have to cheers goodbye. I'm gonna grab my drink. Okay, we have our sodas. We have had a great SBC Fest. We cannot wait to see what you all create. And until next time, friends, happy crafting.
See you guys.